Hello and welcome to the July 8th we're filming this on. A little different. We're on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
We got a lot of travel going with Easy Allies. Lots going on. So greetings in July for the Easy Allies podcast. We got a big episode today. We got a lot of games to cover. And I am Michael Huber, your host, joined by Gabby Montoot. You never know. You never know if I'm going to say it or not. Blood knows. Blood knows. Roll the dice. Gabby Montoot.
Hello.
On the desk. How you feeling?
I'm okay. I was late this morning. I'm rushed. Blood's angry because Hubert and I were talking about Iron Man.
Iron Man hype.
I have to get on a plane or leave for the airport in 4 hours. So,
yeah, Blood's leaving, dude. Blood's leaving town.
So, as long as we don't talk about any stupid bullshit.
We got Daniel Bloodworth.
Hello.
Ready to talk about immersive sims today. And of course, we got Damiani. How you feeling, Damiani?
Good. I just need Hubert to immerse himself more in Death Stranding 2.
I know.
So we could talk about
I'm close.
that ending.
I
haven't even gotten there yet.
I cannot stop delivering cargo, dude. I cannot stop. I must get Legend of Legends. I must get
you do
5
cargo?
stars.
I do. I build stuff. I build all the highways.
That's
and
yeah.
monorails.
I love hearing about that, Damiani.
Trying to
because
upgrade the highways.
You're a highwayman, and I'm just I'm a deliver cargo man, and that's just how we roll, dude. We'd make a good team.
It's so funny though because it was like I was thinking about getting into it this weekend because of the long weekend.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh crap! It's been like 6 weeks or something since I played Claire Obscure. I was like, I gotta get back to that.
I know.
So like, rather than starting something new, like I got back into that. But of course, now I'm gone for another week.
Blood, it's been so long. At this point, I'm gonna have to start that game over from the beginning.
I don't think so. I was worried about like where I was at with like my character's gear and all that stuff. But like after like a solid like 3-4 hours, and I'm like, okay, everything's good. I'm moving forward.
Dude,
like I'm not that. It's like it wasn't that hard for me to like catch up on story in my head and all that. Yeah.
I'm out here just 100%ing Pirate Yakuza, doing all the mini games, all the sub stories, going on dates, going on dragon kart races, collecting Dragon Balls. It's out of control, dude. And in the control room, making it all happen today in a post-Jurassic World Rebirth world, Don Casanova.
Hello, everyone. Feeling good. I love these preview episodes, Hubert. I'm so pumped to get into the action.
Same.
Yeah.
So pumped.
I was telling Hubert my favorite thing when I was a kid growing up were the preview episodes of periodicals, EGM or whatever, that holiday preview issue.
So sick.
Yeah, people were missing it because we weren't able to do one for spring, and so like, when is it happening again? And because even though we only missed the one, because we did do the winter one, people were like, it's been forever.
I know.
3 times a year or 4 times a year?
It's 4 times. It's quarterly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, because we had everything, like, it was like GDC and then like the Switch 2 reveal and Shuhei and Hank Roger. Like, there's too many things back to back that like there was just no good way to put it in until it was like we would have missed the first month anyways.
Yeah.
So.
We're going to be going over everything that comes out in July, August, my birthday, and September. So let's just dive into it. Let's jump right in for the July game preview.
Are you going to introduce or...
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything. Trust me, you're in good hands.
I was afraid you were just about to start.
No. You're in good hands. As we get into these, remember to call out your sizzle and your fizzle.
Mm-hmm.
For those that don't know, the sizzle and fizzle. The sizzle is a game you're very, very confident in, looking forward to. Maybe an underdog. Not necessarily. It could be freaking Resident Evil. Never an underdog. But you're hyped on it.
That's just an obvious choice, and we'll judge you for it.
And then the fizzle, this game you're nervous about. Like a Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. That is the ultimate fizzle.
Yep.
That's the gold standard for fizzles. All right. Also worth noting that we won't be going over every single game because there are 3,000 of them every month.
So if your Twitter fingers are ready to type in, but you missed blah blah, stop.
Yeah, just go easy.
Oh yeah, and a programming note that I should have told you before. The ones that like they don't have a trailer link on them, I wasn't expecting us to talk a lot about. Just like, just a reminder, like there's some people that want to know this is happening, and then we can keep going. Yeah.
Great. These are just our highlights and some quick mentions along the way. So let's get into it. First up, here we are. We are filming this on July 8th. On July 10th, first batch of games. We got EA Sports College Football, which just came back recently.
Cool.
It's getting everyone super hyped.
Yeah.
It was a huge seller.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like one of the biggest games last year. So
Huge.
Dude, that's so fun.
I will say there's some cover controversy because they did people like I saw it. It's like 2 athletes, and then the deluxe edition's like a collage.
Lame.
So it looks a little. I don't know. Like I'm used to like they usually have like the one person on the cover. I think last year they did the 3.
Yeah.
But at least had like a stadium behind them. It's
kind of a mess.
I was like, I think they need to go back to the old style. I liked like the dramatic like poses and stuff. It's kind of cool.
I
And,
think they should do like, not to compare it to K-pop, but sports is K-pop for men.
It is.
There's K-pop bands will do like their album, and then they'll release multiple versions with like a different member on each on the
great.
cover of each. They should do that for football games and soccer games. Like that would be sick. Collect them all. Like
So good.
I got the Ronaldinho cover. I got
So good.
the Otani cover. I got the Mookie Betts cover. Whatever. I think that'd be really
love
cool.
that. Collect them, get them signed,
Yeah,
grumble on
yeah.
site.
I do want to say that like at some point something like that happened, but I can't remember what it was. Yeah.
So yeah, EA Sports College Football coming out, but also Gabby. I've never heard of this shit, and you're obsessed. Islanders New Shores, the follow-up to the other Islanders game, which I never heard of.
This is my sizzle.
Already.
Right away.
Immediately.
Right away.
Have you gotten started playing on this yet? Because I know you got
you
the
bet.
code. Yeah.
You bet. I am 11th in the world. I score.
Sick.
Well, the world that hasn't been able to buy this game.
Yeah,
yet.
exactly. When I look at the
Ride it,
rankings,
ride
like
it.
the top, like 3 of the 10 people above me are Thunderful devs because it says Thunderful or whatever on it.
Okay, so
am
you're
I allowed to say that?
technically-
Who knows?
So you're technically like 8th if you eliminate them.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So this, oh my god, this game is so fun. I believe I got into the first one when I got sick after I was like bedridden for like a week, and I was like, I need something kind of.
The Beguiled over here.
Whoa! Oh my god, I'm shook. Sorry, the trailer. So okay.
You got to tell us what did that.
Yeah,
What is
Because
this
of what,
game?
a note we got from somebody is like, we're leaving the audience out on the audio side.
What
So
is this
We
game?
got to
Sorry,
describe
I'm just
people
shook.
what's
I'm
happening.
Shook. So okay, the first Islanders game, you're basically you're given these kind of randomized islands with various biomes and kind of configurations, and you are placing different types of buildings down to create these, islands, and the buildings gain points and lose points depending on what types of buildings they're next to, and they'll have like kind of an area of effect.
God.
Some will be bigger than others.
So
like,
you got to
et cetera.
pick and choose what
Yeah.
goes where.
Yes.
So it's like a
Exactly.
city builder, but it's not like SimCity where you're like dealing with like a lot of the other like under infrastructure and stuff like that. It's just buildings
Yeah.
have different kind of perks and things.
Yeah, not so much perks, but like they just gain or lose points
Got
depending
it.
on whether like what they're close to. And the previous game, super fun. It did have some like you couldn't zoom in super far, so it was like kind of difficult to maneuver buildings and stuff. This one just improves on literally everything. There's new buildings, there's new biomes, there's these things called boons where you every so often in your run you will get like a little boost, and some of them are like, oh, you can destroy a building and keep part of its keep like 60% of its score, or you can increase the radius of what a building affects, things like that.
Yeah, because I saw a thing where they're putting like a torch down or whatever, and there's just like this huge cone of like everything that's going to benefit.
That's the mountain shrine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just a blast. It's like it's so beautiful.
Hitting that dopamine hit too. Of
like when you place a building, and it's like your score says like 100 and something. That hit, that dopamine
pumped.
hit, watching the numbers go up.
I love that. I love that.
So you basically try to get as high a score as you can on a given island, and then after a certain point, it'll let you move on to another island, keep your score, but start from, no buildings again, and start from your base buildings.
Looks cozy as hell.
It's cozy as hell.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's not like Frostpunk where like half the people will hate that and then form a new faction
There's
against
no
you.
people. There's no people at all. It's literally just putting buildings down.
Just come.
There's also a new mechanic where there's rising islands. So each time you get a new set of buildings, the whole like screen shakes and then lifts up, and like after 10 or 15 new sets of buildings, you have like a whole island from like it starts as like a tiny
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So like
octagon basically, or a hexagon, and then it like rises up and it becomes a full island. It's so cool.
Is there any danger or stress that kind of freaks you out?
Because it gets harder and harder to, and the islands get like more and more complicated as you go on.
So it's like harder to kind of get the AoEs and stuff.
Like,
Got it.
at the beginning it'll be one small island, and it's pretty easy to get to the point where you can move on.
Yeah.
And then when you're on your 6th island, 7th island, like sometimes it's 2 tiny islands that are really far away from each other, and you're like, okay, I can maybe connect water platforms to each other,
so fun.
and it is so much fun.
I love that.
Yeah,
Nice.
That is my sizzle.
that kind of reminds me of like Mini Metro, where it's like, oh, look, this cute little game, and it's like it's super stressful.
Yeah, I love Mini Metro. Another one I love.
All right. And then the very next day, an oldie but a goodie, y'all. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy it's coming back. Patapon. 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 Some of the most addictive music in the biz. Patapon 1 and 2 replay coming out. Do not miss this, everybody. Seriously, do not miss this. You're looking at just kind of crazy eyeballs running around. You're like, whatever. What am I even looking at? I don't know what I'm looking at. This is a rhythm combat game, basically. The whole premise is to take your Patapon eyeball army and get to Earth End, which is this holy site, whatever it may be, and you're fighting dangers along the way. And the way you fight is through music, through rhythm. It is a rhythm game. You are pressing the buttons in sequence to the music, and it is just a game where you really feel that. You feel the music. You can't help but just sway when you're playing Patapon. This came out originally on PSP.
Yeah.
And it was my number one PSP game pretty much forever. Because that was the only place you could play it. And I was like, this is the showpiece of PSP for me. This is the best game on that platform. So I'm just so excited it's coming back. It came back a little while ago on last gen. But now it's coming back on new gen, remastered. It's called The Replay. It's Patapon 1 and 2 combined. And then, of course, we have the spiritual successor, Rataton, coming out.
Yeah, which is coming up a little bit later in this.
Yes, coming from the creators of this. So, if you haven't had the chance to dive into this, I highly recommend that you do if you're into music and rhythm or whatever. And I just think it's an important game in the history of games. It's definitely a game of note. I always look at the history of games, right? And it's which ones are contributing to the entire industry? Which ones really stand out? Patapon to me stands out.
It's,
For
Nice.
it
sure.
gets a shout out in Astrobot.
Yeah,
Right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
absolutely. So, big one, super hyped. Patapon, don't skip it, y'all.
Yeah, I've never actually played them because like I didn't have a PSP
Yeah.
of my own, right? So it's just like, so yeah.
And a very easy game to recommend in the era of the cataclysmic wave of content because you can just go stage by stage. You know,
Yeah.
you can do a couple stages, they take a couple minutes, put it down, come back to it. So, super good. Next up, Bloodworth, Striden.
Yeah, so I
Not to be confused with
I was
Struder.
about to say, is it Strider?
Did you mean
No.
Strider?
no, I just found out about this game because we
This
just,
looks way too hardcore for you, Blood. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah. What?
but here's the thing: you're gonna see
Radiation.
You're gonna see
down
more.
there?
You're gonna see more when this gets deeper into the clip. But anyways, yeah. So Huber, I just found out about this because we just did that Dark Tide stream, right?
Yeah.
And then I sent the link over to Gunnar, who sent us the codes over at Fat Shark, and then he's like, "Oh, hey, here's some codes for a couple
Fat Shark, shout out.
other games from some indie devs in my hometown, and this is one of them. And this game, it's their first
what
game.
What the frick?
And-
Shooting a bear right now. That's some pander.
Yeah.
There's Norse god names in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So this thing's crazy. So it is a looter shooter in Scandinavia, 3 teams of 5. So you're
of
scavenging
5,
and building until you
okay.
get enough points to like craft a radio for extraction, right? So you kind of like make your fortress and then you start building your radio tower in there.
That's a good objective for an extraction game, Blood.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to build a radio to get the hell out. That's great.
Yeah. But then, Huber, this is the stuff that you're seeing
What?
with the animals.
Moose.
It's crazy because, yeah, you can become a radioactive bear,
Shut up.
Bear.
Shut up.
or you can clear a path with a moose tank. And then there's one shot in the trailer too where like one player is like literally a hawk flying around with a hook and then hooks at one of their teammates, and then the other guy is like shooting at guys on the ground.
That is the Doc Brown spider monster of this game,
Yeah, oh, wait,
Bloodworth.
here we go. Wait,
That is
the hawk is carrying you
insane.
around. I
Yeah,
believe.
but if you look at the hawk and the bear, like you can
Lady
see
Hawk,
other
shut
player
up.
names on them. Like it's not just
Dude.
a hawk or a bear; it's another player.
That is so cool. I'm getting a little bit of like Battlefield kind of PUBG vibes.
Yeah, it looks like a
kind of
Battlefield
thing.
game, just like
Yeah.
at a glance.
But having that gimmick of becoming a radioactive bear separates it from the rest.
So
What?
yeah. Oh yeah, and then another player can ride the bear as well. So
So wait, can I become a bear and then you can ride me?
I think so. I think that's how it works.
Oh, I love that.
Yes, please.
Team of 5, then you got probably somebody else focused on building the tower and somebody
Yeah.
defending them. And
What?
Striden.
We have, player bear, player riding the bear, player hawk, player that the hawk is carrying. That's an undefeatable team.
Yeah.
somebody riding that moose tank.
It's coming to early access on
yeah, it's
July
true.
11th,
It's
2 days
early
from now.
access. Yep.
A lot of early access games on this list. Do not be concerned.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Blood. That's friggin' sick, dude.
I only know about it because Gunnar sent me those codes.
We are
thank
still.
you.
That's sick. We are still on July 11th. Patapon, Striden, and another blast from the past like Patapon needs no introduction. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. You want to know one of my favorite things to say ever?
Say it.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 is one of the greatest video games of all time.
It's very good.
Easily. An
very good.
absolute 10 out of 10. Absolutely on like a top 50 list. We're starting there easily.
I thought you were gonna say Ace of Spades.
Ace
You were
of
gonna
Spades!
say one thing.
The Ace
but
of Spades!
This is also very good. Yeah, I got this when I got my GameCube.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
First
nice.
games out
Yeah.
on GameCube, man.
I definitely
It
played
was
this one.
freaking a blast.
Oh
yeah.
my god. Of course, we all know Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 adds reverts. That means the ability to go off onto a ramp and come down and revert into a manual to keep the trick alive. And that opens up a billion possibilities for combining tricks, for keeping a trick going. It is absolutely the gold standard for skateboarding games. I think it's the absolute culmination of the Tony Hawk franchise. And of course, this time we're getting new stuff, Bloodworth.
Yeah.
We're getting Michelangelo, Gabby, from the one, the only other 10 out of 10, Mutant Mayhem, Turtles. That version of Michelangelo.
I love that movie so much.
Oh, it's perfect.
I'm meaning Michelangelo.
Yeah, Michelangelo and Doomslayer confirmed.
And then Hubert, have you heard this thing about there's some pushback on the
Yes.
like the Tony Hawk 4 stuff?
Yeah, they're changing.
That like because that game had a different structure and they're bundling them together, like they're making the content from 4 kind of like mash it into the mold of 3, which some people are a little
Because if you went the
yeah.
other way, I wouldn't mind at all. If you fuck with 4, that's fine. It's Tony Hawk's 4. It's a great game. But 3, to me, is a perfect masterpiece, so why mess with it at all?
So what did they change in 4?
I think they like put time limits on stages and
Yep.
stuff that didn't used to have time limits.
Oh,
That's-
can you just take the time limits off?
I hope so.
I kind of don't think so, but I don't know
That's
enough about
weird.
it, so I've
Yeah.
just seen some people grumbling about it.
Absolutely,
with the
and
reviews.
that's completely fair because you do not want to mess with
yeah, perfection.
perfection. Exactly.
I think that too. It's just kind of the weird nature of this beast, where it's like, it's kind of billed as a remake, but it's sort of not, right? It's just like, it is very much a reimagining of these games.
So the career mode for Tony Hawk's 4, which was open-ended in the original title, has been replaced with a 2-minute run wherein the player must complete as many challenges as possible, similar to the first 3 titles. So I think
Right.
it is the other way, which is fine.
Yeah.
Don't mess with
I can see
3.
how that
Keep
upsets
3
some
safe.
people.
You think
keep
it's
it chill.
You think it's fine that they restructured
It's not.
4?
It's not.
But
It's
okay.
not. But
That you would choose that over.
I would choose that over messing with 3 at all because, again, I think 3 is a perfect, flawless video game. Literally 10 out of 10. I'd give it a 10 if I reviewed it. An absolute 10. It's a perfect game. No notes.
Give it the ace of spades.
Yeah. But
Ace of
4
Spades.
was so dramatically different that it's fine. Like, I don't personally care, but I'm sure there's a lot of lovers of 4 out there as well that do care. I'm just happy they're not messing with 3. Like,
Yeah, I think it's that weird thing of it's like you're just sort of like homogenizing these 2 games
Yeah.
into one game.
it's a little
Yeah.
weird. City of God. All right, Tony Hawk.
But,
I'm glad on the flip side we're getting other characters.
Right.
That's so cool.
Oh yeah. Because
that's a staple
They're
of the
adding to the
franchise.
playlist and stuff too for the
Yeah.
music. Yep.
Yeah.
Which is gonna be
which you will never hear.
when we stream it, where you're not gonna be able to play the music.
So annoying. And of course, I love pedigrees. Not Triple H's pedigrees. I love Triple H's pedigrees. Probably top 5 finisher in pro wrestling. But the pedigree of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 was amazing.
Right.
So there's no reason to be
No,
concerned or
I mean
doubt
that is
this.
actually the nice thing is that for a while we thought this game was not going to happen.
Yeah.
And so the fact that like they actually did it. They actually went through with it and gave us 3 and 4. So
Yes.
it's nice.
You're so
Yeah.
right. I forgot, Blood. You're so right, dude. Where it was like, is it coming? We're never going to get it. Is it coming? 3 and 4, please. And now, yes. So excited for people that have never played 3 to get in there. Play the LA stage. 10 out of 10. Downtown LA. The like weird ball and
Yeah.
shapes downtown, that weird park. I forget the name of the park.
No. Were we
Pershing
there for
Square?
the Dodger parade?
No,
Oh.
no.
You're talking about Pershing Square
Pershing Square. Yeah.
Okay.
between 5th and 6th.
I think I remember that.
All right. A few days later than that, that was all July 11th. That's out of control.
Whoa.
July 14th, Kaizen, a factory story.
I barely understand what this game is, and I'm obsessed
you're
with
hyped.
it. I'm so hyped.
No.
What the hell is going on here?
Something
Yeah.
I'd want no part of.
It's,
honestly.
yeah,
I want no
you're-
part of this.
So cool.
What
Why
the-
is there Japanese curry? Do you see that?
Yeah, we have.
Like Famicom parts.
I know we
Yeah.
have like
see?
food and tech.
Yeah.
What is going on?
At some point, there's like a Gundam or something. Like I have no idea. See?
Yeah.
Like what is being arranged here? I don't understand, but I am
We just
obsessed.
work in a
It's so
factory.
weird.
And we're putting things together.
Yeah, you put
Yes.
parts together, and then you've got like a little like programming nodes essentially on the bottom. But yeah, from Zachtronics.
Open-ended puzzle
Yeah.
Automation.
automation game.
Set in 1980s Japan.
Design, build, and optimize production lines.
It's just like,
The demo's out now.
oh,
You can play a demo for free on Steam right now.
Is it still
And-
up? Because sometimes they
Yep.
go up and then they go down.
Still up.
it's just, it's, despite being like a, game about putting electronics together, I really like the art style. I think it's super, super cool.
Apparently,
yeah.
Zachtronics is hype.
Okay.
One of the best puzzle game designers is back with Kaizen, a Factory Story, a game about manufacturing Japanese consumer goods during the largest economic bubble in history. That's PC Gamer quote. Whoa. Polygon, a new Zachtronics puzzle game? Kind of.
And there's like everyone's doing their like exercises and the fact yeah.
Sick. Badass.
This game looks very cool to me.
There's some Isla bait as well. Isla'd be obsessed with this shit.
You think?
I think so. If the word puzzle is involved, Isla's in. All right.
I don't know if she's gotten into stuff like Factorio or whatever, but it seems different for sure. It definitely is like Gabby's saying. It's like it's hard to like look at it and without like actually interacting with
and-
like grasp entirely what you're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So, but
Like-
even like me trying to look through the emails and descriptions, I'm like, yeah, I get the basic idea, but I still don't understand like how it
Right.
hands-on functionally works. Yeah.
Next up, the very next day, on July 15th, Eriksholm.
Eriksholm, yeah.
Home.
Eriksholm. The Stolen Dream, Bloodworth. What's going on here?
No, I'm actually. I'd be curious if you get a chance to get into this, which I know you're stacked, because
Too many effing games.
yeah, this kind of gives. I think somebody across my feed like described it as like Plague Tale, a little bit, but it's to me
That's
what it reminds
exactly
me
what I
more
thought.
of is Desperados and like Shadow Gambit and stuff like that.
Commandos.
Pretty.
Commandos, yeah, like you're a top-down stealth game, but with a pretty involved story. And yeah, shooting out the lights, Huber.
They're shooting at the lights.
Cool.
They're shooting at the lights.
And some just like really gorgeous environments and stuff too. But you play as
Yo, dragging a body out of the lights. 10 out of 10.
you play as Hannah searching for her missing brother Herman. So that's where the Plague Tale, the brother sister relationship
Got it.
comes from. And then there are 3 playable characters, each with different abilities. So like
Whoa.
one is more has ability to like distract people more. Another one can like do more ranged attacks. Another
Well, this
more
looks like in
melee
my
attacks.
wheelhouse.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
looks so cool. Is it the kind of thing where you are it chooses what character you're playing per level, or can you choose what?
No, I think you
want?
choose.
okay.
I also think it's like not supposed to be all that long. Like it's on the shorter side of things because it is more story focused. But yeah, I think it's looking
beautiful.
pretty cool.
It's
Yeah.
funny because Damiani is out on the very third word.
Isometric?
Experience
Yeah.
in isometric. Out. It doesn't even need to finish the sentence, Damiani. You're out.
You can't even do like this, Damiani.
I just get annoyed when it's super zoomed out and I can't rotate the camera. I hate that shit.
I think that you
Like, it
can
drives me
actually
insane.
because they talk about finding things that are
But yeah, if I
hidden
can
from
rotate
the
the
default
camera, we're
view.
good. Like, yeah.
The beautiful thing is there's a demo out, and also it's launching full release, no early access. Coming right out in approximately 6 days on Steam.
Yeah,
and other
yeah. I wouldn't think
consoles.
this would have an early access for this kind of game necessarily.
Yeah. Explore the fictitious world of Eriksholm, a place of beauty, hardship, and adventure, heavily inspired by the Nordic cities of the 1900s.
Sweden's in,
Fictitious.
Sick.
or Scandinavia's in.
Yeah,
we
Yeah.
just saw
dude.
Yeah, I think.
Striden or whatever.
Yeah, I think they're from Gothenburg. So.
Blood, I love it, man. I'm so in for that. That looks great.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got the code if you want it.
Must be nice. Must be nice, chat. Also that day, shout out to MinMax, Stronghold Crusader.
Shout out to Isla.
Shout out to Isla.
We would be talking about this.
You're right.
game
I'm
if
thinking
she
of
was
Age
here.
of Mythology anyway.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if MinMax likes Stronghold Crusader. I bet Ben does. I bet he does. Definitive Edition, Stronghold Crusader, coming out that same day. All right. And then it's time for the Goaty Watch. The heaviest of heavy hitters. The biggest of the big. The Christopher Nolan type release of the year. The $1 billion box office. Donkey Kong Bananza. July 17th.
Look at that face. Look at those gums flapping.
Is peak.
Yeah.
This is absolutely the peak of video games. How are we all feeling about Donkey Kong?
Oh yeah, very, very, very excited. For this
Yeah,
one. I mean,
dude.
this is obviously my sizzle.
Obviously,
okay.
Because I look
obviously,
like-
I was waiting for that.
obviously.
Yeah.
10 out of
People are
10.
Like, where's my 3D Mario? It's like, yo, chill out.
Yeah,
Like,
it'll come.
Look at what you're seeing in this game.
Let Donkey
And,
have a turn at the table.
That's me.
Exactly.
That's me.
Like
I'm
Donkey Kong
saying,
is
where's
huge.
my 3D
Yeah,
Mario?
we got to get some good Donkey
right
Kong
here.
games. And like honestly, a 3D Donkey Kong platformer, you know, the last one I can like really recall, right, was Donkey Kong 64, right? I'm not forgetting
Yeah.
one in between. I feel like I
Nope.
might be forgetting something, but maybe not.
Nope.
Because like all the country ones were 2D, and Donkey Kong 64, I wasn't the biggest fan of that one. I wasn't
Lame.
like a,
Loved
the
it.
rare collectathon
Loved
for
it.
that. Was
So
not into
fun.
it. Didn't really
Also,
like
the
it.
multiplayer
so-
deathmatch in it, so fun.
so much better. This looks like so much my jam, and it's like the way you can interact with the environment, especially come off Death Stranding 2. It's not give me open like environments where I
Death
can
Stranding.
mess around with the environment. It's like
Let me
but, like,
manipulate the
purpose-
world.
Purposeful. Like there's objectives. I had to explain this on my stream. This is why I don't like games like Minecraft, me personally, because I don't like I express my creativity in other ways. I don't like unrestricted creativity in a game.
yeah.
I need direction
I feel
and
that
purpose and objectives.
Same. I want the
And
devs to
I love
guide
Death
me.
Stranding for doing that. I'm gonna probably love this game for giving me like, you know, get to this goal, get to this objective. How can you cross this? Like I need those tasks.
I love
I need
that
to have it.
dynamic.
And this is like so fun. Looks so fun.
Yeah. I'm fully convinced this will easily be one of the best games of the entire year. I am fully convinced. You cannot tell me otherwise. That's where my expectations are, you know, and that's a big thing. We always talk about that with games is like the expectations. This is Donkey Kong, one of the most legendary characters in video game history. This is Nintendo, the absolute leaders of the industry. There's no reason to expect anything less than a 10 out of 10 video game here, for sure. That is what I am hoping for. I do not think that's unreasonable. And everything we've seen as well, and of course the pedigree that I was talking about, not Triple H, but the pedigree of the Mario Odyssey team.
Right. Which they finally confirmed. This Mario Odyssey team are making this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think too what's nice is just the fact that, you know, they're willing to go back to Donkey Kong and like actually make a new 3D adventure that fits DK and kind of reinvent the characters and not worry about the lore that everybody's freaking out about. I was like, wait, how does this work?
Timelines.
It's like it doesn't need to work. It's
It's a
fine.
game.
It's a
The
brand new
reason
game.
it works is
Yeah.
it's a game.
The post-credits tease will be her as the mayor in New Donk City.
Yeah,
Her,
I
like,
will say though,
arriving to New
Huber, the
York
one
City.
thing,
MCU coded.
the one thing, and this was a weakness in Odyssey as well. Those villains, I don't know if I'm gonna care about these
Oh, I
villains.
know. The Brutals?
Right.
The Brutals or whatever?
The
Yeah.
villains give me
I'm gonna-
Brutals vibes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to defend the Brutals,
Yeah.
but I am going to say that wasn't the point of Odyssey. Like,
Sure.
if fighting the Brutals took too long in Odyssey, we'd be like, why is this happening? You know what
Yeah.
I mean? It's, yeah.
So
I
hopefully,
hope I hope the bosses are fun to beat, but
Yeah.
don't take too long.
Because like with Tropical Freeze and shit, it's like, or the other one, you know, Returns, like King K. Rool and stuff, good villains. It's like your Bowser type.
K-Rool wasn't
figure.
in Returns, but yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
would say
yeah.
like but also like the challenge in those games, like
Totally, Damiani.
those games were about challenge. Where I think this could be difficult. We don't know. I haven't played it.
Well,
but
Damiani, we always talk about difficulty, dude. And honestly, I really want to give a shout out to Mario in general. Every single Mario game, all of them, even 3D World, Champions Road and Odyssey and all of it, right, is the base game is chill. There's a little challenge, but the optional stuff has that difficulty. It has that extra challenge. It is such a nice marriage and a balance. And I'm assuming and hoping Donkey Kong Country Bananza has a similar thing where it's like, hey, if you want to do this super, super optional thing, you can, but it's going to be really challenging and difficult. I love that.
Yeah.
Great balance. Totally.
Yeah. I got to play a little bit of this at the Switch 2 reveal event. Went back to it a couple of times. And that was the thing where like the first time, it's like just getting familiar with it or whatever. It's like, oh, okay. And then I was like, that was like, I got to the goal quicker than I expected. And it was like, okay, I was done. But then when I went back to it, I was like, look, now I'm like, have a headspace to like look around a bit more. I was like, oh, there's a thing over there. There's a like secret area over here. There's like this whole space just like right below the starting spot of this level. There's like dig down there and like there's all kinds of stuff underneath it there.
Down deep.
And I think that's what's really, really cool about this game is that you can do like a first pass and think you've seen it, and then nope, there's more things to find, more things to discover.
Yeah.
And from the trailers and stuff, it looks like they give you a lot of tools to kind of find those things and dig into it as much as you want. Yeah.
Absolutely one of the most anticipated games of 2025. For sure. I don't even have a Switch 2. One of the most anticipated games of the year by far. That same day, they've got their work cut out for him. The Drifter. Looks sick as hell, but I'm not super comfortable with point and click old school Monkey Island style adventure games, Blood.
Yeah, no, but
I get nervous.
The animation in this is actually really good.
It looks so good.
Same thing with the voice acting.
Yeah.
There's some pretty good voice acting in there.
Everything about it looks beautiful.
There's a term in their description, like a dash of 70s Ozploitation, because of the Australian accents and stuff.
That's hilarious.
Oh, you've never heard that? Ozploitation?
No, I wasn't familiar with that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so these, I'm not familiar with these games, but if you are familiar with their pedigree, Powerhoof also brought Crawl and Pendium. But like I said, the pixel art reminds me a lot of Monkey Island, and there's just like these just really big scenes with a lot of dynamic animation going on.
Wait, no way.
And then
I loved Crawl.
Yeah, you played Crawl?
Yeah.
I knew somebody had.
Yeah.
And then some really good music in there. This crazy dark sci-fi story where basically you've witnessed this murder, and then because you were witnessed, you get killed too. But then somehow like you come back from the dead, and then you're framed for the murder, and then there's like time travel stuff going on and supernatural stuff
and
going on.
People think you're crazy. Like
I love when someone is framed for a murder.
You love that?
I love that shit. Top 10 movie tropes.
I know some other things that you like.
The Fugitive, Damiani. Come on, bro. Shaking your head over there.
What are other ones?
Shaking your head like it's some crazy thing.
There also inspirations include Stephen King, Michael Crichton, and John Carpenter.
Oh.
So
there you go.
There you go, Hugh.
Xander, throw out some big names.
Yeah.
Framed for Murder by The Thing. There you go.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it looks like that might actually be
October
a good
1st,
description,
the opener.
depending on where this goes.
Opener. Hell yeah, Blood. I know, Blood, I'm so hyped about that, but there's just... I never have good luck with adventure games. Truly, I would say, everyone always asks me, and I'm always just like, yo, I love every game, every genre. I would say adventure games, traditional style, Monkey Island style, is actually at the very bottom. It's my isometric to Damiani.
Like, you mean okay, what do you not like, you think?
Just like being in a room and then having to just like click around and find everything and then like use the thing for the thing. Yeah. And I've liked some adventure games for sure.
Well, that feels like Blueprints to me.
It's pretty different,
Walking
I think.
around clicking things.
But yeah, I think he's definitely talking about the pixel hunting. I mean, a lot of that is some of the old school, like, LucasArts design stuff that's definitely been smoothed over in more modern iterations.
I'm trying to think of that one I love.
Most games aren't, like, that super random now.
What about that one where that child shot us? What was that game called?
I don't remember that.
Yes.
But Rocky was
The child
a
shot us.
recent
I
one
know.
that was pretty
That's
cool.
the one I'm trying to think of.
What is that called?
I forget. What is that game where the child shot us?
We accidentally hit a kid and he took
Yeah.
out a gun and shot us.
Yeah, not City of God.
What was that?
Something.
I think I was out of town for that
City
one.
of God. The game. Oh my God.
It's the Trash
It was
Babies
a
or something.
tie-in game. It was a
Chat is saying it's Harvester.
Harvester.
Oh
Yes.
my God.
The City of God
Thank you,
tie-in game. Now I'm thinking about that. Holy shit. It would be like Grand Theft Auto. Anyway.
The same day, July 17th, as Donkey Kong and the Drifter, Fretless: The Wrath of Riffson.
Yeah, so
What's going on here, Blood?
I think you or Isla or Sophia, somebody played this at Gamescom last year. But this is
I think Isla. This definitely wasn't me.
okay. Turn-based RPG with like a lot of musical elements. So like
Love
there's like these mushroom guys bouncing around called percushrooms. And
That is adorable.
there's a really interesting way that they've implemented music into the battle system. So it has like those interactive QTE elements, like
Shenmue shout out.
like Paper Mario or something like that, or Sea of Stars. But they have also synced it up to where like everything, those inputs are done on the beat. So the moves that you choose are also become part of the song. And like your weapons are like an acoustic guitar, electric guitar, bass, or like a synth guitar.
Sick.
Or like a keytar, kind of thing. And then, they actually call it a guitar PG.
Clever. Well done.
Puns.
And then
that.
your moves are like deck building. So like you find different riffs,
That's sick.
and then you pick like 3 of those riffs to be what you play on a turn.
Blood, man, I'll never forget.
Looks
Like,
fun.
this is not a boomer sentence. It's just an observation of the industry. When I worked at Game Trailers with Ryan Stevens, he would always complain about labeling like genres and stuff. He'd be like, "Oh, they're all like starting to mix. Like, there's no genres anymore." And that kind of felt like the beginning of where we are now, where it is like so many genres are within one game nowadays.
Oh, yeah,
where
yeah.
they just pull from. So it just reminded me of when you said
Yeah.
guitar RPG.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
guitar
our-
That's
RPG.
so cool.
Rhythm-based RPG deck builder, right?
So cool. Combining them.
It's so cool to have the genres, and then
Yeah.
it's so cool to like have things break those
Yes.
Yeah.
rules. You have to have
Yes.
the rules before you can break them.
It also kind of
Absolutely.
reminds me a little bit of like a 2D Brutal Legend, just in terms of the world, like the
Yeah.
environments, because like everything is music based, and like even like they show like these giant spiders with a bunch of speakers on their back and stuff
Yeah.
like that, and so
That's sick.
yeah, pretty cool.
It's very cool.
Still the same day, we're on July 17th for 2 more games. The Wandering Village is coming out finally in 1.0.
This
Yeah.
was a shock.
Yeah, that was some early access vibes there, but
we
it's
definitely played this on stream.
Oh, yeah,
We played,
years
like,
ago.
Years
We've
been
ago,
out in early
yeah. I think
access.
when
That's why I don't-
first
But
started
now there's like
working here,
new
it was
biomes. There's a full story
Maybe a month later.
that with
Yeah.
an ending and all of that.
that's why I don't
Yeah.
mess with early access, because now it's actually out.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Who would have known?
Exactly.
I remember when we played it, it was really fun.
It was so fun.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I bet it's so different now. It's crazy.
Yeah, like the Nausica vibes and stuff too,
Yeah,
with the guys
yes,
burning
it's
the
so
spores.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
so beautiful.
If you don't, we didn't put the trailer up, but if you don't remember Wandering Village, you basically like it's like a city builder, but you're on back at like this giant dinosaur-looking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up, started as a standalone deal. Or started as a DLC, but then became a standalone deal for $30. So this is more of a half game.
Oh, you can buy this standalone?
Yeah. It was OCP! OCP! RoboCop Rogue City Unfinished Business. Dude, these fucking games have no business being so good. Remember, this is the same studio that just did the Terminator game as well, which I beat this year finally.
Okay.
Went back, beat that.
You liked that.
I loved it. One of the best 7s possible. And the base RoboCop game is even better than that. So if you were kind of like, on Terminator, which is fair, it's kind of like, we're just about swimming. RoboCop is even better.
Yeah. No, they really got there with RoboCop.
Yeah, and now this is a follow-up to that game. My favorite part about it is that it's in between RoboCop 2 and 3.
Oh, okay.
Because RoboCop 1 and 2 were rated R. And then RoboCop 3 was rated PG-13.
RoboCop has some big, luscious lips.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect for kissing.
RoboCop 3, very divisive. Different actor, different rating, different studio mandate, trying to franchise that shit. RoboCop 3 is questionable. So this along with the base main game really went through on the promise of this is a true continuation to RoboCop 1 and 2.
Got it.
Which I appreciate and respect heavily. Because again, 3 is sketch. But I'm very excited about this because we are basically the plot of this, the raid. The raid redemption. We are
Or Dread.
or Dread. We are entering peach trees. We are entering peach trees, and we're trying to take out Mama. Basically.
We are firing on civilians.
Yeah. We are spraying miniguns everywhere.
Into people's homes.
Yes. So this is coming out July 17th, $30. If you haven't played RoboCop, get on it. It's amazing. It's so good.
Is RoboCop a cyborg?
Yes.
Is he in a suit?
100% a cyborg. He is
Yeah.
half man, half machine.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. RoboCop.
I would say it's probably what most people think of when people think of a cyborg.
Yeah.
He is the
But I was-
titular cyborg.
I was
for
thinking
sure.
about Dread as well. He's not a cyborg. He's
fully
just in
human
a suit.
in a,
Yeah,
on
yeah,
a
yeah.
suit of armor. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Dude, RoboCop.
Also, Kano from Mortal Kombat.
All right, next up, Blood. We are cautiously hyped as hell, but a little bit of nervousness.
Shadow Labyrinth.
Shadow Labyrinth, July 18th. Be sure to check out our previews of this game.
Yeah, I played a good amount of it, so
I
check
played
out that
some. Blood played some. Where are we and how are we feeling today? Bloodworth, it is so close.
preview.
10 days away.
I think that really hope to see some like polish in the controls, some tuning on the controls. I don't know if between the preview timing and the time that it comes out, whether there's time for that or whether they were already working on that kind of stuff before we got to preview build. How dated that build was, but that was my biggest takeaway. However, when they skipped us ahead, and I had a lot more abilities to work with, I felt better about how I controlled against that later boss fight. So it could be one of those things where they just they limited you like a little bit too much in the early stages of the Metroidvania.
And that is such a fair critique, Blood, because as a connoisseur of Metroidvanias, so many of them, after a couple hours, like 3, 4, 5, whatever, how many hours, everything starts falling into place.
Yeah.
Everything
Once you
starts
have
clicking.
all your abilities
All of a sudden,
or even
it's-
half your abilities, yeah.
Yeah, you just ascend into that next level, for sure.
Some parts of the movement look like kind of weird, but some of them
That's
look
what I felt.
so cool as well. So yeah, I'm and I just saw a pop-up said that you picked up an infested bone fragment. So I'm just I'm so excited to see what this game is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
the
Shared
crazy thing is
universe.
that they're leaning
Yeah.
heavy into this thing that almost nobody even knew existed. Where it's
I
like this
never knew.
expanded Bandai Namco universe.
Did you know about this,
Oh.
Blood? Can you make me feel better by saying you didn't even know about it?
Before Shadow Labyrinth? No, I was not
Great.
aware of this.
Great.
Like,
Great.
maybe I'd heard something on the wind, but didn't take
Yeah.
it seriously or any, But like the idea that like,
Whispers.
Pac-Man and Dig Dug and Ace Combat are all connected. Like,
Yeah.
what? Like,
Insane. The Ace Combat lore is one of my favorite lores, by the way.
Yeah.
Let that be known.
BNCU. Namco Cinematic.
no, it's got a name and I forget. It's in the preview. Watch the preview.
Yeah.
But the thing I revealed to Huber in the preview is this boss that's like literally like taken from Splatterhouse.
Yes.
Like it's the Splatterhouse guy that you have to defeat. And then very Mega Man style, when you defeat enemies, like you get abilities from them. So
I see.
because Pac-Man consumes
Like
the thing.
Kirby.
Yeah. Puck actually. They even went back to the original name, Puckman,
Yeah.
because
Man.
it looks like a hockey puck.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I'll never forget the millisecond that episode ended. Gabby and I were like, game, please.
Yeah.
Game, please. Please.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then,
yeah.
3 days
Please?
later they announced the game. We were
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. I like, yo.
That was
As
a
soon
nice,
as that episode ended.
nice marketing stunt for sure.
Like, yo.
yeah.
So
I liked that little short too.
we will see.
Secret level, dude. Bring it back.
Yeah, bring back Secret
Hoping
Level.
for the best.
Where is it? Where is Secret Level, dude? Is it coming? It's coming,
They
right?
said, I think they said they were making a season.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Nice.
A couple days later, July 21st, World of Warcraft Mists of Pandaria Classic, which is just starting to super confuse me. Because the whole point of WoW
It is
Vanilla,
like 15 years old or something though, right? Like that's
yeah,
insane.
it is old, but like the whole point of WoW Vanilla and Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King was like those three specifically were before all of the quality of life, ease of access bullshit that infested WoW, where it was like, no, you don't need to go to the dungeon and group up with people, tactile style, like they're in front of you, let's group up. It's like, let me just push a button and we'll be in the dungeon. All that shit happened later on.
And that started.
I don't know exactly.
Mists of Pandaria?
Mists of Pandaria to me is like kind of the start.
It definitely feels like like I'm sure it's fine, but it feels like a jump in the shark kind of
It
moment.
does. It does to me. It does to me. Where
You
we're
mean the original Mists of Pandaria?
yeah.
Okay. I have played World of Warcraft very little in my
Yeah.
life, but I have played it.
Played my whole life.
And I know nearly nothing about the lore, and I feel the exact same way.
Great.
Like a total outside,
Yeah.
virtually a complete outside perspective. And when they announced Mists of Pandaria, I was like,
I was like, what?
okay.
Because
Like-
when they started doing these classics and then they started releasing the expansions, I was like, okay, you'll probably stop at like Wrath of the Lich King, because that is, to many of us and to many out there, the culmination of OG WoW. Now we're entering the new modern era, so it's weird that we're doing classic versions of the time when the franchise and the game went into the completely
became
different.
worse.
Yeah, that's the downfall to me.
So, okay.
I also, I'm just, it's
Cataclysm-
entirely outside of my expertise. So
Yeah.
it's
Is-
like, I don't even know how classic really works. Like, is
Yeah.
each one of those separate? Or are they just like
Right,
all
that's
my
glommed
question.
on?
It's a separate game, so you would either join.
But I know classic is a separate game, but it's like now is like,
the expansions.
yeah.
Yeah.
As
So
as you get further and further into classic, is it no longer classic anymore?
So basically, you either join the
Shit, what
classic.
PC is.
You either join a classic server or a regular server, and the classic server up to this point is right before Mists, and that's coming out. And
Right.
it'll just add
Yeah,
on
that's why I think
to
it's
it.
like at
So
a
you're
certain
kinda
point it's
going
getting
through-
really weird.
Yeah,
That you're
it's
no
like-
longer in classic even though you're in classic.
I know
Wait,
it's
so
weird.
what? If you finish all the classic stuff,
Then you're just max level,
You're
rolling
just
around like
done.
you would in the regular one, but like 5 expansions ahead.
Classics. And
Yeah. So it's like Mists of Pandaria. Pandaria is like the cap when this comes out. So there's nothing after
so
that.
when are we gonna reach parity.
Exactly. We're just gonna catch up, and it'll be like
It'll be the same.
fucking. I've lost track. What is the
I mean, I
newest
do
one?
feel. Here's the thing. Think about like there are people for whom Mists of Pandaria is the one that they're the most nostalgic for. So
It's a good point.
yeah.
It's a good point. Growing up and and like that was the one in your formative years. You know,
mean-
if you were like 17 when Mists of Pandaria came
Like
out.
I was.
Yeah.
But like yeah, I mean, I don't really, I'm not a WoW person, but like this, Mists of Pandaria is the first expansion I remember coming out
Yeah.
at all.
Like after Mists of Pandaria, it's Warlords of Draenor, and that is like the absolute beginning of the end to me for World of Warcraft. Like Mists is
I
like
don't even remember that
Mists
name.
is like almost
like-
the beginning of the end,
Sure.
but pandas are fucking sick. So I was like, sure, like Kung Fu pandas, we get our little home base area, and then Warlords of Draenor was like, all right, we're like, that this game is not the same anymore. So we'll see.
Oh my god.
We will see. Again, I fell off on Shadowlands. I got halfway through Shadowlands. I've not done Dragonflight. I've not done The War Within. I'm like fully done with WoW.
You're out.
I really thought my whole life mission since 2004 when I played the beta and when it came out was like, I want to be there every expansion till the very end, till they turn the servers off, you know? I want to be there Star Wars Galaxy style, on Tatooine, Mos Eisley, everyone just sitting around
Playing the violin.
playing the violin, dude, the
The ship
Titanic is going
sinks.
down. Like, I wanted that. But Shadowlands, I'm just like, dude, I'm done. I'm done. So,
Yeah.
that's WoW. If it were a real game, I would give it
So is
my
that your-
sizzle.
Oh.
But fizzle. But I don't. It's
Okay.
just a re-release in my opinion. All right, on the 22nd, Abiotic Factor 1.0 Bloodworth.
Yeah, it's one of WoW's games, so I
Yeah.
wanted to throw it in there.
Love it.
I think it's actually been doing pretty well in early access. But yeah, it's a 4-player co-op game.
Survival crafting, 1
Yeah.
to 6 players. Chill.
So throw it in there.
It looks
Yeah,
fun.
it does. It looks like an easy
Yeah,
Alex
it's
stream.
like
Yeah,
one
it
of these
absolutely
days
does.
we'll end up
Yeah.
streaming it. I'm pretty sure I have a pile of code sitting somewhere in my
Played it?
inbox.
Am I crazy? I thought we played it, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe we did. Maybe we had a
Excited?
sponsored stream. I think we might have had a sponsored
we might
stream
have
or
had a
something.
sponsored
Yeah.
stream. Yeah.
I'm excited for the Gabby take on this next one because it's like historical.
Oh.
There's some like history. Hell Clock. Yo. Hell Clock looks fucking sick.
Historical.
Yes. This is based on Brazil's War of Canudos. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
That is a
either.
thing.
My-
That is a historical
up on my Brazilian
War
history.
of Canudos.
I think specifically.
1896 to 1897 was a conflict between the First Brazilian Republic and the residents of Canudos in the northeastern state of Bahia. It was waged in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery in Brazil and the overthrow of the monarchy.
I'm in. 1 million
High fucking
percent.
stakes, dude. And the gameplay is a Hades-like.
It's so beautiful.
Well,
It's gorgeous.
They also
So
say
beautiful.
Path of Exile like.
Path of Exile
it's like
and Hades.
crossing those two. Yep.
Yes. And it just looks sick as hell. There's a demo out for this. Coming out on the 22nd. It's launching in full access, no early access, anything. I'm very excited about that.
Oh, interesting.
In the 19th century, Canudos became a refuge for thousands. When its people defied the new republic, they faced the brutal retaliation, leaving 25,000 dead.
Whoa.
I feel
Play
like
as Paju.
25,000?
Play as Paju, a warrior fighting to rescue the soul of the counselor, his fallen mentor. With each descent, time warps and your power grows as you confront the dark forces that claimed his head and trapped his soul. It looks so
I'm
sick.
1 million% in.
Yeah, dude.
Revenge, killing
it gives me a look
slavers.
like Hellboy or whatever. Like there's like really
Yes.
deep shadows and stuff in the art style.
What's his name? That artist.
But the other thing with it too, I'm seeing what you're talking about here, where like you get to the parts where like you have to pick the boon, pick the blessing or whatever in between.
Yeah.
But then also like that gigantic Path of Exile style skill tree on top of that. So I'm curious how those two things combine.
Yeah.
Like your permanent upgrades versus the ones that are on your run.
Totally, dude. And it gives me just like a Western vibe. You know?
A little bit of that for sure. Yeah.
Well, it's the right time.
Yeah,
End of
having
the
some revolver.
1800s. Yep.
It looks badass. I'm ready for this. This is a stream game. This is
Caballeros.
this is a let me do one more run.
Yep.
Chat, please let me do one more run.
This
Yeah,
is a Wikipedia wormhole game.
Because it's like you're running around in the desert with a revolver, but then you've also got like all these fireballs and stuff coming out of you and spin attacks, and so it's definitely a very curious mix of things.
Looks
Dude,
a little
this
like
might-
33 Immortals kind of.
Yeah, this might be my sizzle.
Oh,
Honestly.
Ooh.
sizzle for hell clock.
Yeah. I'm giving it the sizzle, dude. I'm fucking hyped on this game. I'm so hyped.
It's one player, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks badass. Like when I saw the
Maybe
trailer.
Hellclock 2 will be co-op.
Yeah. Like the next one we're about to talk about.
Hey, keep talking. You were about to say something about Hellclock before I interrupted.
Just when I saw the trailer, I was like, what the hell? Why does this look amazing?
Yeah.
And I've never heard of it. I was like, this looks like a freaking amazing game this year.
It is funny because, like almost every day, I've got like 6 or 7 codes or
Easily.
things that are available that I
At least.
have to drop into the Slack channel.
And you never know, Blood.
And like 80% of them, nobody ever says anything.
Not even a word.
And then all of a sudden, I
90%.
get this message from Huber. It's like, put me down for Hell Clock.
I'm like, yo,
oh,
in for
okay.
Hell Clock, dude. Looks
I
sick.
want Hellclock.
Yeah, it looks so sick. Next up, dude. Holy fuck. Out of nowhere. Unbelievable. UnderMine 2.
So
Chat.
cute.
Chat, I'm playing UnderMine 1 right now. How did I miss this game? How did I miss this series? Holy shit. I'm not kidding around. UnderMine 1 is my current absolute obsession. It is my absolute, like, main line in my veins type obsession game. One more run, roguelite, pixel art, 25, 30-minute runs. Dude, how did I miss UnderMine, chat? I know so many of you out there are like, UnderMine, of course. Dude, UnderMine 1 came out in 2019.
That's a while back.
29, and I missed it. How did I miss it? I'm so mad at myself. It's $10 on Steam
You're
right
doing
now.
deliveries in Death Stranding 1.
Yeah.
Dude, 50% off, chat. UnderMine 1 right now on Steam.
You said it's co-op?
All reviews very positive. 8,500. This one is now the sequel. UnderMine 2. UnderMine 2's co-op. Chat. UnderMine is absurdly fun. It is so fun that I am putting on pause things like Death Stranding, things like Pirate Yakuza, because I am just like, I'm really tired, but I've got like 20 minutes before I go to bed. Let me just grind out some UnderMine. So
Tell us about it.
yes, UnderMine. So you are in a mine for unknown reasons. It's very mysterious. You're talking to this mage, this like very powerful Gandalf style mage, and he's like, yo, I need you to find these 6 relics. Like, don't ask questions. You're down here. You want to get rich, right? Like, go find these. Done. So the story kind of unfolds very slowly and mysteriously as you kind of rescue captured people. Whoa. As you rescue captured people in the mine, they will kind of start revealing things that are happening in the outside. What's going on above? Because we're in this mine. We have no idea what's going on in the world above us.
It's like Delicious in Dungeon.
It's so cool. You start getting these little hints. And it is a game about runs, like a Rogue Legacy, like a Spelunky, like a Hades, and you collect gold, and with that gold, you can buy items on the run you're on to help you, or you can save it for when you die, but you'll lose a lot when you die. But then when you're at home base and you have your remaining gold, you can get permanent upgrades. So it's like my favorite kind of roguelite. You know, it's a classic, fully classic, 100% roguelite game where you are going on runs, collecting things, coming back to a hub, and upgrading things to a T. And it just feels so good and so rewarding on an individual run level. Each individual run is so rewarding. And then the long-term progression, which is one of my, favorite things in the genre. The long-term progression is also extremely rewarding because you're getting more attack power, you're getting more health, you're getting new items that appear in the shop. You're getting completely new familiars. You have a familiar that follows you around. The starting one just not very great. It just picks up gold for you. Because randomly when gold drops, there's these enemies that will flood the map and just steal the gold.
Oh.
It's so random. It's such a random mechanic. Those little green slimes. Anytime gold is on the ground, the little green slimes will come and steal it. And you have to pick up the gold really quick, but also kind of manage the combat that's going on.
Yeah.
And then your familiar is kind of picking it up. And then if the little slime takes the gold, you can kind of whack them away and the gold will drop. It's just
I like that.
so delightful. The art style, the pixel art style is just incredible. There's secrets. It's just a fucking 10 out of 10 roguelite that I had never heard of until recently. And is, to me, already, I haven't even finished it. I'm 10 hours in. This is one of the best in the genre. I'm serious. I'm gonna throw that down right now. This belongs in the same category as the best of them. Incredible game. Nice. And now 2's coming out. 2 is coming out though in early access, and they said for about a year or two, because they are very ambitious about it. It's going to be co-op. They said they're going to take all the best things from the first one. They believe in it. They're so positive. They're so hyped. Early access coming in a week. I will wait. I will wait patiently.
You have UnderMine 1.
I have UnderMine 1.
Right.
Chat. UnderMine 1, $10 on Steam. I think probably $20 on console if there's no sale. Check it out. Oh my God.
Oh, I see. So that went into early access.
UnderMine 1 also went into early access.
And then it came out August 2020.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes. And 2 is doing the same thing. Early access.
Pixel art is really beautiful.
Oh, it's so beautiful. And it just feels good to play. It's so fun. Damiani, you can cheese. You can manipulate enemies to fall into pitfalls and die. You can use traps. It's so fun.
Nice.
Out of control. All right. Next up, Bloodworth, July 23rd.
Wheel World.
Wheel World.
Yeah. So
Wheel
I got to play this a little bit in December when Annapurna invited us to see their lineup.
Oh yeah, used to be called
Ghost Bike.
Ghost Bike. Yeah.
Yes.
And yeah, it's from the Nidhogg guys.
Sick.
So you just what a pivot,
Pedigree.
right?
Pedigree.
You go from one-on-one high stakes duels to
Mega City 1?
open world bike riding game. And here was one of the closest things I can compare this to is like a Burnout Paradise kind of thing, or like Mario Kart World now actually is a good comparison.
So just a 10 out of 10 Burnout Paradise is what you're saying?
Yeah, because it's you wander around through these different environments, and there's cities and vineyards and just all these kinds of things, and you can just kind of casually go through the map and look for bike parts and do deliveries and stuff like that. And then you come across, a spot where there's a race, and then you get into a race with some people.
Love that.
Are those other players or?
I don't think so.
Oh.
No, I think that's just
I wish there was a
normal
multiplayer
CPU
race
opponents.
mode. That'd be cool.
But yeah, they even say Bike Paradise in there. But it's interesting because like they've never done a racing game before, and so like just trying to get all of the physics and everything feeling well, and there's a little.
Yeah.
They were like getting my feedback. It's like, does it feel all right?
I mean,
they're a little nervous, but I like what I played so far.
Slow Clap had never made a sports game, and then
Yeah.
they just make rematch.
Yeah,
So
casually made
Ooh,
rematch.
yeah.
And then really simple art style, kind of cel shaded going on. Very impressionistic.
They've been cooking on this one for a while. It feels like.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a whole new concept for them, and make it even a small open world game. There's a lot to put into it.
So right. So right. Dude, Real World's so hype. Yeah, Blood. I cannot wait for this game.
So cool.
Just the bike vibe, just something about rolling around in open world on a bike.
Yeah. Oh, and that's the other
So
thing too. Like
therapeutic.
they show like the highly customizable, like find all of these different wheels and frames and handlebars and just make some wacky bike.
No handlebars.
That you like.
No handlebars. Sorry. Hell yeah, Blood. Hyped. The next day, Killing Floor 3, July
Yeah.
24th.
I've never really gotten into Killing Floor, but I wanted to at least give it a nod there. Killing Floor 2, I remember like previewing back at game trailers. Like it's been a while, and I know they've done like tons of expansions and things like that. That's like an engine that just keeps running. But blasting a bunch of zombies.
Yeah. I should be obsessed. For some reason, I'm not. I don't know why. I cannot tell you.
Have you ever picked it up and put some time in? or
I
is it
put
just
a little
never-
bit of time into 2 and a good amount of time in... a little bit of time into 1, a good amount of time into 2.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm kind of the same way. Yeah. Just that hasn't quite hit me, even though I know there are people that are playing it a ton.
I want it to be.
Yeah.
I want to be a Killing Floor head. Let's make it happen with 3. Let's make it. But then, dude, Darktide is so sick. I think that's why I never got into Killing Floor. There was always like competition in the genre.
That was slightly better.
I was just like, I'm gonna play
Or, like, the
Vermintide, or I'm gonna
slightly-
play Left 4 Dead, or yeah.
Yeah, just stuff that appeals to you slightly more.
Yeah.
That's in the same genre.
Also that day, Split.
Yeah, I just found out about this one. I wish Isla were here because I'd be curious to see
Yeah.
whether she's into it or not. So these are the same guys that did
She would
Buckshot
probably
Roulette.
say it looks fine. I'll say it for her.
So psychological horror meets hacking.
Nice.
And so like you actually have like a lot of like computer screens with full of text and command inputs and stuff like that.
Loving that
Insane.
PS1 looking visual.
Yeah,
filter.
like I don't think I'd even say PS1.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what it looks
I don't
like.
know what it is, Blood.
It's got this kind of like very
The PS1 haze.
low color.
Yeah.
Like because it's like that reduced color palettes where like you kind of like
Totally.
see like the themes in there. Like if you like just like tried to compress a JPEG too much or something.
Yeah.
And also kind of low poly. But then like so you're doing things in the world. Like there's a part where they grab a drill and stuff in the trailer. But then they also have to hack and like do these command line inputs and stuff.
Prefer to be called a hacker, Don.
Quote, with a focus on immersive and tactile raw terminal hacking, players will use various command line inputs to interface with a facility, while an in-game IRC program allows them to chat with their fellow technicians in order to plan and execute a devastating malware attack.
In-game IRC. Is there some AI in this shit?
No, I don't think so.
Crazy.
Yeah, or at least I wouldn't assume so.
Yeah.
It could be.
Freaking Shodan or whatever. Shodan. All right, everybody. Next up, Super Mario Party Jamboree Switch 2 edition.
Yup.
You better get your $80 ready for this.
That's true. If you
You
buy
better
the
get your
full
$80
version,
Switch 2 tax ready to rock. I don't have a lot to say other than I think Super Mario Party Jamboree is one of the best, if not the best, Mario Party game ever made. Sorry, everybody. Nostalgia's a bitch, but I'll say Mario Party Jamboree is the new gold standard of this franchise. And the Switch 2 edition, it's just adding some more functionality that I feel good about because it is putting a face, it is putting you in the game. It is like, it's making you more invested even than before because your face is actually in the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you're already invested in winning in Mario Party, and now we have your actual face taunting the players. So, like, if Blood wins a minigame and I just see his stupid face, like, I'm going to be really upset even more so.
Oh my god.
New minigames, new hype.
Yeah.
Just drop the price.
I think what's interesting is there's been a quote from the recent Nintendo investors meeting where they were talking about the concern of now that they're essentially in another next generation, and the more powerful these things get, the longer it takes to make games, and then the more they cost and all of that. And I think this is actually a really smart way for them to, hey, let's get new stuff in the Mario Party that we have right now rather than waiting for an all-new game to show off some of these new Switch 2 features.
Yeah.
And I didn't, when I was at the event, you can get my, go back to my Switch 2 preview to get some thoughts from like each and every like mini game that I played.
Yeah.
I didn't get to play the camera stuff, but I did play the mouse stuff.
Yeah.
And that was like really, like, there were some really cool things that they did with the mouse.
Yeah.
Like the one with where you hold the mouse like you're pulling back one of those toy cars.
That's fun.
And you feel the like
Hot
HD
Wheels.
rumble go click, 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 click,
That's
and
so
then
fun.
let go. And you're trying to get the car to the goal on the other side. But then your opponent is doing the same thing. And there's this bridge that you're both trying to cross.
That's fun.
And get it and get in there as many points as you can.
Thankfully, if you own Mario Party, this is a $20 upgrade.
Yeah, you can buy the upgrade. You don't have to buy the whole thing all over again.
That's nice.
No big drama. And I love my man Bowser leading the charge of this as well.
Yeah, they have
Kind
a
of the
whole new
poster
mode.
boy
Yeah.
for DLC nowadays, Bowser. He's running the show. So that gets me hyped. Hell yeah. I'm just happy that Mario Party is actually getting support after the last one getting no support. Remember that whole debacle? They were like, "Hey, we're gonna make more, but there's gonna be more." And
I
then
think there was
just,
a misunderstanding.
I think
and you
there
keep
was.
repeating it.
I think there was, and I will always repeat it. It was like,
I don't
It's
know if
just-
they actually said that.
but it's just friggin' insane to me that Mario Kart
Oh, there it is.
and
Yep.
Super Smash Bros. Got years and 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 years of support, and Mario Party came out and that was it. Whereas like it's such a game built around potential post-launch support.
Yeah.
You add a map. How hard is that? You add a map, for crying out loud. One map?
Damiani, can you remember if any Mario parties have ever had like DLC editions like this before?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
This may actually
I
be a
stopped
first.
trying to
This
predict what
needs
Nintendo thinks
to
and stuff.
happen.
Like, this is like the most trying to like predict Nintendo why they don't do this for this game and forever is like the most
Yeah.
fruitless endeavor. You just
Thing.
lose your mind, man.
Yeah, you
like,
never
I just
know.
stopped caring about that forever ago
Yeah.
because
Fruitless
you just
endeavor.
you don't like like you cannot predict what Nintendo's gonna do. So
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's fun. Yeah, like yeah.
Yeah.
If it's
Years
a
of
good
doing,
idea-
like a Nintendo podcast is like yes, they decided
Chaos.
one day to randomly do this. Who knows why? They'll never explain why. It's like
Yeah.
great.
If it
Great
makes
to know.
perfect
Thanks,
sense, you
Nintendo.
can guarantee that they won't do it.
Like Bowser flipping a pancake there is just
But like,
the
yeah,
greatest
you're talking about Mario Kart 8 though. Like even that, like that was weird because it was
play
like,
Mario
okay, they added all this DLC
right?
into Mario Kart
and
8,
then stopped.
and well, no, then they came out
Then
with
they-
the Switch version, which was deluxe.
yeah.
Didn't touch it
That's
for
what I
like
mean.
4 or 5 years, and then it's like, oh, here we go.
What was deluxe about it?
It basically
all the
included
DLC
all of
and
that
everything. Oh,
DLC.
okay.
So
Yeah.
you just bought that
And
one.
then they hung out for a while, and then there was more shit. It was like, what the hell?
yeah.
So
But yeah, this will be fun to play around with. Actually, the thing that's again proof of concept kind of thing, but that one camera is like identifying 4 people and tracking
Yeah.
your faces and everything. It's pretty crazy.
yeah, hyped. I love it. Chat, you know I love
It's
Mario Party Jamboree.
TikTok technology. I'm serious. There's like TikTok. It's basically a TikTok filter.
That is crazy. Next up, Blood, that same day, Wildgate.
Yeah. This is one of those games where, like,
Didn't it just get canceled?
no.
Wild. What's the game that just got canceled that has the word gate in it or wild in it? It was in the bets. It was like, which game will blankety blank come out? Wild.
Everwild.
Everwild.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. I was
That's
like,
the same name.
it was so
Wild
far.
That is the
Everwild,
same
yeah.
name.
It is.
It's very much not, but
I know, I feel it.
I think
Like,
even because of conceptually it's very different. It's like it didn't even hit.
I feel you.
But Hubert, this is one of Dreamhaven's games, right?
Nice.
So we just did the board game one, the tabletop one, a couple weeks back,
Yes.
which I can't remember the name of for some
Yes,
reason.
I still have the app.
Sunderfolk.
Yep.
Thunderfolk, yeah.
Yep.
So this one is. It really does have like an art style that feels like old Blizzard guys, right? Like.
Yes,
it's-
the core founder is
Yeah.
Mike Morhaime,
Yeah.
who is the absolute freaking legend of legends at old Blizzard. He was like top 3 people at Blizzard for sure.
So Hubert, looking at this game, so it's a space game, but the art style feels like it's somewhere between like World of Warcraft and Overwatch.
Sure.
Like if you could like find a middle ground between those, like I kind of get those vibes where it's like it's very soft and cartoony, but not totally. Like there's still quite a bit of detail in there.
Yeah.
But Hubert, this is very, like in some ways, sort of like Space Sea of Thieves.
That's fun.
Because
Great premise.
you've got like a whole crew on your spaceship, and you choose a spaceship for one. So like there are bigger, like hardier ships, and then there are more smaller, nimble ones. And people have to go to the guns. People have to like keep the engine cool. People have to put fires out.
I love that, dude. I'm the fire brigade. I've got it.
And you go around like this section of space, and you've got to look for resources. You've got to like ice to keep your engines cool. You've got to find ice. You've got to find fuel so that your ship won't completely, stop running if you're out of fuel, but you're not going to be able to run as efficiently and like maneuver around like guys attacking you. And then there's like other crews out there in their ships, and it's like either you get this artifact or you're the last man standing. Mm-hmm. And so I think it could be like pretty fun. And like the one thing I was frustrated by is I couldn't find like a full like what the player count numbers are. It looks like there's 4 people on a ship, but I'm not sure how many ships there can be in a zone at a time. It looks like around 4 or 5 maybe. But it's just like a lot of cool, like fun-looking weapons, fun-looking like enemies, because there's like a PvPvE kind of thing going on. And then like getting onto somebody else's ship and like
That's fun.
breaching the ship and stuff.
Taking out another
Again, very
person's
Sea of
ship.
Thieves, right? But in
Yeah.
outer space. So
And just those different tactics of how you complete it,
yeah.
You like sneak in, you go guns blazing.
Yeah, do you try to take out the other guys? That sort of reminds me of the stealth one, the immersive sim one that you saw.
From War Inspector, yes.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
I keep trying to remember the name. I'm sorry, but for the last 3 minutes, I've been trying to remember the name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although this is about having a crew working all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, and that's the other thing that could be fun too. Is just like having that role. It's like, all right, I'm just gonna be the repair guy.
Yeah.
You fly the ship. I'm gonna make sure that everything keeps running.
Just turn the Concord servers back on.
Hubert,
Just fucking turn them on and let us just play with what is there. Like, what the hell?
I was just about
Just
to say
turn them on.
this might be my fizzle.
Really?
Yeah.
Wildgate, not feeling it. Fizzle out. Dude, a lot of
Yeah,
old
it might be.
you might be onto something, because every time there's a game that is from ex-Blizzard developers, it hasn't caught on.
Yeah.
It's just kind of come and gone. It's fizzled out. For real.
I just am
for
not
real.
sure I like the way that this looks
Mm-hmm.
or plays or
Not vibing it.
the characters. Yeah, I'm not sure about
Are you
this.
committing to your fizzle? Yes or no? Committing now. You have 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
This is my fizzle.
Boom.
Wow.
Fizzle
Yeah.
There it is.
out, dude. Wildgate. Yikes.
Yeah.
What do you think, Damiani? I know you had to step away for a bit, but
Wildgate. Space, Damiani, you in?
Space Sea of Thieves kind of thing.
PvP, yeah, no.
Out.
Oh,
Yeah.
Out. PvP
and
out.
You said Sea of Thieves in space. I enjoy Sea of Thieves, an okay amount, but like, is this free to play?
I don't think so. I can look. I mean, Sea of Thieves definitely isn't free to play.
Definitely isn't.
Right.
Yeah.
This is wish list. No price.
I mean,
No price.
yeah. I just am not.
Someone's streaming it right now, apparently.
Oh, are there like, how many characters are there, or is it just those 4?
I mean, I don't know all the answers
Yeah,
to like,
I
every
just-
question there.
I can't really tell what the game is from this trailer,
$30.
or even.
Oh, there you go, Blood. Thanks.
Okay, I mean that's the same price as Concord. So,
It's a very different game.
We miss Concord.
yeah,
At
we
Easy
miss
Allies.
Concord.
We really miss it.
And just
Because we actually played it.
Oh.
We didn't just parrot what the internet
if
said.
you are
We played it and we loved it.
if you are taking your mouse and clicking in the comment section to say anything about Concord, don't do it.
Don't do
because
it,
we
unless
don't
you
care.
played it.
We don't.
If
no.
you played it for 10 hours and you hate it, fair enough. Fair enough. But we played it and loved
And
it.
people love. You know what? Never mind. Yeah, I'm
Lastly-
just not sure about this game.
I like that fizzle.
Thanks.
Sorry, Morheim. This last day, the sleeper hit of the summer, no doubt about it. Get ready for a stellar blade. Wukong, Lies of P. Wuchang, Fallen Feathers. Here we go. I have optimistic hope on this game. This is a Souls-like. It's a Souls-like. You are this woman. I forget her name. Let me find her name really quick.
Bird people.
Yeah, you are. What is her name? It is
Big
Ming
Bird.
Dynasty is the era. What is her name, dude?
not
They
Wuchang?
were hyping it up.
Become Wuchang.
Yeah, you are her. You are the titular Wuchang, a skilled pirate warrior struck by
Ew. Body horror.
the #1 video game anime trope of all time, Amnesia. Damiani, who must navigate the uncertainties of her mysterious past. The top 5 anime tropes, mysterious past, while afflicted by the horrific feathering disease. This game looks really good. I'm just really hyped on it. I like the visuals. I like the way the combat looks. You are battling ancient beasts, grotesque abominations. One of the big things was the like disease aspect, the feathering disease. As you piece together the lost memories, your choices will lead you to one of several endings.
Oh.
So there's multiple
Choices.
endings. Yeah, there's choices, there's endings. Each determined by the choices you made, secrets unearthed, and the allies you choose to trust. So there's some bonds there. And I really like that. You know, that was always such a fun part of the earliest Souls games is, you know, people ask you to do something and they say it in like the most sketch way possible. And you're like, wait a minute, why do you sound so sketch? Why? But it's like also this person in a video game is asking me to do a side quest.
Wait, I'm
so
gonna do
my video game brain is gonna be like, of course I'm gonna do it, and then you do it and it hurts you. It's
Right,
like, oh,
right.
whoa. So I hope this game reaches those heights of that. Yeah, I'm just really optimistic about this. This is a $50 game. Get wrecked, Obsidian, with your
What?
$80 games.
What?
Yeah, I'm still bitter about Outer Worlds being $80.
Oh, okay.
Still bitter about it. Very bitter. This coming out July 23rd, 2025. We'll see. The Souls-like genre is
You're
like,
looking at Steam?
huh?
Are you looking at Steam?
Yeah, 50 on Steam.
No, the dates. Steam has been doing this weird thing
Oh.
with dates.
Yeah.
I've noticed it several times in the past like week or so, where like the date will be like July 24th is the date for this game, but then it'll list it on Steam
Probably because we're
like
on the
a
West
day
Coast.
early, maybe. Yeah.
I bet it's time
it
coded.
can tell you're
Yeah.
9 p.m. here, I bet.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Got it.
China's just been killing it, dude. Stellar Blade and
That's Korea.
Wukong. Yeah, so
Yes,
Korea, of course. Stellar Blade, though, Asia in general. Thank you, Blood. Wukong, though, as well.
Yeah.
This gives me Wukong specifically, not even Stellar Blade. This gives me more Wukong vibes, for sure. And it's like a Metroidvania, where any Souls-like, I want to see.
Yeah.
I want to see if it's good. I want to see if it's the top tier.
Yeah.
Because even the mid-tier Souls games, like, I love. I love them. Shout out. Next up, one of the heaviest hitters that you don't even realize. Rataton! Let's go.
Patapon Part 2.
Patapon Part 3.
3.
4? Were there 3? Yeah, I mean,
5.
But I mean Patapon segment of the podcast.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's like 2 weeks apart there, yeah.
So cute.
Yeah. I'm so hyped. And this is from the OG makers. So, like, this, for all intents and purposes, is Patapon 3/4. I forget how many there were, dude. I feel like there were 3. Patapon 2, Patapon 3, and Jungle Rumble.
Oh.
Oh,
It was
okay.
like a weird...
Like a mobile game?
Yeah, and Vita as well.
Oh, okay.
So it's like Patapon
There
4.5.
was Patapon 1, 2, and 3. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
did they just delay it?
What?
What?
3
What?
is a 2-11
Wait, are you
rhythm game
serious?
developed
No!
by Pyramid in Japan Studio.
That's sick.
Yeah. All on PSP. Yeah. 3
Oh, yeah. Last week they just delayed it.
No! It's okay. We'll just play Patapon and get more hyped then. Damn it.
Wait, postponed to when?
All right,
though?
chat. Now
They
you
don't know
can
yet.
be sure to play Patapon when it comes out in anticipation of this. Damn it. All right.
Get your rhythm fingers
Exactly.
ready.
That's actually really nice. Let me enjoy Patapon. Feel the nostalgia.
Yeah, it did feel like I don't think like Bandai Namco intentionally,
Yeah.
you know, like stomped on them or whatever. But it did feel like, man, if people are gonna get their fill and then not check out the new one, maybe rather than it leading into it. But I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know for sure. It could go either way.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
I'm so hyped. The music is so good. All right.
Go on.
No, you go.
I was gonna say I'm not a huge rhythm game
Right.
person.
I'm not great at it.
That
but
is bizarre. You
I
love
like
music.
I like them, but
That's
I'm not
why.
good at them.
Elaborate.
That's why.
I require
So
further elaboration.
I'm like listening to the music, trying to be on beat, but I'm also trying to like in my brain I'm like, okay, well I should also be able to syncopate and use triplets and things like that, and the game won't let me do that.
So you're like
Yeah.
4D chess, and the game
Yeah.
is limiting you.
Yeah.
Or-
Limiting your musical love.
Or sometimes sometimes I get that sense of like disconnect of like, how do these button inputs
Right, like
What
I'm
this has to
pressing
do
it
with the
on
music? Yeah,
beat,
yeah.
But it doesn't feel like I'm pressing it on the beat.
right?
Yeah.
God.
So basically I'm saying I'm too good for rhythm games.
Sounds like you two need a karaoke session, Yakuza. That's what that's what you both need. All right, July 28th, Star Racer. If Nintendo's not going to make an F-Zero, we're going to take matters into our own fucking hands.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Although we did get F-Zero 99, which is, you know,
Of course.
probably similar
goated.
and better than this, but we know.
Shots.
But I haven't played it yet. It's been in early access for a couple of months. Community called it out to me. This is going to 1.0 later this month on the 28th. It's just got like a lot of fun things. Like
Whoa.
yeah, they've got a track editor in there.
Whoa, Dawn.
Yeah.
They've got event races in there, which they say are kind of inspired by like Smash Brothers. So like they even have like a break the targets
Fun.
event, but there's like tons and tons of these
Dude, looks
events.
so
I
good.
don't know what I'm looking at.
And
Blood, you realize you're streaming this no matter what, right? Like, you have to.
it's probably going to get
Definitely agree.
destroyed by compression, but
You
sure.
have to.
And then music, they pulled Grant Kirkhope in for some of the music.
Ooh.
So GoldenEye, Mario and Rabbids,
Dude.
Donkey Kong rap.
Dude.
Yeah.
The pander to blood.
So it could be cool.
Is this your sizzle?
Oh, no, I mean, like I said, like it's only really come up because patrons or community, let me know about it. But
They're like, Blood F-Zero, here it is,
yeah.
because they know.
But I'm
your
not 100%
obsession.
sure that I'm in.
What?
We'll just have to see.
What?
Did you already-
Why? Where's the doubt coming from? I would like to know for real. What are you doubting here?
I'm not, until I put my hands on it, I'm not sure if these controls are going to be for me. We'll see.
Yeah,
so you're
I
a little
underst-
nervous the way it feels. Dawn?
I
Dawn?
understand what you're saying, Blood, here, just because it's kind of like this thing where you're like, you see it and go, yes, this looks like a mirror image of something beloved I have from the past. But then you're like, something about that sometimes feels weird and icky, of like, well, is this just some cheap bootleg? But at the same time, when it's been long enough and you get something like this, you're like, well, anything is better than nothing kind of deal. I was kind of going through this with the... what was the game I brought up the other night with the Space Harrier kind of clone?
Yeah.
And it's just like sometimes, playing something that feels like maybe just
I guess I'm a glass
rip-off.
half full, where again, it's like, Nintendo, you're going to fucking
Exactly.
forsake an entire franchise forever.
Yeah.
Just
When was the last time F-Zero
completely
came out?
denying
Not
that F-Zero
Mario
99
Kart maps.
exists.
I'm not talking about it. Even
And
90
F-Zero
F-Zero
GX just came out on
99.
GameCube,
Yeah, old game
NSO,
re-released.
F-Zero
Doesn't
99
count.
is not an old game.
F-Zero
one of the
99
best games
is
in
a
the-
half count.
No, it's a brand new
It counts
freaking
for
game
half.
that is one of the best games in the series.
Counts for half.
Come on.
Those weren't all new courses and stuff though in 99.
Exactly.
Right, Blood? They
It's
were just,
it's
slightly
a
modified.
It's a
Blood.
They had to
celebration.
remake them. They're not the same.
Yeah, they're
I'm
not
pretty
the
sure
same.
Yeah, I mean,
just
like they're
slightly
redrawn
modified,
because
slight.
they're not the same aspect ratio. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And also
That's
they
what we're calling-
you wouldn't fit all the players on the track either.
All right, hey, if you want,
and
if you're
and they've been
content to eat
updating that.
Nintendo's scraps, feel free.
Tell me how
Feel
much time
free.
you put into that game.
Feel free.
I put
I'm-
30 or 40
I
hours
love.
at least.
It sounds like I'm a hater. It sounds like I'm a hater for F-Zero 99. I love F-Zero 99 Blood. I respect F-Zero 99. In fact, one of my favorite things of that year was that it was your goatee. Even we told you it was your goatee. You not even saying it. We just told you it was your goatee.
Oh my God.
But where's the Donkey Kong Bananza treatment? Where is the actual F-Zero? Not Frankensteining. Not Frankensteining together a F-Zero game. I mean a real deal one, Blood.
All the true Nintendo fans know that the story goes that Miyamoto got offended when Sega made a better F-Zero game than Nintendo and was never he forsook He's
like, "We're done."
F-Zero was forsaken.
Yeah.
Like never have a new game after that. Sorry, GX was too good. Never again.
Never again. That's it.
Oh my God.
Love it. Love it. All right. I'm rooting for you, Star Racer. I'm rooting for you all the way.
Yeah.
Also,
Every step of the way.
I still got to check out Fast Fusion too. That's
Yeah.
It's $15 on Switch too.
Dude, that's sick. Let me know about that. Okay. July 29th. We are slowly making our way through. It is a packed summer.
July's the big one too.
July 29th, Gabby. Are you excited for Honey, I Shrunk the Kids too?
Only if you'll actually play this.
I'm
one.
playing this one for certain.
That's what you said last time.
Well, I did play like once or twice,
Liar,
but you
no.
guys started without me, and then I had a bunch of other shit going on. I'm in for Grounded 2.
This game, well, at least Grounded 1 is so much fun. If you love being tiny, if you love, like, you know, just silly, goofy hijinks.
Mm-hmm.
If you like working with your friends, it's a blast. And this
If
one
you like
seems...
wearing an ant to make other ants think you are an ant.
Yep. Like,
Also, this is less than $80, so that's very nice. Thanks, Obsidian, for being so generous.
yeah. It's just like, if you like Arietti, if you like The Borrowers or whatever, you're just going to have so much fun with this game.
I agree.
I like that you can like have bug pals, because you could only have an aphid in the last one, and it was like tiny and didn't really do anything and would pretty much get killed immediately. Yeah, and now you can like ride bugs, and wow, I'm so excited.
And just the hope and optimism of a sequel to refine everything from the previous game to
Yeah.
make it better, and then add things that maybe you wanted or didn't even know you wanted that were missing from
Yeah, because
the previous game. So
I
fun.
have split feelings on Grounded, because it's like I really love the concept and I love playing with people, but then like sometimes like feeling like actually getting something done could be such a pain in the neck.
Gotta have a tight crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Tight crew.
like we would
Thor.
just be trying to do
God of
something, and
Thunder?
we just like, you know, could not get past like some mosquito or something. They just continually
But
kill
that's
us.
the fun
Yeah.
of it. That's
Yeah.
the fun
Because
of it.
then you group up to take out that mosquito.
You can't though. Like that's the fun of it. Like being like accidentally dying in a really dangerous area and then having to run back to your dead body over and over and over again to try to get your stuff. Like that's hilarious.
Souls vibes.
It's really frustrating, but it's funny.
It is.
Yeah.
Because then you're like recruit your people to like, hey, can you help me get my
right? Can
body
you
back?
distract? Can you distract the mosquito?
Exploring this melting ice cream
So
cart is
cool.
funny too.
And look
Yeah.
at the armor you can wear and stuff.
And even though I'm, giving Obsidian a hard time about their pricing structure, it does feel like they are operating at the peak of their power right now.
Yeah.
Like they are riding high. They are fully operational, efficient, making good quality games.
Yeah.
It feels like they as a studio are in a really, really good spot.
Well, and then IDOS Montreal is helping out on this, and this is one
Yep.
of the reasons that this is coming out so fast, at least the early access release, because that team is just moving faster than Obsidian expected.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, well, I guess
Damn.
we're launching 3 games this year then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the kid who does the homework
Yeah.
like immediately. Or
Neighbor
whatever.
kid.
Yeah.
Hope Microsoft doesn't mess with them.
Or we do. It's complicated. Microsoft. There's a middle ground, Microsoft. It's hands off and hands on.
Right.
Be a producer, don't be a
guiding
meddler.
hand, but not a
Produce
meddling
but don't
hand.
meddle.
Yeah.
Next up, the exact same day, a very similar-ish type game in a way, kind of
I
a
can kind of see what you're getting at.
co-op.
I don't
crap.
think Tales of the Shire is co-op, though.
No,
It isn't?
What?
Whoa.
There's no way. Tales
Maybe.
of the Shire, chat.
Use of tobacco. Oh.
Oh, yeah. The Shire pipes? Yeah.
I forgot about
100%.
the pipes. I
Pipe
forgot
weed,
about pipes.
dude. You gotta have your pipe weed Gandalf style. We love it. A life simulation game.
Yeah. It's essentially Animal Crossing in the Shire. And it's cute and cozy and all of those fun words. Custom.
I'm definitely gonna play this.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know how long I'll stick with it, but I'm definitely going to play the first couple hours of this game to see if I click with the vibe. Once you start getting too bogged down with crafting materials and building, depending on how I feel, I might dip out. But the Shire is like a top 3 place of all time, ever. In any media, in real life, I don't care. Like, we're going to Australia, New Zealand, right? We're going. The Shire is the Shire. It's why Fellowship of the Ring is the best Lord of the Rings. Don't at me. The Shire is the GOAT.
Fishing.
So the fact that you're just like prowling around the Shire with Gandalf.
Yeah, hanging out with Gandalf when he comes to town.
Is there anything
Cooking
more
food
jolly?
for people.
Fireworks, Gandalf.
Like, is there actually anything more jolly than the Shire? Can somebody name one thing?
I think so.
Probably.
Whoa, sorry. I just thought of they should make a like Redwall game like this. And I would love that. But if this is anything like the Hello Kitty game I played at the beginning of the year,
You love this game.
I would love it. Yeah.
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 It looks streamlined. It looks not overwhelming in terms of a crafting
Yeah,
survival
probably.
game. You know what I mean?
Probably.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't look like you're doing terrain deformation or anything like that. It's, you're finding
Geomod.
furniture and wallpaper and stuff and window dressings for your hobbit hole and going around doing favors for people. The thing that this more recent trailer showed that I didn't realize is that like the seasons will change and stuff too,
That's
yeah.
very cool.
which is pretty nice.
Are they changing in the way that they're changing in like Animal Crossing, where?
I don't know about that. I don't know. I doubt they're like tied to the real world, but I don't know exactly how they work.
But if you can't invite someone over for some pipeweed and some tea, what is even the point? Am I just going to make my house so I can stare at it?
I mean, that's what it is for Hello Kitty.
yeah,
Like the
No,
beauty
wait,
of Animal
you actually
Crossing
can
is
play Hello Kitty co-op, I believe.
there you go. Yeah, the beauty of Animal Crossing is like inviting somebody to your island, and
yeah, it is fully single player from looking at
Wow.
the Steam
Hey,
page.
Hello
Yeah,
Kitty co-op.
but I mean,
maybe they'll
there's
make up
plenty of
for it
room
with the
for that,
story
'cause
pace.
there are definitely waves when I've like spent a lot of time with other people in community in Animal Crossing, but then there's a lot of it that I'm just not. It's like it is those relationships with the other people in town.
Yeah. Like that kind of bums me out, Blood, because I wanted to make a big feast for you all. I wanted to invite you over to a big feast in my
I
hobbit
mean,
hole.
we can still do that on a stream.
Yeah.
Can we?
All right. I'm still excited, but
Show off his town, show
Yeah.
off his garden. Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see. All right.
It's fun.
July 21st, 31st, I want to throw immediately to Don Casanova for Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Let's go. Let's go. Are you ready to go, Don?
Don's struggling.
Here
He's trying to
is
get
my
the.
radio.
He
one of my
lost the
tabs-
trailer.
One of my 5 million tabs gone.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
Yes,
Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, y'all.
What can we say, Huber? I'm extremely pumped about it. I mean, Ninja Gaiden, this is something from far in our past that was beloved. We're talking the 2D Ninja Gaidens now, okay?
Absolutely.
On NES, the trilogy. I have memories of these. These are some of the first games I ever played, actually, in my life. And
From the creators of the legendary Blasphemous.
Right.
The Game Kitchen. Let's go.
Yep, yep.
Blasphemous 1 and 2, two of the best possible Metroidvania games you can play today. Full stop.
yeah, so we got a chance, all of us, Damiani, you and I all got a chance to get a little taste of this. At
Yeah.
the, you've had
I
couple
played a
of
little bit
chances.
less than
played
you
the
guys, but
demo
yeah.
on Steam.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
And so this game, I don't know, to me, Huber, it felt excellent.
Yeah.
There's a couple of ways that you can bring back to life, one of these classic retro masterpieces like 2D Ninja Gaiden. You can either do something where it's like, oh, this is the game that feels like a true sequel if they never stopped making it like the logical progression of the game. Or you can like use it as a launching pad, what was done in the past, and like really try to go to some other, advanced level of that. This to me is one of the most satisfying things you can do. It feels like a true sequel.
Like Streets of Rage 4.
Yes.
And this is being published by .emu as well.
Yeah.
So a great collaboration there.
a little bit of polish, a little bit of shine, a little bit of like the animation. Everything is excellent and it's better, but it's like very recognizable in both look and feeling to something that satisfies you of like what you want to tap into, what you loved from the past.
Yes.
That's what this game was to me from the taste I got.
So hyped. Insane difficulty from what I played, but also manageable. To me, I will always say it, in the year of 2025, July 8th, I think the two hardest games of all time in my book are Neo and Ninja Gaiden, dude. Ninja Gaiden Black, dude. Insane difficulty.
Torturous.
So brutal.
Torturous.
Torturous.
And
really
the
was.
old Ninja Gaidens as well. So
Laughably hard.
laughable.
No, I remember. I mean, there was even a time in my life,
Like-
Huber, when I went back.
Yeah.
When they re-released on the Wii, I guess it was, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, adult now, I can
Yeah,
do this. I'm
yeah.
gonna bang my head against the wall, and I'm playing these things for more than 24 hours straight. I mean, this thing is hard to get through. Like,
Comically difficult.
Comically
Yeah,
difficult.
yeah.
But I gotta say, Hubert, that was actually one of the things I was most scared about coming to Rage. But
Yeah.
one of the things that I felt like eased it, all I can say, look, I only played one big first stage, but it felt like they're easing us into things. It didn't feel like they're going to clobber us over the head like some of these games. What the heck is the Viking game? Volgar.
Volgar,
That
yeah.
kind of thing where you're just
Brutal.
immediately getting slapped in the face by this thing. You're like, come on, I just want to
Dude.
play around with this game from
Yeah.
my past.
It's like give me a difficulty ramp up. Let me at least get through the first couple stages of Volgar for crying out loud.
Yeah,
So I
but
kinda-
Stage
I don't know.
one,
I-
I'm dying every 5 minutes. What is going on here?
So you played this Ragebound, I think, further into it maybe than I did, but I felt like they were kind of ramping things up a little bit because
Yeah.
that was one of my biggest
nice-
fears was like how brutal difficulty is this going to be?
Totally. I played the first couple levels and it was like challenging but fair.
Yes.
And then I played a future-ish
I
level
see,
like
I
later
see.
on and it was like,
Yeah, okay.
whoa.
Yeah, that skip.
Yeah.
So, will you even be able to beat this game?
It's going to be challenging for sure, but in 2025,
Yeah, they're
I
always
don't
more, yeah.
I don't know for certain, but I would imagine there's an easier mode.
100%. There's
So,
got to be something.
I think too, like
Yeah.
the thing about when one of these games really works is that like when you're playing well, it feels good, so it feels like you're in sync with the game.
Yeah.
And like some of the stuff, like bouncing off of enemies and stuff like that, and using those.
Like Bo, dude.
Yeah. I mean, it feels really nice. And one little thing that they've added that I like is like that little transition where like you're climbing up the wall and then there's that corner and like you climb across to the ceiling and it's
So
like
sick.
oh, it's just nice and smooth. It's like it
Clean.
doesn't feel like you're getting like hung up on something. At least the parts that I played. So
Yeah. Yeah, and again, the theme of this entire episode, I've realized, is Triple H's pedigree. The pedigree of the Game Kitchen coming off of Blasphemous 1 and 2. So incredible. They are such good video games. And then, of course, being published by Dotemu as well. And they are just on a hot streak. They are out of control. Turtles and Streets of Rage and so on, and Shinobi. So,
The
very.
hype is earned.
The hype is earned. Well said. The hype is absolutely earned for Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. One of my most anticipated of the summer, easily. That same day, a nice change of pace. Time flies. This
Yeah.
is some Bloodworth bait.
Well, I
looks so
played
This is
this
like
a while
to a
back.
T type, weird, quirky,
Minute.
minute. Thank goodness you're here. Energy. Yeah. WarioWare even.
Maybe a little bit. Yeah,
Toem.
so
Yeah.
they actually just announced the release date for this today. So if you're not familiar with this, because it's been a minute since we've seen it in the past, time flies. You
my
play
God.
as a fly, and
Chills.
you have
I
a
hate flies. By
you
the
have
way.
a very
They
short
disgust me.
you have a short lifespan. And actually, it's a thing I did not know about until today. The lifespan is based on the country that you live in. So they've taken the life expectancy of that country
I'm saying I'm
and
from Japan.
converted it into seconds. So if you live in the
Japan's number
U.S.,
one, right?
you have 76.4 seconds to play the game. And so because your life is so short,
Hong Kong and then Japan. Barely.
you
Wow.
you have a bucket list. So it's almost like Huber. It's like achievements in the tour. Like you just get a vague thing on a list, and you have to figure out what that is, right? So one of them is make friends. One of them is read a book, get rich, make someone laugh. So like kind of like your first objective essentially is to like figure out what all of these things on the bucket list even are.
Yeah.
And then once you've done that, then you have to figure out, okay, how do I clear the entire bucket list in one life?
That's awesome.
Yeah. And a very nice, simple aesthetic. It's just like white with black lines, and your little fly buzzing around, playing piano,
Sign me up.
doing whatever.
So cool.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
What is going on? What's happening?
Where are we?
We should be in August.
48. The United States is 48th on this list, by the way, for life expectancy.
Here, look. It's by
He's obsessed with the life expectancy.
Yeah, well, that's the point of the game, you said. It's a factor. It's a mechanic.
It's rounded to the
He's
nearest
trying to
100,
cheese the
so
system.
It's like, wait, what's the lowest?
Oh, that's actually interesting to think about.
Depressing.
Yeah.
Nigeria.
Jeez.
That's depressing.
Yeah, number 201.
54.
Crazy. Life expectancy, dude. What a weird mechanic, Bloodworth.
Yeah.
That is wild. I wonder if that'll factor into like the narrative in some way.
I don't know that
If there
is
even
much
is a
of a narrative. Yeah.
Like why ask that question and why have that as a mechanic unless it has a payoff? It's too serious of a question to be random in my mind. It's way too serious of a question. All right, that was July.
Almost 2
cow.
hours in.
Oh no.
August 5th, I am happy and depressed because I fell off. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, the Hinokami Chronicles 2. I finished the first game all the way through, all the side quests, everything.
Oh.
Love the first game. I love it. I also watched the anime all the way through, past the Mugen Train arc. I have since
So you've
fallen
not
off.
gotten into Entertainment District. Okay.
I watched like 2 episodes of Entertainment and then fell off.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I fell off. Not because I didn't like Demon Slayer, but because I am so goddamn busy with the cataclysmic wave of content. But this is number 2. Again, I love the first one. Demon Slayer rips. Check it out. Cool shit. And then on August 7th, couple nice ones. We got a Chained Echoes DLC, The Ashes of Elrond. What do you think, Damiani? You in?
I haven't even played Chained Echoes, so
yeah, none of us played it, I don't think, so that's why I didn't want to dwell on it, but at least give it a nod.
Yeah. And then one of my favorite franchises ever, Daniel Bloodworth. And I'm so happy to hear Don talk about this. Gradius Origins. Gradius, however you say it.
Gradius.
I think
Gradius.
they're both acceptable, actually.
Oh my god, I
Pretty
love
good.
these games. I used to play this shit on
Yes,
Game
Weaver.
Boy. My goodness.
That's the thing I love about the Gradius series is like
Oh.
everybody has a memory of some system
Everyone.
they played it on, and they're all good.
Yes,
Because
dude.
It just this franchise. Over
I
the
remember
years.
fighting little like Stonehenge creatures coming at me, like
Stonehenge.
yeah, little Stonehenge.
Oh, yeah.
faces, like coming at
Easter
you.
Island.
Easter Island.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Easter Island.
Well, that's what I mean.
I-
Huber doesn't understand geography. We've
I don't
learned that this
understand
episode.
geography. Sorry.
Mathematical
It's okay.
bias, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, big stone things.
Yeah,
I get
yeah,
it.
big stone faces.
The Spinal Tap song is just coming for you. There you go.
Don, how we feeling here?
Yeah, I'm extremely excited about this guy. I mean, I didn't have a sizzle yet. I guess I could probably put this as my sizzle if I wanted to. Yeah, because Gradius, it's such a satisfying series from our past. They've had
Yeah.
a million of these games. You see, they're saying Salamander. That's like part of the same series. Salamander
So
had
Yeah,
sick.
Life Force is in there.
top down and side scrolling. It would switch between perspectives. Gradius, one of the first, because there's a million of these, especially space shooters from the late 80s, early 90s,
Yeah.
all of that. A billion of these, literally. This was not only one of the earliest ones, but it was the one that did a lot of stuff with weapon choice. Okay, so you weren't
love
just
that.
upgrading your weapons, but you're getting to choose, you're getting to strategize with your weapons, and that evolved in all kinds of different ways over the franchise. Why I'm excited about this particular release, it's just when you look at one of the retro collections from the past like this of some kind of franchise, you want this. They're giving you 17 versions. They're giving you different
18.
regional. There you go. Different regional
18.
versions.
I'm looking right at it. That's why 18 versions
And
across
this is the
7
stuff-
arcade titles.
Yeah, we
So
love
much.
that because to have this side by side and just to pop from one to the other and see all the stuff, because there are actually some pretty significant differences regionally and stuff like that with some of these games.
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
this period of time.
We're also getting the first ever appearance of Gradius 3 AM show version on home consoles.
Booyah.
So we get a brand new type of thing.
Yep, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
New training mode
Yeah, I
lets
don't
you
even know
adjust
if I
settings.
really played the arcade ones.
Yeah, I played-
NES and Super NES.
Yeah, I definitely played a couple of the arcade. I had them on Super Nintendo, I remember, and also Game Boy for sure, and everything. And then every year when I go to the arcade shows, there's always some like neat ones I discover, like the Salamander ones that I never have had a chance to play. So this just looks like a beautiful package because of the variety, and then they have all of this kind of stuff. They throw in the rewind function. They put in things like easy mode, which is actually kind of like something some people would use, in this kind of game at times. Some of these games,
Brutal.
Also, you want to talk about Ninja Gaiden, painfully hard. Yeah, like basically
Yeah.
damn near impossible. So,
Yeah.
some of these games you want to say, let me just plow through this thing. Look at all these things. Sound gallery, visual gallery, okay? That's what I'm talking about. Anytime you get a retro collection, that's what you want. As many of these museum-type features packed in there. So this one just looks like a good collection. And Konami's been doing a fairly good job with most of their, collections they do. So
Hell yeah, Damiani, the Castlevania collections. You loved them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels very much in that vein.
Yeah.
But with like a lot more games.
Oh, and chat's letting me know Salamander 3,
Yep.
new game exclusive to this collection.
Boom.
Oh, okay.
There it is.
Cool.
Salamander 3,
Pumped.
Gradius multiple versions, Salamander 1, Life Force, Gradius 2, Gradius 3, and Salamander 2 as well.
Can't wait.
All in here. 7 games, 18 versions of those 7
And it costs?
games. It's actually kind of pricey a little bit. $40 on Steam, on sale right now for $36.
Okay.
But there's also a ton of behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of
Music.
games.
I think that's
Yeah,
So
right.
I think
a
that's
lot.
I think it's still fair.
Especially because before this stream, we were talking about the absurd price of the arcade archives, which are like $9, even more plus a pop.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, someone just pointed out in chat. I have all the coins pointed out. Still no Gradius Gaiden. This game, Gradius Gaiden, if you ever get to play, seriously one of the sickest shoot 'em ups from this time ever. I mean, the graphics hold up to this day. The kind of stuff in that game, Gradius Gaiden. I didn't realize that's not in there.
love a shmup.
Hell yes.
So sick. Next up that same day, August 7th, Gabby, Tiny Bookshop. What's that about?
Oh, I just wanted to give this game a shout out because it looks really cute and relaxing. We don't have to talk about it too much, but it just seems it's about books, which I love, and it's about chilling out.
Looks
and
cozy
owning a
as
bookshop.
shit, dude.
Yeah, great map. You like drive around in your little cart and you like give people recommendations for books and stuff.
That
Yeah,
is
it just seems
so
It
nice.
reminds
really
me of
jolly.
Fruit Bus a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
The world would be a better place if everybody read books. Straight up.
Yeah.
The world would be a better place.
Yeah.
Like a net positive for humanity, reading books would be good.
Yeah.
So-
I was watching some of these trailers yesterday with my roommate who doesn't play any video games, and she was like, "Oh my god, this game looks so cool. Like I didn't know games could be like this." Like
Awesome.
Nice.
Dude, this does look cozy. Holy moly. Leave everything behind. And open a tiny bookshop by the sea in this cozy narrative management game. Stock your tiny bookshop with different books and items, set up shop in scenic locations, and run your cozy secondhand bookshop while getting to know the locals. Spawns.
Yeah, that's nice.
And like in the trailer it was like conversations, like it was all talking about, people talking to each other and lore and yeah.
There's a demo on Steam right now.
Nice.
Boom. We love demos.
Yep.
Next up! Gabby, you better catch up, dude. You're running out of time. I've
Saw
been
you're
telling
scared
you
me,
for
stop.
months. I've been like, Gabby, you better catch up. You better be ready
I'm trying.
for Mafia, the Old Country. IGN just released a huge gameplay trailer. There's a lot of doubters out there. There are. There's a lot of doubters. There's a thing going around about kind of the stuttering aspect of Unreal Engine. I saw was like kind of the viral post right now of Unreal Engine handling driving or something, and that it like stutters. I don't know. All you tech nerds can tell us about that. But yeah, there's just kind of a lot of doubt on Mafia. I don't think, even as a Mafia hardcore fan since day one, I don't think it sold what makes it unique and the best, you know? I think they've been showing this, like, non-open world style. They've kind of been showing combat and just, like, a little bit of this historical Mafia tale, but they haven't really done a good job of selling that as a total package. You know, one of my big things for my whole life is trying to defend Mafia 1 and 2, because when they came out, the reviews and the criticism, you know, we've been talking about this a little bit lately, the science of a review. A lot of the reviews were like, it's an open world, but you can't do anything in it. And it's like, that's not the point of the open world. The open world is a backdrop. It is the open world itself is the borders of your linear narrative game. You know, it's enhancing your linear game by having an open world. It's complementing that. It is still a very linear, narrative-driven game. It's not a GTA, let me go around looking for a million things and doing all these side quests and finding hidden things. It's like, no, you do your main missions within the open world. I'm just really excited about this. Mafia 3 was kind of a letdown, not as good as the others, but then the Mafia Definitive Edition was a big step up and really, really hit for me. Of course, we have different studios now, different creative teams. Hangar 13 was responsible for Mafia 3 and Mafia Definitive Edition, and now they're also responsible for this. So, you know, if this was coming after Mafia 3, I'd be maybe a little nervous, but they really proved themselves to me with Mafia Definitive Edition. It showed to me, and it proved to me that they got they understood the assignment.
Right.
They understood what makes Mafia great, and that is the gritty, emotional, historical story and narrative, and these really focused, highly crafted main missions, you know? Like, I will take that over Assassin's Creed style any day, where Assassin's Creed is like, hey, here's 1,000,000 miles, go do whatever, go climb anything, but like every main mission is the exact same thing. Go into this base, kill the guy. Go into this base, steal the thing. Every single one. There's no identity. There's no differentiating this main mission from this main mission. Whereas every single mission in a Mafia game is a very clearly defined thing. And I love that. So this is absolutely one of my most hyped. I'm also a little bit nervous, of course, just a tiny little bit. There is some cautiousness for this, but I'm also hoping out of every game this summer that it delivers, because it's one of my favorite franchises, for sure. Next up, August 12th, Fresh Track Splitworth.
Yeah, I played this a little bit, and we were just talking about rhythm games, and sometimes like having a hard time completely getting all the inputs. And that's one thing. Was like I'm still a little bit on the fence on this. I like the music that I've heard, and they do this nice thing
cozy,
where as you go through the different environments, like you get into different genres.
Whoa.
So you go from something that's kind of starting off sounds a little bit like a Sayonara Wild Hearts or whatever.
I was just gonna say Sayonara vibes, dude.
Yeah.
This looks
but then you get into like
sick.
Metal and rap and classical and like all of these different elements. If you go back to my,
this looks sick.
If you go back to my GDC impressions, which actually I think are quoted in this trailer, the one thing I'm a little bit concerned of is like there might just be like a little too many inputs. So like you really have to practice to like get good at it. But the other thing is because we were jumping around, I think that could be part of it. There was like I wasn't getting the natural like acclimating to everything there, because there's a lot where it's like, okay, it's like hopping to different tracks, but also leaning, but also like swinging your sword or weapon or whatever. But yeah.
From Buffalo, developed and published, and they have no other credits.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think they're a new team.
Also, Digital Trend says, quote, the best parts of Hades and Sayonara Wild Hearts. Top 100 game, Sayonara Wild Hearts, by the way. Top 100 game of all time. Don't skip it. Blood, that looks great. Also that day, everything is an Xbox, including a PlayStation. Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. Great. Coming out.
Yep.
So
Actually, I think we just went through that whole thing without me actually saying what the concept of that game was.
go ahead, Blood.
Basically,
Fresh tracks.
Fresh tracks. It's a skiing rhythm game.
Skiing
So you're on
rhythm
skis
game with like a blade.
with weapons. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're skiing through these different environments, kind of like Nordic environments and stuff, and battling enemies that pop up, and it's all to the beat of these different songs. Yeah.
Sick. Take on obstacles and menacing enemies as you ski further into the darkness
Yeah.
that has befallen the snow-covered land of Norwin. Awesome.
Yeah. There's a whole battle between gods and all this stuff going on in the story. Yeah.
August 14th, here we go. A little bit of a divisive game, but also one I'm rooting for, dude. Dragon Drive.
Oh, it was my fizzle.
Oh! Oh!
Yeah, I will see, but Nintendo has not done enough to prove to me that this is a game that warrants a full release. I could be wrong. It could be a rematch, and it's just very simple, and
Yeah, it looks
people get
cool.
really into it. But it's just one of those things where like I played a couple of rounds, and I was like, that's cool, great, neat, creative use of like what do you do with two mice.
You felt that way after you played 2 rounds, Blood?
But then it was like
certainly didn't.
afterwards, I don't need to play it again. I don't.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, oh, that's a neat tech demo, is what I felt like. What do you think, Don?
I think this is an embarrassment. And the fact that anyone would charge $5, let alone anything for this
What is
game.
it?
$20.
The
This game should be
nerve
99
of
What's our
not
phrase?
packing this in.
Nintendo's
as another
arrogance.
free-
No,
Nintendo
peak.
with the Switch, it should have been one of those things. You know, back in the day, you'd get things like, maybe like you'd get several pieces of software for free.
Nintendo
You got a
Land.
fucking
Yeah,
tie
this would be a
in for
Nintendo
crying out
Land.
loud.
There wasn't always there'd be a pack-in game, but then there'd be like, some weird tie-in disc that would have demos, that would have little games, that have less than, games that don't need to be sold. I didn't have any fun with this, Blood. I don't know. I played a couple of rounds. There wasn't a moment that felt good. And I just don't understand how,
I felt
what
good
the
with
point
teamwork.
of it is.
Are we gonna love this game?
If
I
you're gonna
felt
say
good when I
this is a-
passed it
buy
to a
it.
friend and we
To love a game, I would have
scored
to play
on
it.
somebody.
If this is supposed to, sell this double mouse functionality, I mean, that's what it's all built around. You should immediately understand the moment you pick them up and start controlling it. Should be like, oh, I get it. Oh,
Especially
I
for a
see what they're
Nintendo
doing.
game. That's
right.
the expectation.
Yes, Huber, that
for
kind of
better
thing.
and for worse, fair or not, that is always the expectation with a Nintendo game. You pick
Yeah.
it up and it feels good and you know exactly what to do.
You shouldn't be like, I gotta play this and figure it out for a while and see if I can ever find the magic here, which is what the kind of feeling of this game was, at least. But I don't know. I could be totally wrong. Like, Blood, you said you enjoyed it after a couple of rounds, so maybe a lot of people will like it. A lot of times I'll look at a game like this and I'll be like, will small kids like this? I just didn't see it. Which is not.
But Don, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I feel like I enjoyed it, but I feel like it's like a tech demo kind of thing, because it's like I enjoyed it the way that like you would enjoy like an interactive exhibit at the museum, right?
Oh.
Like,
Wow.
Like that other
How
one
much you
on
enjoy a
Switch
fun
too?
homework assignment.
but it's just like.
Like Welcome Tour? An interactive museum?
There's many games in Welcome Tour that I would keep going back to. Whereas with this, it's like I would do this one night with you guys, and then I wouldn't feel the need to play it again.
I just feel like
yeah.
a game like this that hinges on the special movement control thing should be, first of all, the very core, simplest number one thing is it should just feel fun to move around.
Yeah, you're
And
absolutely correct.
It doesn't. And
Yeah.
it's not only not fun, but it's like the hassle that you imagine.
The
it is
hassle, exactly.
Of
It's
like
almost-
repositioning your
Dawn.
mouses constantly.
Dawn, for real, it gives me, hear me out, it gives me VR vibes in the sense that, like, it does seem like a hassle almost to play. Whereas something like Rematch, it can be
Yeah.
3 o'clock in the morning and I can just, like, play on my controller. Whereas this feels like there's setup. There's like, okay, I gotta get everything ready.
Yeah.
I gotta get my mice ready. I gotta, like,
I gotta find some space I can do this in.
I gotta be
relaxed and not get
physically
back pain.
Yeah, I gotta be physically awake. I can't just vibe out and play
Yeah.
this. I need to be awake and alert. It's
I mean, at least it also doesn't look good. At least it also is ugly.
Yeah.
So it's sad dunking on a game this much, but they asked for this when they come out,
Yeah.
and they don't. And this isn't at launch on a system that has
Yep.
as close to 0 launch games as you can possibly get.
$20 game.
Yeah,
Yeah, we said that.
and it's
$20.
$20.
Just reiterating.
That is $19.99 more than it should be.
Yeah, and again,
Or
it is
$19.01.
there is some build up. There is some build up with the Welcome Tour as well. This is kind of a combo deal for me, where it's hey, Welcome Tour was money, and now this is also money.
Yeah.
Where is the goodwill, Nintendo? Where is just a little bit of
Generosity.
Pack in one game for crying out loud. Good God, man. Good God. What is the deal, dude? You're paying $500-$600 for this thing. Give us one thing. Throw us a bone.
Yeah.
Good grief. And it's they're not even gonna make a shit ton of money. It's dude, if you're charging
Right.
$10 or $20 on this thing, just give it away, dude.
It's a way. Yeah.
God, it's not like you're giving away Donkey Kong.
And that's the thing too. Behind the whole thing is this is a game that's proving our concept of this new gimmick of one of the few gimmicks this system is supposedly has to offer.
This and Welcome Tour, Don. It's such a good point.
So unless it's really, really good, just throw it in there, because otherwise, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Right.
I agree. Also that day, Madden. Don, you're hyped on Madden this year?
Oh,
What?
good. No, I'm not.
Whoa,
This is
look
good.
who's on
This is
the
Don's
cover.
anger block.
Don's anger block.
Wait,
Oh.
you're
Is
not
this
happy
your-
that the Eagles are featured on the cover?
First of all, let me say one thing. Let me say first of all one thing. Yeah. So as we know, one of the greatest moments in sports history is being depicted on the cover of Madden 96 this year, and that is of
96?
26. Yeah.
We've gone back in time.
Dang it! I wish. Oh, man. The golden days of Madden. Yeah, it was of, Super Bowl legend Saquon Barkley executing a reverse hurdle.
Ooh,
This
that's
happened
dope.
this last season. I don't know.
So
I'm
fun.
sure Hewer is aware of this. Maybe some of the other ones here have seen it.
I'm a
running
baseball man.
full speed ahead. He's running, dodging, juking, all this stuff, and he spins and does a reverse hurdle while moving forward, jumps over a person backwards.
Cool.
It's unbelievable. So it's on the cover of Madden. Of course, the world champion Philadelphia Eagles,
Hell yeah.
represented by this cover.
Fly Eagles fly.
Yeah,
No.
so this, I'm not happy about it, obviously, because of the Madden curse and all that nonsense. I don't feel happy about it. Many, many, many times players who have been featured on the cover either receive injuries or the team suffers the following season. It's happened many, many times, so it's an odd thing referred to as the Madden curse. I don't like that, even though I think the Eagles are going to shake it off. I don't believe in it.
Yeah, shake it off.
But here's what I'm saying about this game. Madden.
believe in it, but I'm scared of
EA,
it.
as we all know, owns the NFL license, exclusive ownership. This is the licensed NFL game we get. This is the one game we get every year. This is the one game we've gotten now for 25 years. Every single year they hawk some new tech, some new things that are supposedly upgrades to this game that always every single year for decades now turn into it's a ridiculous thing because the basic functioning of this game still doesn't work. I used to jump in every year on Madden just to try it out and see.
Yeah, it's like Call of Duty vibes.
Right, you just want to jump
Totally.
in. You want to say, okay, did they do? And it got to a point then where you're like, it's the same frustrating experience where you get through one season, you go, I just don't want to play it anymore because the basics aren't functioning. And I jumped in last year again on this game, and the basics aren't functioning. You're getting things where like rules in the NFL, like challenge plays you can challenge in the NFL. For some reason, at times you just can't challenge in this game or something like that. Or like you see a replay and you go, let me watch that replay, and you go, wait, no, the guy's feet were in But not only can I not challenge it, but I do when it is able to challenge it, they still call the wrong play. Things like that where you're like, this should be flawless at this point. We're just talking about basic mechanics, let alone other buggy stuff, visual aberrations, all this nonsense.
Don, I think it's... Go ahead, Damiani.
Are you just unhappy you just can't do the tush push every play in this game? Push is your way to victory.
Bitterness. And so what happens here is this is the same thing again this year. I'm looking into what do they have. They're crunching all this AI crap they're saying they have now. This AI engine is learning
Shout
from
out to
you
baseball.
and doing all this, and you start to look into, well, what are they actually doing? And it's almost all visual stuff. It's like character stuff to make the players' personalities come across as they do authentically, on the screen and stuff like that, which is all fine, but it's all just, visual. And then the stuff that they're talking about that are actual advancements mechanically, you're looking into it and you're like, this is the same gimmick they're selling every year. I know it.
Well, it's
so
like it's like The Sims, dude. There's no reason to trust anything that this company does anymore.
Right.
They're
They've
sketch as
betrayed
fuck.
us so many times.
I want to tell you.
EA.
This franchise peaked 6 or 7 years ago, right?
I
Madden
think it peaked
18.
like
I'm going to
20
give you the
years ago.
Metacritics. Madden 18, 82. Madden 19, 80. Madden 20, 76. Madden 21, 63. Madden 22, 68. Madden 23, 69. Madden 24, 65. This is a franchise that has averaged 6s for the last 5 or 6 years. They are phoning it in. They do not give a fuck.
Beyond phoning.
It is monetized to hell. Trash.
Can you create a character?
Yes, you can get, and that's one of the things actually, criticism with the series. A lot of the series has veered into just the depths of where you're like, all you're doing is creating a character and a player lifestyle and their apartment and their friggin' car and all this garbage that you're like, oh, you know what I mean? And so they backed off some of that now in the last couple, but for a while it went really deep into that. Yes, you can always do all that stuff.
You know what I was always into when I grew up, because I had a Dreamcast forever?
Yeah.
NFL 2K.
There you go. And Huber, this argument now has been
the fucking
what
best.
years was that, Huber? That was the early 2000s. Now, since the early 2000s,
the best.
you have millions of people around the world that are like, 2K was the best. Why can't they just do 2K again? So it's
2K.
like, okay, EA, you've had 30 years to just make this game function like 2K, and it still doesn't.
Loved NFL 2K.
And so that's one criticism. And the other thing is, okay, EA, if you're going to own the license, for Christ's sake, give us some variant. Give us some blitz version, some other football game we can play that if we don't want to suffer through the misery that is Madden every year, just give us some other option. Why do you have to lock it down with this banal?
It sells crazy every year.
Yes,
exactly.
And so that's why, Gabby, that's why.
It just sells no matter what.
Is college football better than...
Yes.
Last year's it was.
Yeah,
it was.
For sure.
Then,
the game itself was way better.
They said it was way better.
We got to...
Pivot.
Put our money where our mouth is.
Go Buffs.
Well, look, so here's the
Bruins,
thing, though.
go Buffs.
It's
Let's
hard
go.
to understand how valuable this license is, though. You know this, Hubert. You want to play as the Dodgers. You want to play as the Eagles and it's all this stuff. So it's very, very, very important to people. And you want all these players and all this stuff. So there's great value here, and they recognize it, but they're just abusing it for so long. And what Gabby said, it's a guaranteed success. And so this is my spiritual fizzle.
I love it.
I know it'll be successful.
And Don,
it hurts every year more and more, and it's it's unconscionable what they're doing. Because you're saying, how can they get away with this level of fraud?
I agree.
For so long.
I agree, because people have been saying this for so many years.
Yeah.
Where it is absurd, the sports game market, where you have to buy it every year if you want the new shit. Like, come out with one every 2 or 3 years, and then just have add-ons or something. But there's not there's not as much money in that. It's literally just about money.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's like, we can see why they don't do it, but then when they produce 6s every year, I mean, if you're going by the aggregate score, like, for the last 5-6 years, they have been producing a 6 out of 10 game every year, charging full price every single year. Like you said, Don, it's unconscionable.
Yeah.
Unreal. Kind of want to throw my fizzle on that shit.
Okay, now I'm gonna be happy the rest until next year at this time. That's how I got all my math.
Fly Eagles fly!
Yeah, fly
Wait,
Eagles
so-
fly. Let's get another one.
Don, did you say your sizzle?
I said Gradius, but it was kind of like a half it. I don't know. I'm excited about that game.
Okay.
But, if I think of it in a better fizzle, I'll put it
Okay.
there. Yeah.
We're only halfway through.
We got to start
We
moving.
are? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Bloodborne's
It's a
got to
marathon.
get to the airport.
What's the-
Friendly
marathon.
reminder.
It's only 5 o'clock.
We're at August 19th.
Nice.
August 19th, Sword of the Sea, Blood.
Cool.
10 out of 10.
Yeah. Good video game now. You can go back and check out my Summer Game Fest impressions because I got to play a good amount actually. They did a really nice job. But if you're not familiar with this, this is sort of like the part in Journey where like you just had like a lot of sunlight coming in and stuff. But yeah, so the same,
looks good.
some of the same guys that did Journey and Abzu and the Pathless, and Austin Winery is back on the music as well. And we're looking at getting Austin on the podcast around the time this comes out. So hopefully that'll work out. But you are this like guy sword surfing around through this desert, and the desert's undulating and stuff like an
Blood's
ocean.
favorite word of the year.
And then like as you kind of similar to Flower, like as you like light up different areas, like you bring the ocean and the life back, and there's just like
Flower,
all kinds of cool stuff.
Hokum,
Yeah.
Journey.
And then
yeah,
there's
Pathless.
you got wall riding, you've got actual like trick sections and stuff in there.
Sick.
And one of the things that I really loved is just the emphasis on discovery and looking around, and just one building, right, had so many little spots of like, oh, I didn't see that earlier, and like, oh, let me go over here, let me go over there, and
I feel like it's gonna not. I feel like it's gonna make me depressed, not because it wants to, but
I
because
doubt
it's
it would make you depressed.
It's a meditative,
yeah.
existential type game where you bring your reality into it. Like I feel like this game is gonna make me personally sad.
Oh. Okay.
Just throwing that out there.
I
There
don't
is a sense of loneliness.
It's a lonely looking
Yeah.
game, dude. It's a lonely looking think about your life type game in my mind.
Okay.
Yep.
Echo-
Yep. Chai knows.
dolphin.
Chai knows.
Echo
You know what
the
I'm talking about.
Flying dolphins.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's about that, about bringing life and the
that
inspiration
can
of
be-
Fighting through that
interacting.
loneliness to bring life to the world. Absolutely.
Because like even the very beginning cutscene, Huber, is
Emotional.
like there's a single drop of water that lands on you and like brings you to life.
Give you some
I'm already
hope.
crying.
Yeah, I'm already crying, blood. Shit's depressing.
So
dude.
beautiful.
Yeah. Depressing in a good way. Happy
Okay.
depressing.
But yeah, there's a lot of fun and like upgrades and stuff that you get to like do new types of tricks like grabs and things
Yeah.
like that too. So.
The loneliest game of the summer.
Oh, the kelp too. That's nice. The kelp kind of like when you grow some kelp in an area, then you can ride up it like a
Nice.
vent or something in a flying game. Yeah.
Sick. Also, that August 20th, the next day, Voidbreaker, blood. You're hyped on this?
Yeah, this game
What?
looks sick. Have you seen
This
this?
is not a Bloodworth game. What are you talking about?
What do you
dude?
mean?
What do you mean?
Like
Blood's into Voidbreaker? What?
this looks cool.
Adrenaline fueled roguelite FPS. Blood is in.
Yeah, like this is like you watch this. I put the reveal trailer up because I thought it did a better job selling it than the second one. Yeah, because this is like one of those trailers where there's a lot of fast cuts and cool music, and then like every new shot, it's like, wait, we can do what? Like, what just happened? What's
Yeah.
happening? What's happening?
Like throwing a grenade at the ceiling and it crashing down on the enemies is sick.
Yeah, because you've got like this destructive environment. You've got like all of these crazy like elemental powers. You've got these like telekinesis powers going on where like you're grabbing things and tossing them. And this is done by PlayStax Publishing, but it's Daniel Stubbington, who previously made the Entropy Center. So we're moving from like a kind of like narrative-focused puzzle-y game to this very like fast-paced hyper speed FPS and like
Totally.
and the way like some of these like all of these different powers combined. I think that's the cool thing I'm looking forward to is like just like you would
slick.
do with like Hades or something is like after you get through a few rooms and like now you're just like all this stuff is popping off.
Combat looks extremely fun, Blood.
Yeah.
Like extremely.
The chain lightning in there. And then it's
Damiani.
like seeing like, you know, fire plus ice and then fire plus ice plus lightning. And then there's all these things that you get based on like whatever drops, whatever you pick up, you know?
They say early access. 6 to 12 months.
Is it going into early access on
Yeah.
the 20th? Okay.
Coming soon to early access.
Got it.
So, see you in a year, Voidbreaker. Too many games, I don't mess with early access. Too many games. Why play a half of a game when you can play 30 full ones?
But this is the kind of game where I think that, hopping in for a bit of early access, you can like
Just a taste.
get a good taste, yeah.
Get a taste.
And then see what the heck they add in the time afterwards.
You want a taste, Gordon? Batman Begins. 10 out of 10. August 22nd, one of my most hyped, Dying Light the Beast. Sign me the hell up for Dying Light the Beast. Played at Summer Game Fest. Felt good. Felt nice. Kyle Crane is back from Dying Light 1. I'm obsessed with zombies. 10 out of 10. And also obsessed with survival horror. And this game is an action survival horror, you know? You are taking out little bases, finding little safe houses, crafting things. The crafting and all that doesn't ever get in the way of the fun, which I appreciate. And the Beast moniker, I think, is super fun, being Kyle and having these insane beast powers to take out zombies and to take out bigger threats as well. Some Resident Evil bioweapon vibes.
Right.
They just believe in this game so much, and I'm so happy about that. And Dying Light 1 and 2 are just so excellent, and they were so well supported for so long. I mean, both of those games are still getting patched today, and new content. They just added Balatro to Dying Light 1. Like a Balatro skin.
Whoa.
Yeah, you
Oh,
get
yeah,
like
you
the
showed me
Balatro armor in Dying Light 1 for no reason, just because, you know, they just support these games and they're fan
'Cause they
favorites.
feel like it.
Like the community around these games is so dedicated. Like all the Dying Light heads out there are just real ones. You know, you're a real one if you love Dying Light. I adore these games. This was originally going to be a DLC for 2, but the old it's too ambitious. We're going to make it its own thing. Happened. So
Well, plus, you know, it's taking on his story and everything. Like, it's not really connected.
yeah,
It
it
makes more
feels like
sense to me.
1.5 almost,
Yeah.
even though 2 already came out. It's like a sequel to 1 more than 2, even though it takes place after 2. They are very proud of their narrative. 2 had choices. Even 1 had like some really static, like Paragon Renegade type choices. This one is throwing all that away to have its own focused narrative.
Yeah.
And they said it's the best one they've ever done. You know, of course, they're going to say
Oh.
that, but they're like, no, we really believe in this story. We're not spreading it out over the course of choices. We're just making sure that the one story is the best.
Cool.
Dying Light's the best, dude. Don't skip it. Hop in. Even the first one, it's been so patched and remastered, and they're just so fun. The movement, the combat, like bashing zombies' heads in is just, it never gets old.
Yeah. Yeah, the movement is one of the definite highlights. You know,
parkour.
doing that.
District B13.
Because, like, if you think back to, like, you know, Mirror's Edge, like, it was all about the movement, but didn't really have the combat side
Yeah.
too nailed down.
Yeah.
100%.
Whereas, like, this has got that kind of movement,
Both.
but now, but also, like, was really good, snappy combat. so.
Really, Blood. Well done. Yeah, the combat in Mirror's Edge 1. Not great. Like,
I played that demo so many times.
oh, so fun, dude. Bring Mirror's Edge back. Bring it back.
That's not coming back.
Sad Damiani's not here because he will be playing this all the way through with me, whether he likes it or not. There is no escaping my Gears of War grasp.
And the thing is, it's coming to all platforms.
Everything's an Xbox.
So it's all designed for that. Yeah. It really is. It is the everything's an Xbox video game.
Yeah.
From the way they presented it to me at Summer Game Fest.
Yeah.
Like, here it is on a handheld. Here it is on a PC. Here it is on a PS5 Pro. Here's split screen.
Yep.
Yeah.
You want to read a book about the history of video games? There's an entire chapter about Gears of War. Yep. So this is one of the most groundbreaking, like they said in the trailer. It's a landmark video game, full stop. I mean, I think it's one of the most important games of the era. I don't want to say of all time, but maybe. I mean, this is Microsoft's flagship franchise, one of them. It really set the tone for that entire console generation.
Yep.
Cover-based shooters.
Brown.
The visuals were ahead of its time. It looked better than
Between
anything.
Gears of War and
Every
Resistance,
game was fucking brown.
we had a lot of brown.
Every Unreal, 3 was that? Unreal 3?
Brown.
Unreal Engine 3? Everything was just like brown, gray, muted, like low
what else was it?
saturation.
It's so brown.
The Dark Sector also Unreal brown.
Yep. I know, now we're spoiled with Unreal 5. There's just so colorful. It's like very, very excited to revisit Gears of War again.
Bionic Commando got a little bit of green in there. Still very brown though.
We saw some green in this.
Yeah, Bionic Commando had green.
There's some
Binary
red.
Domain had some colors. This is just so exciting. Like, I always talk about how every time a game comes out in a franchise, there is an entirely new generation of players that has never played a single one, ever. A new Resident Evil comes out, there are so many people who have never played a Resident Evil.
Every game is somebody's first video game.
Every game is somebody's first. So
And every game is somebody's favorite.
Exactly. So if this is the thing that gets you into Gears of War, I think that's super awesome.
And let's hope they do 2 and 3.
Yeah, and obviously, as a purist of creators' intent, there are a lot of hit and miss remasters. I think of Batman Arkham, where it's like kind of a remaster. This feels way more hands-on, way more of a remake, even though it is a remaster. Feels more like a Last of Us Part 1 situation here. But I know that's always a concern for the most dedicated fans of like, why are you messing at all with this absolute classic masterpiece? So hopefully the remaster doesn't compromise anything that has made Gears of War so great.
So far, I don't think it does.
I agree. I agree.
The thing that I've actually been a little bit surprised by is that, like, when you do a side by side, it's like, holy crap, the old version looks bad.
Yeah,
But
it's wild. How
But at the same
aged it
time, when
is.
I'm looking at the new version, it still seems to preserve a lot of that aesthetics. Whereas, like, this looks like an old game, but not in like a bad way. But it's
100% agree.
But it's not like Resident Evil or something, right? Where it's like you've completely changed how this looks,
Yep.
right?
I agree 100%.
Like it's like if you had like. If they did something like this for like Resident Evil 4 alongside of the Resident Evil 4 remake, it would be very interesting to see. Yeah.
Yeah, because Resident Evil 4, the remaster looks similar, but then of course you have the remake that looks 10 times better visually.
Yeah.
I'm just, every time I see the list of things you can play this on and it says PS5, I'm
just like,
wait a
huh?
second, what? Yeah.
Halo is going to hit the hardest. When I'm playing Halo on a PlayStation, I'm going to freak
be like,
out.
This is wrong. Like,
It's going to feel wrong.
I'm in the wrong universe.
I do wish I had.
Like, do I even have Doritos and Dew when I do that? When that happens, do we even
that
get?
count?
Yeah, like what?
Yeah, we had a limited amount of time in that room, and like we're all like just going station to station, as much as we could. But I do wish I had gotten onto that PS5 a little bit just to see like what they did with the haptics with the chainsaw. Yeah.
Bloodworth, dude, you are so right. Holy moly! All right, August 28th, we got Goblin Cleanup Early Access.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit, so I don't a couple weeks ago, so I don't need to get too deep into it. But it's coming out quick. This is a fun little 4-player game where
We love them.
You are cleaning up dungeons between groups of heroes.
So funny.
So you've got to get the heroes' bodies. You've got to reset all the traps, reset all the furnishings, wipe up all the blood, and not get killed as
So
you're
cool.
doing it. Feed
Such
the
a
mimics.
Create a character.
Cute little game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hopefully you create a character. It looks like there's a ton of
Yeah, I
outfits,
think-
obviously.
I think
Yeah, I think there's probably got to be some
Yeah.
amount of character creation.
We're playing it.
1 to 4 player co-op.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can we all promise that we're going to play more Peak?
I didn't
Oh, I
get
want
to
to.
play.
Yeah.
We need to play.
I didn't get to play.
Yeah, we need to play more because it rules. This same day, we got a lot of heavy hitters. A lot. Kirby and the Forgotten Land Switch 2 edition, pay up. $80, right?
If you get
Or
the
70.
full thing, there's an upgrade path, but it is 80 if you do
$80.
straight out. Yep.
Strap in. Skip.
Oh,
I'm not paying $80. I refuse.
Well,
Out of
hold
general
on now.
principle.
Hold on, Blood.
No,
I mean,
no,
here- hold
out of
on.
general. Defend it.
I will say
Defend
this.
it. Defend it right now.
I won't. Well, I will partially defend it. Here's what I'll say about this, Huber. I got
Yeah.
my hands
So
on
cute.
this advanced edition of Kirby and the Forgotten Land, which you know is a beautiful game. I don't know if you could call it a masterpiece, but it's a heck of a great game, right? It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
So look, I played the first whole stage that you're seeing right here, actually on screen, and the improvements and changes are, I would say, massive, at least initially in this first stage. Huber, it's almost to the point of like
A
you could call it
remaster.
no more. It's more than that. It's like a different level. I mean, it's a different
1.5.
stage. 100%, you could say 1.5. There are various paths, various areas. This whole ice thing just changes everything. Okay, to the point that I was like impressed. I was like,
Wow.
this is rad as hell.
And we know that Don is intense about Switch 2.
I'm getting very critical of this.
Very
I'm
critical is the
of this
word,
system.
exactly, yes.
Very critical of this system.
Okay, so hearing you.
Not a lot of things are winning me over with the Switch 2. This, Huber, was a positive.
Okay.
What I experienced of it. However, this is the question. Does it carry on throughout the entire game? It looks like it. When we see all these
Yeah.
montage of shots, it looks like the whole game
Unbelievable.
is altered to that level. So if that's the case, look, no, $80, that's tough to swallow for any game, anywhere,
Any game.
anytime, right? But if
Fucking like
that's-
Last of Us Part 3, $80. I would
yeah,
just like,
yeah.
I'll just say this quickly, though. If this is the world we're in, living now in a world of $80 games, I
Yeah.
think it'd be tough to say this particular game would not be worth it, would not justify the price
Yeah.
if we're living in a world of those prices.
You're right.
And I'll just say this. The $20, you got to say that too for an upgrade path. I mean,
Yeah.
20 is pretty
Fair.
steep too, but
yeah.
with the amount that they put into this particular game, I would say it
Yeah.
didn't feel like you're getting ripped off to me.
That's
I'm
great.
gonna definitely buy this. for
That's
sure.
good to hear.
Yeah.
You're talking me back because, you know, I have also said too that price is a lot of things. It's not only about the production value, but it's about the quality. You know what I mean? And that's such a hard thing to quantify. And we talked about it a lot with Mario Kart, where it's like, well, you know, you're getting potentially the best quality because of their pedigree and because it's Nintendo. So it is kind of, it's tough to kind of put it in a box. I think where I get held up is that it is an older game, even though there is new stuff.
Yes.
It's like you're paying $80 for a Switch 1 game that came out years ago.
Yes.
Even though you said there is new stuff, and there is, and that it is game-changing new stuff, it is
Yeah,
just
I mean,
kind
it's-
of a
I think you
hard
make a good
pill.
point.
I'm curious-
Yeah, you make a good point.
Yeah, like Don, I'm curious to like what extent it goes in terms of like how many new levels, because it's essentially what it is. It's like it's new levels built on top of the old levels. So I'm curious whether you're
to the point, Blood,
revisiting
where-
every level or not. But
Right.
I was surprised just with the original game, how much I was into it.
Yeah.
There's quite a bit to this game to begin with. And like you were talking about with the Mario games,
Yeah.
right? With the optional, like, more difficult things. Like, this game has that too, where it's like, holy crap, this game gets hardcore
Yeah, I love that.
with
Dude,
its
the
optional
Nintendo
stuff.
way.
Yeah.
Give me the insanely challenging optional
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's insane. How far this game goes is actually quite, insane. And here's the thing, too. I would say just as like another maybe salve for someone who's going in fresh and saying, oh, wait, I'm buying a Switch 1 game now for $80 on this game in particular, too. I mean, it did have a lot of as beautiful as it is, it had a lot of performance issues, particularly with the insane, bizarre framiness of opponents. Any opponents off in the distance as you're approaching them would be animating at a very noticeably different
half
frame
or quarter
rate.
rate, depending on distance.
Yeah, and this is consistent through the whole game. So when you have those kind of like fairly significant just technical improvements where you're not just being like, okay, it looks a little sharper, it looks a little cleaner, it's running a little smoother. I mean, that's a big difference because you're going to see that constantly. I mean, that was a noticeable thing in Forgotten Land previously where enemies look a little wonky as you approach them. So, performance-wise too, you're saying, well, this truly is running at a higher standard. So, I don't think I'm going to get behind all of these re-releases being $80, but this one I kind of like, somewhat justified. I do think it should have been available at launch, though. This is another one of those things.
Good call.
Yeah, I think Nintendo is intentionally spacing
the way
things
they're
out.
doling stuff out, I feel like I'm in a frickin' prison, and every month Nintendo says, here, do you want a meal? And I say, of course I want a frickin' meal, I'm starving. And they go, here's Donkey Kong. And then the next month they go, here's a remake of Kirby. Then the next month they go, here's Metroid. And you're like, I have to buy this because I'm starving. These could have all been available at launch. They could have 12 games.
I agree.
Teacher man to
I don't think
fish.
that would have. Yeah, I don't think that would have been the call, but okay, yeah.
Hey,
I mean, yeah, if you want to if the only thing you care about is maximizing profits, do it like this.
2026 Mario for sure. Maybe. Hopefully. Probably not. Damiani, you hyped on Kirby? Switch 2 edition?
mean-
You coming back in or no?
I already played it, and I'm
Yeah.
not really interested in the new stuff. Like,
Boom.
I would honestly just tell people, like, I would like I would tell casual, like regular people, buy the Switch 1 version and play it on Switch 2. Like, it's not worth $80 for this, in my opinion.
Yup.
Like, I'm not a fan of this practice, but yeah, find it on the cheap and then pay the upgrade path and get it for less.
I mean,
Still $60 on Switch 1, dude. Nintendo games never drop.
I don't think
Crazy.
they're going to put this one on sale because they're probably going to be very strategic. I don't think it's part of the summer sale right now.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to be very strategic about this so
Yeah, they
that
are.
people can't buy it for cheap and then pay the upgrade path and get it for like half the price of rather than, yeah.
Crazy.
I think the extra stuff is mostly for people who've already played it who are looking for more. Like
years
anyone
ago.
who would just buy it like casually like that probably
Yeah.
not even aware of like the extra stuff.
Came out in
They're not buying it for that
2022.
reason. Yeah.
It's a 3-year-old game.
I mean, I don't think I'd agree with that, Damiani, because it's a whole other set of levels that you have to.
I'm talking about like regular people. Like they're not gonna know the difference. Like I would honestly just tell someone buy
it's
the
like
cheaper
Bowser's
version.
Fury. Like you have to pick a different side of it to play through those levels.
I agree
Still
with
tell
Damiani.
people-
Yeah, I agree with Damiani
I'm
here,
not
actually.
gonna push people to buy into like more expensive purchases for this.
Yeah.
Like your kids will be fine playing.
They'll be the
default
vanilla version,
of
yeah,
Kirby. It's
100%.
a fantastic game.
Yep.
That's all they really need. They don't need to jump in this. This is for enthusiasts. It's
I agree.
100% for
If you
enthusiasts.
I agree
if you
100%.
finish Kirby in the Forgotten Land, you really love it, then pay to upgrade.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of it's
like
going to
there.
depend on, like we were saying, like what the actual extent when we see, the final thing. Like
How
much
big
is
the
actually
star-crossed
there.
world
Yeah.
is, yeah, for sure. How many hours is that?
How much does it feel like you're playing a new set of levels versus a remix of a level? Yeah.
Also, like Kirby and Forgotten Lands like already a great length to me. Like,
Yeah.
if it's significantly longer, I mean, sure, I guess if you want that and you're paying more, but like, yeah, I guess, yeah, I don't know. Like, I just don't. I'm sure it's good stuff. Like, I'm not saying it's bad stuff that's going to be in there. I'm sure it'll be fantastic
Again,
and will
it's
be
that
just as
quality we
good as
talk
like
about.
what you played. Yeah, like it'll still be quality.
It's that
just
Nintendo quality.
what like with things getting more expensive, you got to like pick and choose your battles. And like Kirby and the Forgotten Land for Switch 1 is a fantastic game.
Yeah.
You can play it on Switch 2, and like I highly recommend that.
I
over
concur.
paying more to get this if you're just like looking to play like a good Kirby game.
Yeah.
You can
That's all.
how much is the original Kirby? 60.
$60
You
now,
can
basically.
guarantee that the $60 version of Kirby is worth $60.
Yeah.
You cannot
No,
guarantee
yeah.
that the $80 is worth it.
That
You know what I
makes
mean?
sense in a weird way.
Yeah.
All right, next up, a tricky one. Why do I feel so weird about it? Maybe because Kojima-san is not involved in the creation of his own baby.
Yeah, I was actually kind of close to making this my fizzle.
I am nervous as hell.
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. We talked about it earlier with...
This is the opposite of what we were talking about with Gears, right?
That's what I was bringing
the
up.
thing.
Gears,
Yeah,
exactly.
because
A
we were talking about-
landmark.
We thought about Gears. It's like it feels like okay, they're still very faithful to the original presentation. Whereas with this game, it's like,
This looks like
what are you doing?
This is Last of Us Part 1 vibes, for sure. A remaster make, where it's all the audio of the original, all of the same mission structure, but rebuilt from the ground up around all of that. Where it's like the same exact game, but a remake, so it's almost a remaster. Again,
yeah, like with the
Last of Us Part
sort
1
of like
is
a
the,
different like visual design.
Yeah. It's so interesting. I want to hear Damiani's thoughts, and I really want to hear Gabby's thoughts, because I don't think she's played any of the Metal Gear games. Because similar to Last of Us Part 1,
I've not seen this Bomberman thing before. I just
neither
grabbed
have
this
I.
trailer.
That's yet
So you-
either. That's kind of cool.
So for listeners, there's a new like Bomberman thing.
looks sick.
In the Metal Gear Solid remake, where there are just Bombermans around the
Yeah.
world and Snake's throwing bombs, and then there's like it actually zooms out to be him in a Bomberman map. It's crazy. Okay.
I'm sorry I'm bringing up Last of Us, but I just think it's a nice comparison in this situation. Because, I think of Last of Us Part 1, the remake, and a lot of the fans were like, nah. But then if it was your first time playing it, it was like, oh, this is just way better. Or if you weren't intimately attached to the original, maybe you just played it once, only when it came out, and then you played the remake, you were like, oh, that's just a better version. Whereas people that had been playing it nonstop every month for years was like, no, I don't like this one as much. Same with the Last of Us TV show, where like people who had never played Part 2 were like, oh, Season 2 was great. Then you have these fans who are like, no, it's not the same. It's weird. It's different. Bah. I'm getting a similar vibe with Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta, where if you've played it, you're nervous. Something is off. We've been talking about it for months, where it's like, there's just something that doesn't feel right about it. But then, if you have no allegiance to Snake Eater, you're like, oh, that looks sick. So where do we stand on Snake Eater, everybody? Where do we stand on Delta? Gabby, what's your thought of it? Do you have any opinions at all? You're allowed to have no opinions.
I think it looks a little unensouled, it looks soulless a little bit.
Soulless. Brutal. Okay.
Like-
what makes you say that?
It feels like a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy.
Yep. Wow. She hasn't even played Metal Gear, and she nails it. Bullseye. Bullseye. Damiani, we've been talking about this at length, this game, and I think you and I are kind of in the same boat of like extremely cautiously hopeful, but extremely nervous.
Yeah, I mean, there's just like, there's just like a vibe that like there's something like slightly off.
Yeah.
For me, it's like the visuals look too good that they don't like retain the aesthetic of the original version. So
That's what I mean by soulless.
it's like missing like the filter that's like in the original one, and like the color scheme that they're using. It's not quite the same. This is like in a better graphics engine. If you made it like just like that from the ground up in a better graphics engine, which generally like has played well in the past with other ones. Like you talked about what you did, Huber, with Last of Us.
Yeah.
I would point out like Shadow of the Colossus, I felt like
Yes.
definitely benefited. But I also then again didn't look weird to me, Shadow of the Colossus, when I first saw it. It looked
Great
okay.
example.
It looks better, but it still feels like it's in the same aesthetic.
Great example.
I don't know if like maybe it's a thing, like maybe better visuals for the older Metal Gear sometimes aren't the best thing to do. You know, maybe like they are a product of their time in terms of like the graphic fidelity, and it's just so ingrained in my memory that like I can't, seeing anything else looks weird to me. Mm-hmm. So I don't know the best way to describe it other than like it just feels a little off. And that's just from a visual standpoint. I'm expecting like the gameplay to be like, you know, like the quality of life adjustments, like just like how movement. I'm not even expecting that to be like 1-to-1 the same. But like it doesn't like as long as we get you know, we have the collections keep happening and we keep getting all
Volume
the Metal
2,
games,
where is it?
or they
Come
keep
on.
getting brought forward, so they're on modern platforms as well, ports of those, and they're competent ports, hopefully. Then as long as Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater is always going to be like available and easy to play, I don't really have as much of a problem with this. I know, you know, yeah, like it seems like Konami is just trying to continue making Metal Gear games without Kojima in any way possible, and it's like, let's try this. Like, let's take 3. Like one that's very well liked, not controversial, and
The beginning of the timeline.
Seems like it lends itself pretty decently to being, you know, updated. I mean, it just, as I said, this might be my personal preference that it looks off to me, but to a lot of other people it might look fine and great. Yeah. But like 2, I don't think touching 2 is gonna like cause issues because of like, you know, that's like has. That one's probably the most like Kojima over it with like what it was going for in terms of narrative and its like messaging. 1 they have to like do from the ground up because Nintendo won't give them the rights to
Twin Snakes.
To Twin Snakes, thank you. Mm-hmm. And the original is, it's like you'd have to modernize that one, and I think that's a landmine. Like that's like
you don't fuck with one.
Yeah,
dude.
you can't.
You
that's such a landmark one. So
a
like
top 10 video game of all time. Full stop.
I think the like brown gray aesthetic, like when the game came out, was both a choice and also like, you know, a limitation, but I don't think people minded because that's just the way it looked.
The fact that there was green was like, the forest looks so nice.
Right.
Yeah.
But now I think the muted gray, brown, green just looks like a sloppy mess.
Yeah. So interesting because, again, I was just in the same breath praising the way Gears of War looks. Mm-hmm. So I'm sorry I can't fully explain why I'm more optimistic about Gears of War than Metal Gear because, like, Cliff Bleszinski is the father of Gears of War. He's not involved in that remake. Hideo Kojima is not involved in this, you know, remake, remaster. So it's just like, it's so muddled and confusing in my brain.
I'm not too, honestly, it doesn't seem like, it seems like Kojima is still pretty positive on the Metal Gear series. Like he still like retweets stuff about it. He still
good sport.
Like treats, you know, fans pretty well about it, like it being brought up. So I don't think it's like really crossing any lines in that regard in terms of like authorship or anything like that.
Yeah.
I think honestly, if you asked him, he'd probably be like, this is fine.
Yeah.
And honestly, what we saw from Death Stranding 2, like how hyper realistic that's going for, this being going for a hyper realistic look is probably in the same vein of what Kojima would probably have done visually he were to, you know, there's just that standpoint in a remake of Metal Gear Solid 3.
Himself,
like this doesn't feel too off. Yeah, if you've ever seen this in Death Stranding looks hyper realistic, then this is like honestly very inoffensive in that regard.
Even Phantom Pain, his last Metal Gear, like super realistic looking.
Exactly. Yeah. So I feel like visually, it's just like any content changes. Obviously, they're throwing in like Konami and Hudson Soft references here with Bomberman and other stuff. So it's like, cool. That's like fan servicey type stuff, but it doesn't seem like they're really going to be like adjusting or altering or cutting any of like the core content, which I think is where you start to cross that fine line of where people would be a little possibly negative on that Kojima wasn't involved or consulted in those types of changes. So this is like the most vanilla type of like safest option they could have gone with. Even like making a new original Metal Gear, like a multiplayer one, would have been like more controversial than doing this, in my opinion.
Yeah. Metal Gear Survive. Shout out to Metal Gear Online. I miss it. I loved it so much. let's get that volume 2. Also, the same day, what a hell of a day, August 28th. Lost Soul Aside, Damiani.
Oh, that one I was supposed to come out. Oh, yeah. Wasn't it?
Lost Soul Aside, you're hyped on this. Action game.
No, I think I'm not actually. I think my name's only made me buy this because I said I was going to stream it.
All right,
which
I'm
was
hyped
originally
on
the
it.
plan to stream it when I was out there, but it got delayed. So I'm passing interest in. Yeah, I don't think I put my initials there myself. Those were someone else put them there.
It looks sick, dude.
Yeah, it's a character action game. I was curious to try it out. Yeah, I wanted to stream it, but it got like delayed. So hopefully it does come out. You know, but obviously take that extra time, the extra 2 months there to polish it up, and hopefully just like you were talking about like Wuchang earlier, being like a Souls-like, and digging its vibes and just getting another one of those. Like, I'm generally character action games, like they're very hard to do well, and it would be nice to get like another one in there. I know you champion like Stellar Blade that you played. I obviously love like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry. I know Astral Chain. A lot of people like that one. I didn't actually end up playing that one yet.
I finished that game for no reason, and I was like medium on it, but it was fun.
Okay, I'm curious. Yeah.
One of the few Switch games.
Revengeance is like I like freaking Metal Gear, like Metal Gear Revengeance, man. Like that's like peak to me. Like I absolutely love those. Like so maybe it could be like that, but yeah, just like visually what they're doing in this game, like it's just.
High hopes.
I like how they clearly have a good amount of funding and a lot of passion and a lot of talent in like the visual department, and that's got a lot going for you. I would say that helps a lot. To sell
Visuals
your
for
games.
some reason give me like Final Fantasy 15 vibes.
Totally 15 vibes, dude. Noctis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, like the warp strike stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. Like I like it looks pretty damn cool. So I just think it just needs to the gameplay needs to feel good. Like that's like the most important part. But like they're doing all the right things so far. And I think if anything, the delay is probably helping them out a little bit because they're moving past a lot of like the big releases and into like the deeper months of summer where there are a lot of games coming out, but like none of them are like megaton heavy hitters. Like it didn't come out in like the beginning of June where Switch 2 was coming out. It didn't come out like recently with like Death Stranding 2 just coming out and getting lost and all that and all the plethora of other games that came out. It's like going against like Metal Gear Solid, Snake Eater remake, Kirby Forgotten Land, and another one we're going to talk about in a second. That's pretty good. Like, looks damn good, but like isn't going to command like the attention grabbing headlines that one of those big AAA games would. So I think it's going to benefit from this delay,
I think it can be a Lies of P, Stellar Blade, Wukong type, like this game is going to be a lot of people's favorite game of the year. That's my expectation. I really do. I have high hopes for this one, Damiani. I think if the combat delivers and the story is even like somewhat good, I feel like a lot of people are going to be like, yo, Lost Soul Aside, go.
Yeah. I'm not sure what to expect story-wise. Like, I don't think it's going to be too campy. It looks like it might be taking itself seriously. But last thing I want to say is like environments. They show a lot of variety in the environments, and that's something now some character action games do not do very well. They Devil May Cry 5, love that game, but we were stuck in that same environment, looking area, that demonic world area for way too long.
So long.
Need some variety. The red, blood red area,
blood red pustules,
wearing out its welcome.
Undulating pustules, Bloodworth. And then the last of August 29th, the actual game of the year coming out.
Here we
Hope
go.
everyone's excited for the game of the year, Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Check out our preview for this. Dawn, I'm going to let you start. How does it feel to have already played the game of the year 2025?
Oh my God, you're not joking.
Yeah, I'm not
My God.
fucking
This
kidding,
is one of
Chad.
the few
I'm not
points
kidding.
it was time and space when Huber. This is zero hyperbole.
Yeah. Yeah.
This game fucking rules.
There's no hyperbole. What?
On this, I'm saying
I
this
know.
is accurate. Just an accurate statement. Very grounded, accurate statement.
Yes.
Goatee of all goatees. It feels so good. So
Goatee of
before I
all
throw it to you
goatees,
two, because I know
okay.
Damiani played it as well, I'll just say this.
No, I didn't play this.
Oh, you didn't
play how much you guys have hyped this up. Like I feel like
I got you.
robbed that I didn't get to play it.
Oh, okay, cool. I got you.
I feel very robbed that I didn't get to play it.
So Huber, we did play. You did play Ninja Gaiden though, Ragebound,
Yes.
right? So
and you're saying this is better than Ninja Gaiden.
Even better. Yeah.
These two games, both obviously new sequels, fresh games of these beloved franchises from the past. They're both excellent in their
Unreal.
own right.
They
They're
are
both
both
doing
so
something
good.
a little different, which is both great. As I said earlier, Ragebound feels like a true sequel of the time almost. It feels like just the next progression, the next step.
Yeah.
Which is great for what it is, because a lot of times that's
So
exactly what you want. But other times you want this, which is just like this modern. They add so many levels from the complexity of the combat, yet so intuitive.
So intuitive, dude. You are pulling off all this crazy shit,
Immediately.
and you immediately
Understand everything.
understand and feel it all.
There's so many systems at work, yet so easy to grasp, like so fast. And the way it progresses is like so good at teaching you that and everything. And then, everything from the visual style, the art style, the music, the flow, the joy of traversal and just knocking the crap out of people. I mean, all the little mini battles you have to do, because a lot of the opponents,
So cool.
really do take like a little bit. You're not just like slicing through every single opponent. There's a lot of tiny little battles you come against. Everything, Huber. My
The
goodness.
executions,
It's a
like
showpiece.
timing the executions, because if you have multiple enemies in low health, you can do like a chain execution. It's so fun to pull off. And then just discovering all the little secret paths. There's a little bit of Metroidvania element. It is stages. It's not one big Metroidvania map. It's stages, but you can go back to previous stages when you get new items and powers to unlock stuff. There's an economy. There's leveling up and powers and all this shit. It is Goaty Watch, baby. It is absolutely.
The one thing that I really like here, Huber, is the there's just a very different aesthetic between the two games.
Yeah.
Like Ninja Gaiden.
Don't pit them against each other. They're both the best.
Yeah, I really want to stress
Yep.
that too. Yeah,
Yeah, they are both
excellent.
10 out of 10. But Ninja Gaiden is a little more methodical, a little slower paced, Bloodworth, and then this is fast paced. Sorry, go ahead.
They're not in competition. They're best friends.
Yes. Go ahead, Blood. Sorry.
Ninja Gaiden, it's more that pixel art aesthetic, whereas this, it looks like it looks like a hand drawn like comic book.
Streets of Rage 4 vibes.
Big
Yeah.
time. Yep.
Well, it looks different even
Anderson
than that,
Saga.
but yeah, it's got a very distinctive style to it, which is nice.
Yes. And of course, this is another .emu published.
No, this is published by Sega.
Published
it's done by
Sega.
Lizard
Sorry, not
Cube.
.emu, but it is Lizard Cube
Yeah.
developing who worked on Streets of Rage 4. I can't get them all straight, man. They're all just like bouncing around, helping each other out,
Yeah.
feeling each other out.
A rising tide lifts all boats.
Exactly. Yes, Shinobi, dude.
Kijima.
Lizard Cube. 10 out of 10. Please be excited for the goatee. And with that, we are done with July and August.
Yeah.
We still have
so
September.
.emu, the things that .emu are actually doing
Yes,
are Marvel Cosmic Invasion.
that's right.
And
Ninja
Ninja Gaiden. I think that are they working on Ninja Gaiden? For
And
sure?
the
Absalom. Yep, yep.
Absalom.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah, they are working on Ninja Gaiden. Yep.
dude. Absalom. Let's go. All right. Wow. There's a lot coming out. Cataclysmic wave of content. We've got even more to come.
And we need to get through that a little quicker.
Oh, yeah. But if you've been enjoying the show so far, please take a second to like, subscribe, ring that bell. It helps us out. Consider becoming a patron, patreon.com/easyallies, or even a sub right here on twitch.tv/easyallies. Either way, really helps us out. We see you, we hear you, we love you, and it just helps us continue to do this stuff. And now, a word from our sponsors.
When we were young, we used to dream of being anything, like astronauts or paleontologists or happy. But as you get older, your dreams change. And you focus less on running the world and more on how you can take your skills and ideas and turn them into something real. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning your own castle, maybe you start dreaming of owning your own business. You'll need a website, a payment system, a logo, a way to advertise to new customers. It can all be overwhelming and confusing, but thankfully, that's where today's sponsor, Shopify, comes in. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the United States, from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just getting started. What if you can't design a website? Shopify has got you from the get-go with beautiful ready-to-go templates that match your brand's style. What if you need a hand? Get help with everyday tasks like enhancing product images, writing product descriptions, or generating discount codes with Shopify's AI tools created for commerce. What if people haven't heard about my brand? Shopify helps you find your customers with easy-to-run email and social media campaigns. What if I get stuck? Shopify is always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. Turn those dreams into and give them the best shot at success with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today on shopify.com/allies. Once again, go to shopify.com/allies. Shopify.com/allies today.
We are alive and thriving in the summer release schedule right now. Video games are just flooding out of there. September 3rd, we have arrived. Daniel Bloodworth, tell us about Hirogami.
Yeah,
This is some Gabby bait. Gabby's in.
yeah.
Gabby's in.
Because
100%.
it looks
It
cool.
definitely has some tearaway vibes.
You like art.
I do like art.
You're cultured.
And you're playing as this little origami guy in this origami world, and you can fold up into different forms. There's like a frog form that spits fireballs.
Whoa.
There's an armadillo that can roll around, and there's a gorilla.
Sick.
And then you
dude.
can like
Paper
fold
airplane.
fold into a paper airplane, very Paper
Dude.
Mario style. And it's being done by a Bandai Namco team in Singapore.
Whoa.
Oddly enough, it seems like Bandai Namco might not be like publishing it everywhere.
Huh.
It looks really cool.
Yeah, Blood, totally tearaway vibes.
Yeah,
You know, there's not a lot of games that look like this, surprisingly.
yeah, and it's got it's a little bit more distant than that. It's not like follow the character the whole time. Sometimes it's a little higher up and gives you like more sense of space in a level.
Yeah. On Steam, Blood, the publisher is
Kazuhashi.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting, this arrangement, but it looks cool.
It looks so tactile.
Yeah, that's the thing. It looks almost like photorealistic
Yeah.
in a way.
Like Gladiator.
There's one shot too where they're like, just typical, like you've got a duck under something while you're on a platform, and like the character just unfolds into a flat sheet of paper. So that was cool.
Yeah, so cool.
That is sick.
Yeah.
Also that day, I love that Blood has become the champion of this game, because I'm definitely going to be finishing this game before the year is over, and this is absolutely one of my most anticipated.
My
no
sizzle.
doubt.
Here we go.
Here we do your sizzle, man. Blood is the hell is us champion.
Wait,
Dude.
did you say your fizzle and your sizzle?
I've said my sizzle.
Yeah, his sizzle was Donkey Kong.
Oh, okay.
Fizzle
No.
was Madden, or did you?
My-
No, that
Don's?
was Don's fizzle.
My sizzle was UnderMine 2.
Oh,
okay.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're showing it right now. So, but check out the preview that I did. Went up to Montreal and played quite a bit of this, 3 or 4 hours, something like that.
Dude, it looks real good.
Yeah.
It looks good and it sounds good.
yeah,
I mean,
and-
this is the one, dude.
Different team overall, but one of the leads is one of the guys who worked on the Deus Ex games.
Yes.
And interviewed him as well. And it's just this very interesting mix of like you're in sort of a modern day, but with like some like real like sci-fi elements, and then also
only
like
50 on Steam.
oh, okay, nice, yeah, because they're like it's like a double A kind of size. They're trying to do everything in house except for a few things like localization, like even like the music and video recording is being done in house. And then, and then you get into like these like dungeon crawling aspects of it, like kind of Souls-like elements, but
You have your drone.
you have your
can
drone that like
distract things and do
drone can
things.
distract things, and then you spin around. But then like you're
The creature's amazing.
That's
Yeah.
straight up Spot from
Spider-Verse.
Spider-Verse.
100%. They look awesome.
Yeah. So that's the thing, Gabby, is that like these are called like hollows.
Hollow walkers.
And then you'll
Genji
see some of them actually have emotions that come at them. So they're like these like fractally like red or green things, and so they're like tied to them. So you can't actually hurt the hollow while the emotion is active. So it's like you've got to like knock out the emotion and then try to like take out the hollow there.
I see.
The combat is the one thing that like I feel like they still need to tweak a little bit of like the like parrying timings and things like that. But it does some crazy things to where like your stamina is tied to your health.
Yeah.
And so if your health is low, your stamina can only go up so far. Up
I
to
like
the
that.
same-
You're like
I like that.
injured and
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Immersive.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that's immersive is like you have this whole like thing where you're talking to characters and you're gathering clues in the environment, and it's like one of his big things with this game is like not having like a bunch of quest markers and things that tell you where to go. It's like you look at the clues in the environment. You follow
listen to the conversations.
Yeah, follow where leads go.
Back like we used to do when we were kids.
And your conversation options are going to be limited to what you've discovered so far.
Love
and
it.
so depending on when you talk to this person, you're going to have different things that come up.
Blood, I'm so beyond optimistic for this game.
Yeah.
I'm so optimistic.
And I only really
Everything they
played the
say on
prologue.
paper.
Yeah.
It is exactly what I want to hear.
Who's the developer?
So before
Rogue Factor.
Yeah, Rogue Factor, before they basically worked on Warhammer stuff.
Nacon is publishing.
But once Jean-Jacques Belletet came over from Eidos Montreal from Deus Ex, and they basically said like, let's rebuild the studio, let's do our own thing, our own IP, and like, and so yeah.
I see.
But he was, primarily a visual designer, so that's why you got all the black and gold stuff with Deus Ex,
Looks so
Human
cool.
Revolution, and Mankind Divided. And so that's why you can kind of like really see the aesthetic. And then this is like they're like these kind of like Resident Evil style puzzles throughout as well. So there's just a cool blend of different things. Where it's like there's a little bit of Souls, there's a little bit of Resident Evil, there's a little bit of Zelda. There's,
It's like a little bit of sci-fi and a little bit of fantasy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you've got a drone, you're in the 90s, but then you're wielding dual
Right.
axes and halberds and stuff in these like underground dungeons.
Hyped.
Yeah. Oh, and there's like a whole like civil war going on. And,
You're looking
yeah.
for your parents.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
like the
It's,
main.
it's like one of these like closed off countries, and so your parents got you out of the country, and then when you've grown up,
Yeah.
you go back to try to find them.
And it's a semi-open world, they say, which I love.
Yeah, because there's a lot of directions that you can go, but
Mm-hmm.
it's not like just walk anywhere. Like
Yeah.
you have an APC and a map where you like drive from point to point.
Hell yeah, dude. So pumped. September 4th. Oh, yeah. More of a good thing, baby. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, The Order of Giants DLC. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle was easily my top 5 video game that year. Machine Games
Last year.
Last year, yep. Machine Games, one of my favorite studios in the business currently, of Wolfenstein fame, of course, primarily. Exactly what I want. I love this shit, dude. Give me more of a 10 out of 10 game. Thank you very much. DLC feels good. Nothing really more to say about it. I would just love, a new region, more puzzles, more combat,
Yeah,
more
I hope
stuff.
they don't
cool. That's all I need.
retread too much, because
Yeah.
if you tried to 100% this game, which I don't recommend, you retread those areas a lot. So definitely need someplace new.
Yeah, absolutely. So pumped. And not a
Let's get
spoiler.
some Crystal Skull in there now. Let's just get some.
Let's do it. And the Temple of Doom. And no spoilers. The Order of Giants is the title of the expansion, and the giants are referenced in the main game.
Oh yeah.
That's very-
It's a big.
Plot point of the main game.
big
So it's
part of
very
it.
exciting.
Yeah.
Next up, September 5th, we got a big day. We got everybody's golf hot shots back in action. A little nervous about this one. It's not clap hands.
Yeah. Bandai Namco's picked this up in Patapon.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous the way this series is going. It's a little more online focused, a little more live servicey. I don't know.
I'm not sure if I get the live servicey bit, but yeah.
Just like, it's one of my favorite franchises since the PS2 days, but I loved in the PS2 days these defined characters that all had personality. There was just something about the like online create a character that didn't work for me in this series. I don't know. The gameplay itself is the best. I mean, it's Hot Shots Golf, dude. We love the little meter, you know? Like, they're so fun. If you played Mario Golf, you're familiar. Any kind of
What
Hot
the
Shots
heck
Golf.
just happened?
Yeah.
So there's a part in the
More
trailer where like
arcade
the
style.
backspin like somehow activates 3 times.
Yeah. You know, theme of the episode is pedigree, and I'm a little nervous about it for this one.
For sure.
The ones making it, I forget the devs.
Is it just Bandai Namco in-house?
You might be right, Blood. I think you are. Everybody's Golf 2025 is right here. New entry. Through a licensing agreement with Sony, it is the first in the series to be published for non-PlayStation systems. It's also the first console installment to not be published by Sony, with Bandai Namco performing publishing duties, and is not developed by series developer Claphands, with Japanese studio Hyde developing the game.
Hyde, okay.
So it's unknown at this point. I'm just a little nervous. The last time we had one was 2017. And that was Claphands, and it was one of my lesser favorite ones. So maybe we need a new studio to come in and shake it up. So grain of salt for this one. That same day, Daemon X Machina just coming out. Nothing huge to say about it. But what we do have something to say about is...
Oh my gosh. All right, don't play too much of that.
Oh, whoops. Oh, sorry, that thing.
No fate but what we make, Don. Terminator 2D No Fate, one of my most anticipated of the year. Let's go. Let's go.
Absolutely, let's go. Look at this.
Fuck
track.
Oh my
yes. Let's go.
I've already said it, Huber.
Yeah.
This might, and it hasn't even
Whoa.
come out yet. This might be the greatest movie tie-in game ever made. I mean,
Oh
when
my
can
God.
you remember a game ever hitting this
Oh my
many
God.
moments?
Have we said the game yet?
Terminator 2D No Fate but what we make.
Yeah.
Let's go. God, it looks
Whoa,
good.
that's
There-
the end of the
there-
spoiler alert.
Oh, there are multiple genres within this game. There's like stealth. There's a little car mission, like motorcycle missions. There's
I
shoot
have
'em
a
up
gate
missions.
number. That's how close we're getting to this.
What's up?
They just texted me my gate
Okay,
number.
we got.
We gotta go.
We gotta move.
Terminator 2D No Fate. Humanity needs you. Will you answer, chat?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
It looks absolutely
The
perfect.
hits.
It looks
the hits look meaty,
perfect.
beefy hits.
That is truly a dream come true, that game. I hope it delivers.
Yeah, I'll just say real quick, I'm so excited about this game, not just because it hits so many iconic moments, the art looks right, everything looks right,
The art
but
is
I
so
love when you get like certain scenes, like in T2, for instance, when they jump to the future war, you know, and you only get a couple little scenes with it. This, I love it, because we're going to get whole stages of that, and whole stages of all these, whole stages of driving through the, empty flood channels in Los Angeles and everything. So just to be able to play in this world, oh, it looks fun.
Yeah, dude. They did Final Vendetta. I think I played this game.
Yeah.
They
Oh,
did
Final
Final
Vendetta was
Vendetta.
up there.
It was a beat 'em up. That game was actually
Decent.
sick.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was solid. It wasn't a 10 out of 10, but it was really solid. $6 on Steam right now for Final Vendetta if you want a little prologue to Terminator 2D No Fate from the devs. All right. Oh, I'm so excited. Holy shit, dude.
Hell yes.
Call to John now.
Is he naked?
It's new.
Yes.
Yes.
In the flesh.
When?
You got to watch that movie,
Very
Gabby.
beginning when
I
he,
have seen.
when he comes
How'd you
in.
forget
Very
that
beginning in the
part?
bar.
When he comes
when
in
he-
naked, I need your
How
clothes,
could you-
your boots, and your motorcycle.
Oh, he has no pants on?
There's
Fully
nothing.
naked.
No.
Remember?
Nothing.
Even
remember the
Terminator
waitress?
1, even Terminator 1, they're both naked.
Oh my God.
And he takes Bill Paxton. He kills Bill Paxton.
I'm remembering him being naked
I need your
now.
clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle. Hell yeah. September 8th, Shuhei is pumped. Baby steps. This looks delightful.
Yeah. Again, go back to our Summer Game Fest preview for a little bit more extended hands-on impressions because I played this for a good amount of time, and they did have a Steam demo, I think, too, that people could try out. This is a celebration of awkwardness.
Celebration of awkwardness.
In every way. This is a very awkward character. This is very awkward figuring out how to control and move around. You basically use the triggers to lift your legs and then like try to move forward and then let go the trigger to put your leg down. And you just see something that's like, okay, that should be simple to get up there, and it's not. No, it's not. You sometimes just forget how to walk sometimes and just fall straight on your face and slide down a hill.
It looks delightful.
Yeah.
I love this era that we're in with really weird games that are just weird as frick, dude.
Yeah.
Like
awkward conversations too when you
Yeah.
come across other characters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just that's what it is. You're just gonna laugh at yourself.
I just am so quick aside. I'm so tired of the take that like games are not creative anymore because we're getting shit like this all the
It's
time,
crazy that
dude.
people
We're getting
say
it all the time. Like, come on. We just played Peak. That was so creative and fun, like, and different and weird. Now we're getting baby steps. Like, just look a little harder, everybody. Look a little harder. You will find so much creativity in this industry. Next up, September 12th, my Fizzle.
Your Fizzle?
Yeah, I'm a hater, dude. I'm a weaponized Borderlands hater.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think on the best
Ask me to
possible.
play this with you.
I think on the absolute best possible day, on the best day, it's a 7. The best day possible. You wake up, the sun is shining. You're like, I'll play a video game. I got nothing to do. Borderlands, pop it in. It's fine. That's it. That's the best it can be. Yep. That's
Okay,
the
man. I
absolute
can
best it
understand
can
you
be.
not liking the story and the vibes, but the gameplay is so solid. I don't understand why you
It's repetitive.
wouldn't
and
like it. But okay.
It doesn't push back. It's repetitive. I would
Did
rather
you play
have
3
like
at all?
I would rather have like 10 guns that feel amazing than 1,000 guns that like I'm just gonna dismantle for fucking scrap. Like I do not care, dude.
Actually, that's something that they've addressed with this one is that they're doing more rarity with like legendaries and stuff. You won't be getting legendaries as often.
Yeah, it just gives me the Assassin's Creed vibe of like go here, clear this, go here, clear that, go here, clear that. There's no pushback, there's no purpose or meaning to it all. You're just the numbers are going up.
You're just watching numbers.
You're
fly
watching
out.
numbers go up.
Yeah.
Like that's all you're doing. Your numbers are going up, dude. That's it. That's the game. That can be fun all the time, but when the world and the dialogue is annoying, then I don't like when the numbers go up. Then I'm just gonna stop. But I love when the numbers go up. Like something in like I was talking about UnderMine earlier. My numbers keep going up, but it's not bombarding me with like annoying cringe shit. So yeah.
They do have a whole new writing team on this too, with a lot of
That's
guest
good.
writers. So I'm curious to what that change in direction is. Also, as we learned last week, you can have separate volume slider for Claptrap.
It's great. They know. See, they're
Which is-
listening to people like me who are just annoyed at Borderlands. Like you don't put that in unless you're responding to people being annoyed at your
Yeah.
video game, Blood. That is what that means. Like, hey, you can just turn Claptrap off. Because people are like, dude, I don't want to hear this.
So they know it's annoying.
They know it's annoying.
yeah.
Like,
I guess that.
Also sell dozens of millions of copies.
of course, but that is no bearing on quality, as we know. Like, some things are really, really good and they don't sell. Some things are really, really bad and they do sell. Like, that doesn't mean anything. I just don't prefer Borderlands as a franchise. But I did like Tales from the Borderlands. I'll always give that a shout out. I did like that. And that was a different writing team and a different vibe. So, Blood, I will still because I'm not a closed-minded fool, and I'll try anything twice. Even with my negativity towards this franchise, I would still gladly hop in with you and give it a chance. Because again, only a Sith deals in absolutes. And
Yeah,
you
when
know,
I was
I'm not
reading-
going to shut down something that I've never tried.
You like to be an informed hater.
Yeah, but franchise history, Blood, I am not a fan.
When I was rewatching this, I was thinking about that hero. I think what I might do, because we were talking about before, was like, because in the past I've played all the Borderlands games like single player, and then just kind of like touched on multiplayer. What I might do is I might have a separate character. So like I try through the single player
Use
like
your alt with me, dude.
with one
Absolutely.
character, and then like because you have those 4 characters,
Yeah.
and then all the different like sub
But
variations
if
of
you
like how
level
you
up your
specialize them.
alt with me, that would be an honor, dude. Sure, let's go.
Because yeah, like they've got the new Siren can like conjure these minions, and then the soldier guy has like an exosuit because he's like, this is like something out of The Expanse, dude. Like he grew up in microgravity, so he can't be on.
Altaloda.
His bones can't handle being on a planet, so he
Sick.
needs an exosuit to like
Sick.
get around. But then that exosuit like gives him like extra limbs and like
Love
weapons and
that.
stuff like
I
that.
can be that person.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, I'm gonna be that
That
person.
guy is Rafa.
I'm gonna
He can
be Rafa.
destruct different weapons and
Done.
use like spin attacks and stuff.
It's actually I just picked my character, Rafa. I'm in.
And
Yeah.
then the other two I don't know as much about. There's Harlow, who she's like a Malawan scientist, so she's got like more gadgets and stuff like that. But
Star
Malawan
Trek.
is like, the one that focuses on all the elemental damage. And then Amon, who is like a forge knight who was raised in a cult.
Classic.
Worshipping one of the vaults.
That
and then
sounds
when they
fun.
open it up and there's a giant monster inside, he was the only one that survived. But he's like the older like guy with like
yeah, there's Rafa.
all the old war stories and stuff.
Hell yeah.
So I don't know what his deal is gameplay wise, but
I know-
it'd be interesting.
Yeah, and I know there were some spin-offs, but Borderlands 3, I know there were some spin-offs after. Borderlands 3 though was 2019, so
Yeah,
6
it's
years
been a
ago.
minute. Yeah, they had
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was longer ago.
they had Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
Yeah.
Which is one of those games that I installed and then never ended up playing.
Yeah. I'll give it a shot, Blood.
Yeah.
I want to like it. I should
and
like
it's
it.
how many player co-op?
4.
We should land.
Yeah, but
that.
they've also
We should.
like they've got cross-play out the gate. They're keeping split screen in there.
Yeah.
They
Love
have
split
it
screen.
individual. Each person has different difficulty settings.
Love that too.
Oh.
And everyone's loot is individualized as too, so you're not like
Great.
grabbing each other's loot. So
Numbers go up,
pretty
baby.
pretty friendly in terms of co-op stuff.
Yeah, shout out. That should be celebrated. 100%. Well done. Cross play. All that good stuff.
This is the funniest part to me though, because this is where they decided to say that like, yeah, we've got like dynamic weather and dynamic events, so that like there's always something to do, and they're just going through and there's nothing. It just looks like an empty landscape.
Yeah.
Yep. Go. Hey, that's what I'm saying, dude. Go
But it's
just to this base and kill everyone, and then this base and kill everyone, and get a purple shotgun instead of a green one.
I don't know, man. I love there were so many times where like I had so many cool guns and I didn't want to get rid of anything because it's like these are all sick.
That's fair, Blood. You change my mind often. My mind is easily changed. I hope everybody knows that
Wow.
after watching me for so long.
It remains to be seen
Yeah.
when it comes out.
Skeptical. Skeptical, but hyped to play with Bloodworth and crew. All right, just a few more. September 19th, Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree.
Yep. Anime Hades.
Anime Hades.
How Isla described that.
Yeah, Hades 2 is... It's coming, dude. It is imminent. Hades 2 is going to launch within a couple months. I know. Like the announcement for the Hades 2 release date is close. Also that day, celebrated classic Trails in the Sky first chapter.
Yeah, they're doing a full-on remake of this. So but it's
Full-on
3D.
remake, dude. Out of nowhere, Blood.
Yeah.
This is hype.
Well, no, it's been anticipated for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know we lost Damiani. He was going to chat about this, but I don't know how
Yeah.
much yet he wanted to say. I'm guessing he probably is like just looking at this as a chance to like get into this series.
Yeah, I played it on handheld a little bit, but I never finished it. One of those Trails in the Sky.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's one of those franchises that you just hear people gush about. You know, it's like a Dragon Quest or a Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Obviously not that mainstream, little lesser than that. But the people that play it just gush about it in the same breath as the classics like that. Is what
Yeah,
I'm trying to say.
really high praise for the story in these
Yeah.
games. Absolutely.
Yeah, this looks like a good remake too. Damn. Very hyped. September too. Wow. Heavy hitter RPG incoming, everybody. Holy moly. Just a few more. September 25th. Consume Me. Consume Me, Gabby.
Consume me.
Won the IGDAs, even though it's not out yet.
Even though it's not out yet. Yeah, this game just is. I think this is gonna kind of be a stealth hit, a stealth goatee,
Like Despelote.
like Despelote.
Ooh, nice.
Because
Absolute goatee watch Despelote. Don't skip.
it's it seems like it has a message. It seems like it's funny. It seems, yeah. So, and it seems like there's a ton of mini games and all this, and it won an award, so it's got to be good for something.
We
Yeah,
love awards.
I'm just very excited for it. It's a unique style.
Creativity.
Yeah.
Creativity is still alive and well in the video game industry. Next up, just in time, Damiani. Unless you had anything more to say about Consume Me.
No.
You're good?
Yes.
Silent Hill F. Riding the highs of Silent Hill 2 Remake comes the first original Silent Hill in
This looks
quite
so
some time. We don't count that weird online one that's us money.
Oh yeah.
Remember that?
That scam.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
even know if they
scammed.
consider that a video game. It's a very strange
Exactly.
thing.
Silent Hill F, you know, in a year where there will not be a Resident Evil, Silent Hill is here to fill that void. Because we're not getting Resident Evil till February. So September, just before October, too. Just in time. Silent Hill F, again, it's riding the high of Silent Hill 2 Remake. We were all a little bit skeptical about it, and it over-exceeded our expectations. This looks amazing.
It looks really good.
Like, what
Yeah.
more
It looks-
else can we say?
yeah,
This looks like a
I
return
hope that
to
they
form.
don't drop the ball somehow, because
Yeah.
right now it feels like just firing on all
Right.
cylinders.
I
Yeah.
feel like, what's the catch?
Yeah, what's the catch?
Because it's just like it
How are you
looks-
going to monetize this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks so good. Like,
So
I
good.
will not play this. 0% will I play this. Absolutely no chance. But I do love horror aesthetics, stuff like this, and oh my god, I can't wait to watch Huber play this.
The gameplay they've shown, the story elements that they have talked about overtly and underneath the surface, they're hitting it on all cylinders, everything about it. All right. Yeah, Silent Hill F, everyone. Memories of a murder shot right there.
I haven't seen that.
Memories of a murder, everybody. Also, that same day, Sonic Racing Crossworlds.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
a year where Mario Kart has already launched, Sonic wants to join the party. How do we feel?
It is definitely not the same thing that Mario Kart World is doing, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah, you don't want to be a copy of Mario Kart. You're not going to win that race.
I really bounced off of the last Sonic Racing game, and this one feels actually like it's doing a good job of bringing me back in. I really like the
Good guest characters.
the cross world approach, and everything that they've got going on there. Again, this is another one that we talked about at Summer Game Fest, so go back and check out that preview. Me and Damiani were passing the controller. But yeah, I think that, you know, if you're looking for something that's a little bit more traditional, like track by track, with its own fun twists, because
Yeah.
it's like kind of the way it works is that like you'll do these tracks and you go into
My man.
you go through a portal, and that portal is determined by the person that's in the first place. So as like the left half of the track goes to this direction, the right half of the track goes to that area. And then, there it was in the trailer.
Yeah.
And then you go into this completely different zone, and then you pop back into the track you were just on.
Yeah.
So it's like Split Fiction.
a little bit actually.
What's the
Portal?
No, the Ratchet and Clank.
Oh, yeah.
One, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rift Apart.
Rift Apart.
Yeah, very much Rift Apart kind of thing.
Minecraft.
Oh yeah, and I haven't played this Minecraft track yet either, so that'll be fun.
Honestly, I hate to say it, but like, people are so tired of crossovers. I see like Beavis and Butthead now in Call of Duty. It's like getting out of control. Mm-hmm. Lean into it here. Crossworlds, Sonic Racing.
Yeah,
especially considering we had Sega All Stars Racing and stuff. All those guest characters. Shenmue is in there. Like, embrace your back catalog of legendary heroes.
Yeah.
Because that's fun about Mario
They brought
Kart
back the Afterburner stage.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
So some cool stuff.
Yes. And then last and certainly not least, one of the moments a lot of us have all been waiting for, Final Fantasy Tactics, the Ivalice Chronicles.
More than anything, waiting for this game to actually be acknowledged.
What do you mean by that, Bloodworth?
It was just like years and years of rumors, and who knows how many of those rumors were actually true.
This in Final Fantasy IX, for sure.
Yeah. But it's cool to see them bring this back.
Another landmark video game. I mean, that's been a theme for this summer, is re-releasing or remaking these landmark classics.
Yeah.
It's so awesome.
Pedigree.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about like how they've up-resed some of these
I think it looks really pretty.
visuals.
What do you think, Gabby? As someone who hasn't played the original, what do you think about the visuals of this game?
I also don't like the way
Oh,
they press, but I think you can switch it to
they have like
the
a
old
different
version.
version.
Chill.
Yeah.
It's also
It just looks muddy kind of to me.
Muddy.
Yeah, it's based on I think it's based on the original game, but then with like the War of the Lions scripts or something like that. The translation.
That's the version I played primarily. Was War of the Lions.
Yeah, there's the
So-
classic and enhanced
Yeah.
versions there.
I think it just looks better, the classic.
Yeah, it's too smoothed over. It's like
feel
looking.
Yeah. It's like you took the blur tool in Photoshop. and
Yes,
just like
that's
Yeah.
exactly what it is.
That's
Yeah.
fair. They did that with Final Fantasy IX HD, if everyone remembers. The backgrounds, the pre-rendered backgrounds were like smoothed over.
Weird.
And like they just looked different in a bad way. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that drive to like fix things
Yeah.
that don't need to be fixed.
Right.
For sure.
Right.
Damiani, just in time for the very last one, Final Fantasy Tactics. Any comments on that?
Excited it's finally real.
Yeah, that's what Bloodworth
After how long?
said. Yeah.
It's like the worst kept secret, right? And I know Isla is very excited for this as well.
Yes.
So, yeah, very
course.
good game.
And just a little deep lore for everyone out there that may not know, Ivalice is Final Fantasy 12.
Yep.
So that's the world that you play in Final Fantasy 12. Again, all the Final Fantasies are, different standalone stories and worlds and realms, what have you.
Yeah, it's in 12. Ivalice
Yeah.
it's tactics.
12 and
Red
Remnant Wings.
Too. There's a few games set in Ivalice. So yeah.
Super cool. Love Final Fantasy 12. Divisive game. Love it. Okay, we did it. Any closing comments on the summer lineup of video games coming at us?
It's good. There's so many. I mean, the thing is, it's like going and looking through these things. Like, oh man, that looks like that's great. That's gonna be so hard to play half of these.
I know.
I feel really anxious, actually.
The beautiful news is that it'll be easy to hop in to the game of the year Shinobi very easily. It will not be a 35-hour game. You can hop in, play some levels. There's your goatee.
Yeah.
It's all good. I know, we've got such a variety.
Yeah.
We've got old classics, we've got returning franchises, we've got, yearly landmark games, we've got sequels, remakes, cool action games and RPGs. I mean, it is.
Our plates are full.
Our plates are full.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. So fun. Oh, I love these episodes. They're so fun. I hope everyone's not exhausted. I hope everyone is fired up out there, just like itching to play some games and clear their backlog for the impending wave of summer games. All right, Bloodworth. Also this week.
Okay, first one's a little inside baseball, but if you are an indie dev or do business with indie devs, and you're going to PAX, there's a new business networking event happening called Slice on August 27th. That's the Seattle Loves Indie Creators Expo.
That sounds fun.
So basically think of it like DICE for indies.
Dice and slice.
Yeah.
Slice and dice.
So Tim Cullings is running it, and you can check out seattleslice.org for more info to find out if you want to go up to PAX a couple of days early and participate in that. Meet some people.
Cool.
Learn some business secrets, all that kind of good stuff. Next up, just this morning, free update to The Last of Us Part 2. Now let you
Did you see
play
this?
in
No.
chronological order.
Wait.
No, this is the best.
Say that again.
You can play Last of Us Part 2 in chronological order with new trophies for doing so.
How many times?
Chronological order,
How
yes.
didn't I see this?
Yeah.
1, 2. I said that. I have said that
Chronological,
to you
yes.
so many
Yes.
times. You
Chronological.
should be able to play in chronological order.
Chronological
So what
order.
about the stuff that happens at the same time?
Right here, quote, "The journey through Seattle will showcase the fascinating parallels between Ellie and Abby's crisscrossing journeys. You'll see just how close they come into running into each other,
Here's the-
how their actions impact each other, and more."
Also, Gabby Bait, the fun part, they added 2 new skins
That's so ridiculous.
for no return
yeah.
mode. For Tommy, you can be Sam's outfit, and for
Wait,
Joel,
Sam.
you can be Drake's outfit.
Sam Drake.
Yeah.
and
Sam
Nathan
Drake and Nathan Drake.
Just their
Yeah,
outfit?
just their outfits. Just their outfits.
Just a shirt
They
and
look
pants.
so
Yeah.
weird.
But it
They
looks
look so
dude,
weird.
Joel, dude, you gotta see a picture. Joel in Nathan's Uncharted 4 outfit is sick.
That hurts my feelings, actually. I actually don't like that.
What?
Because I love...
We have 5 Last of Us.
Here, I've got it.
But Uncharted I'm talking
That's what I
about.
mean. We have
Uncharted.
6 Uncharted's. More's coming.
There it is.
No, we don't.
It's ridiculous.
We have 6 of them.
They look nice.
They look really Uncharted is...
6 last.
We have 4 plus Lost Legacy plus the PS Vita one. We have 6 of them. We're getting more. It's gone but not forgotten. More will come.
It is forgotten.
It's so good. It's so
I just sexy.
It's so good. Love it. More Last of Us is always a good thing in my book, unless it is season 2 of the show.
That's super cool. Fuck.
I know.
Do I have to play Last of Us 2 again?
Hop into No Return. It's aging well.
But I'm annoyed that it's not co-op, so I don't.
That's
right.
the next
Well, you want co-op?
patch, dude. Seriously, please give
Don,
us co-op No Return. I'm
Go ahead and
begging you,
roll
Naughty
this. We're
Dog.
gonna roll stream over these guys.
We're the
Walking
ones who
Dead.
live.
AMC's The Walking Dead is coming to Dead by Daylight. Rick and Michonne are being added as new survivors. Daryl is being added as a legendary outfit.
That's disrespectful.
Plus, Andrew Lincoln and Norman
Just so
Reedus.
you know, Daryl is now the
Dead.
face of the franchise over Rick, so that is offensive.
Dead open inside.
Yeah, Andrew Lincoln and Norman Reedus did new VO, but
Cool.
not deny for some reason. I don't know what happened there.
Didn't feel like it.
And then whenever Rick or Michonne load into the Garden of Joy map, the game adds elements from the prison as well as the don't open dead inside doors from the hospital to that map.
So
Full chapter
sick.
releases July 29th. And as usual, you can get the playtest sessions to check it out right now.
Dude, we gotta stream that. Every single one of my favorite things of all time is in Dead by Daylight. It is out of control, dude. Resident Evil, The Walking Dead, Halloween, Alien,
K-pop.
everything except Jason Voorhees. Get him in there. It needs to be the final update of the game.
Free Jason Voorhees.
That game's never ending. Come
Free
on.
Jason
Yeah, no,
Voorhees.
they need to have one final one where it's okay, you can't even think of anyone we can add. Here it is, last but not least, Jason Voorhees. Hell yeah.
Play for one day and then the game shuts down.
And then last one is the update to last week. Might be outdated by the time this goes up on Sunday, but oh well. We have a July 7th update from Romero Games to make it clear that while the funding for their game was pulled, the studio has not fully closed. Okay. They're reevaluating, what they can do with their staffing and everything like that. But there are several publishing offers that are there that they're looking at to figure out if any of them are going to work for them that could bring the game across the finish line and then help them retain their staff. So hang tight.
That's great.
And hope for the best.
Yeah. Was their last one? Okay, they had one after. Empire of Sin was the one I dabbled with.
Yeah, I mean they're basically a new studio, but yeah. John and Brenda Romero have been around forever, but the studio has not been so much.
Yeah.
And they just did a big hiring spree when this was kicking into production last year.
Yeah. Sick. Love it. Please survive. Alrighty. It is time for Love and Respect. Love and respect. I want to play some video games. Do you feel the same way? Does everyone want to play some games right now?
Yeah, we have to sketch.
What do you want to play?
We do it to a stream.
What do you want to play right now, though?
Death Stranding.
What do you want to play right now, Blood? What's on your mind? What do you want to play right this second?
Oh, I very much want to get back to Clear Obscure now, especially the stuff that I've just been doing. Yep.
What about you, Damiani? What do you want to play right now? This second. Don't think about
Death Stranding.
Boom. Don?
Terminator 2, no fate.
Terminator, no fate. I want to do another UnderMine run. That's where I'm at right now. UnderMine hype.
Chat, drop what game you want to be playing right now instead of watching this.
Yes, so many games.
Okay.
That's a joke, don't leave.
From Pan Mohadito. Speaking of, hola allies, I've been enjoying Death Stranding 2 on the beach.
There it is.
So much. Adding the subtitle, the first one, Pan. Nice. I began to wonder if I was a character in Death Stranding 2, I would be known as the baker and ask Sam to bring me ingredients in exchange for baked goods. What about for each of you? What would Sam bring to you and what would you give him? Thank you all and love and respect. I would be the film connoisseur and he would have to find DVDs lying around and deliver the DVDs.
Chapstick. He would bring me chapstick.
Nice.
I'm serious.
I love that.
And I would give him chapstick back.
That's an item for sure. Chapstick.
Or no, he would bring me oils, and I would make chapstick and give it to him. I always said that would be my one personal item if I was ever on Survivor is chapstick. I can't survive without it.
Okay, so I heard there's animal stuff now. There's stuff going on with animals in this game. Mm-hmm. I don't know what's happening yet because I haven't started yet.
Yep.
So I will be the ornithologist.
Oh,
nice.
That's cool.
So you have to bring back kind of like Red Dead. You know how you have to get facts on the animals, observe the animals and stuff.
Observe them, throw them on the horse, make sure it doesn't rot.
Not necessarily all that, but you basically took. What did you do exactly? You didn't take photos, did you?
You just looked at them.
Yeah.
For
right. Okay.
And you got information. Yeah. You filled up a bar looking at them.
Yeah, basically take photos of different behaviors, like Pokemon Snap level kind of. Yeah.
In how in one, I don't know if you do it in two, but in one, how you when you press square to grab the crystals or the little bugs, it would be like that, except you're grabbing a bird out of a trap. And then noting its number and then going back.
Oh, okay.
And writing data. That's cool.
Sick.
That's cool.
Don and Damiani, your Death Stranding 2 title.
Well, there's already an animal shelter, so I was gonna. I don't want to take that since you already did it, but I'll go with a meme one because there are plenty of meme things in this game for sure. So this is not outside the realm of possibility. Sam would have to deliver me Raising Cane's. And the cane sauce would be the likes. Yeah, you want the thumbs up? No cane sauce. Thumbs down.
And it would be Damiani, and it would be time sensitive because the food would get cold.
The deliver fresh. There's deliver fresh missions for a bunch of different things. Yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh my
Perfect.
god.
That's so perfect. What a great tie-in, like, actually.
I'm imagining arriving in the bunker as Sam with the cane.
Kojima,
The,
you
like,
can put me in Death Stranding 3. I'll be there as the NPC.
hologram of Damiani appears. He opens. He's like, "Oh,
Looks
you bought me
good.
my food. Thanks."
You have someone else voice me. I don't have to do the
Oh,
voice.
okay.
You get someone else
Right.
to voice me.
That's right. That's how that works.
It's Junji Ito, but his actual voice.
How about you, Don?
I don't know. They bring me 3D movies and
Yes.
canned cheese.
3D glasses.
Canned cheese.
Yeah.
Some cheese.
What's
Cheese
canned
whiz.
cheese. Oh, cheese whiz.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Love that. All right. From TZP2 Game Night. Settle in. Greetings, allies. My initial question is somewhat straightforward, but I wanted to give a little background to my thinking. Are we at a point where people are trapped in ecosystems? I still think that the best way to game is to have a gaming PC and a Nintendo Switch 2, so that way you can play their exclusives as well as everything that comes out on PlayStation and Xbox at this point. But I gotta say that more and more, I agree with Xbox's strategy. It seems to me that people who have been playing PlayStation or Xbox for years would be very hard-pressed to move to another ecosystem, given all the games they have bought and money they have put in. Personally, I own all gaming platforms, but many of my friends only have an Xbox or a PlayStation. So what do you think? Have we gotten to a point where being stuck in an ecosystem is more important than whatever comes out on a new console or a new game? Especially with the limited number of true exclusives? The only time I've gotten my friends to buy into a new ecosystem is something brand new like an Oculus Quest. They would never buy the competitor's console. What do you think it would take for people to jump ship to a different ecosystem? Or does ecosystem not even matter? Thanks for taking my question. If you do, and stay easy, fellow allies.
Yeah, I think this is actually a big deal. And
It's a big question, a good one.
And I think one of the reasons that, all of the things that floating around right now about, why Xbox is struggling. But I do think that this is a big part of it that is kind of like under the radar, that like when the PS4 outdid the Xbox One, like trying to recover from that is very difficult because like your PlayStation Plus monthly games.
Yeah.
And not just that, but like all the other digital games that you bought. Like, remember how we were talking about, like, now on the PS5, like I have maybe like 2 discs, something like that, and all your games are digital.
Yeah.
They're all tied to that channel, essentially, right? And like, we're the weirdos that have more than one console.
Yeah.
But if
Gotcha.
you've just had a PlayStation for the past 8 years,
Like me.
why would you give that up? Like, you would only buy an Xbox to add to that.
Absolutely. That's why I always say Nintendo, just killing it, because
Yeah.
it's like the supplement to your
Right.
PlayStation or Xbox. There's always a Nintendo in the equation.
But similarly,
and then it's like,
but
which,
even with Nintendo, now with the Switch and Switch 2, it's like, okay, like I've got all these Switch games. I want to keep playing them on better hardware, especially now that like they've done a lot of these free updates, like with Splatoon and Zelda's a paid update, but like
Yeah.
Mario Odyssey and all these other games that have gotten these updates, and it's like it's very hard to let go of
it is.
20 or 30 or 80 games, however many you might have.
Yeah. Yeah. I prefer playing on my PlayStation, but I won't limit myself. Like if something is only on Xbox, like I'll hop in there. Also, the question didn't even reference too, which is such a big one. That was such a big one for so many people with Steam and Epic Games.
Yeah.
Remember that whole like if something would launch on Epic Games, there would be like some boycott online where everyone's like, not on Steam, no buy. It's like, why? It's the same.
Yeah.
It's still
literally
that way.
you're
Yeah.
booting it up on your computer. It's the same exact thing. It's like,
Yeah, that is
But-
weird. That is weird.
but like a weird little part of me can empathize and see it's ridiculous, but like I do see that of like you just have your achievements and your friend list and just like
Yeah.
you like the aesthetic, like
Yeah.
the Xbox dashboard looks different than the PlayStation dashboard or
Yeah,
Epic
that's the
Games
kind of
looks
thing that
different
like
than
some
Steam.
people really
It's
get
also
into that like
what
just
you're
doesn't
used
connect
to.
to me. Like I don't really care that much about that stuff, and like I don't even know like about like a lot of the like UI features that are in there. Like I don't dabble into them. Even with the Switch 2, like last night was my first time like bouncing around on the eShop. And like, because like, oh yeah, I remember at the event, like they said that they really wanted to improve the eShop because it got so bad on the first Switch that it like made me think that my console was breaking.
Yes, lag.
And now it's like, oh, this is great. This is snappy. It like auto plays trailers. It has a nice recommendation feature.
Yeah.
But I just don't dig into a lot of that stuff. I usually just like boot up my console, start playing my game. Don't really care about a lot of that other stuff unless I need to connect to a friend who they for some reason say is not online.
The thing that really gets me with like my PlayStation ecosystem vibe, hear me out, is like the list of games. You know what I mean? Or like your trophies, right? It's like,
yeah, that's a big thing too.
You look at your trophies and it's like, here are all the games that like I've played and I've finished, and it's not about the achievement of getting the trophy. It's more of just like a journal. You know, it's the journal of like, okay, here's all the things that I have been playing.
If you have screenshots and clips.
Yeah, and that, so when you jump ship to maybe a console that you haven't been playing as much, you're like writing in a different journal. Does that make sense? Where it's like, okay, all my notes and my games that I've been working on are not here, so I feel like a little isolated in a way.
I think it's
and the other way around too, with achievements on Xbox versus, whichever one you go to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, if you have to really, if you're concerned about moving to another ecosystem, or if whatever, I think you have to just think like, why am I playing video games? Is it to check things off? Is it to collect trophies, or is it to have fun and enjoy myself?
Play the game, enjoy the game.
But I completely understand what you're saying. I feel the exact same way about like, I'd rather play it on PlayStation than anywhere else. But if you're like, wait, I just really want to play this game, then you're not going to regret playing the game.
Totally.
Right?
Totally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's
like Indiana Jones or Hellblade. I was like, boot up Xbox, let's go.
Yeah.
I realize I'm in the weirdo bucket because like half the time, like, because we're multi-platform, because we get so many codes just thrown at us, like a lot of times, like I won't know if I even own a game sometimes. And if I own it,
nice.
then I don't know which platform. I have to go through everything to like figure out what
where is
do I
this?
own this game? Like there's another thing when I was looking through like I was looking through like Switch 2 stuff. It was like, I have Persona 4 on Switch. Like, when did that happen?
When did I enter this code?
I know 10 years from now I'm going to be talking about South of Midnight and be like, how did I play that? I didn't own an Xbox.
Right.
Like,
I own like Resistance Retribution, but I don't own a PSP. I've never owned a PSP.
Like, how did I
Because
play
I just
that?
borrowed one from Game Trailers.
That's very funny. What a pull. Damiani, Don, any thoughts on this? Ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more aligned with Blood. Like, Switch is kind of the only one that like I'm hard gated onto because it's the only place you can get those games on.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't have an Xbox. Like, I could play it on PC. I could play it on PlayStation. Cross save would be like nice because I know it'd free you up. But yeah, I guess the other thing is like, don't buy digital, then buy physical.
Yeah.
That way you can, I don't know.
Those are still locked to a platform.
Yeah.
You are, I guess, but like you're not future locked to it. Like you could like go to somewhere else for your next thing. Like your digital purchases aren't like, they could shut down. Like on PlayStation 4 or 3, like you can't access your games anymore on there digitally, whatever. Like there's no threat of it being shut down and cutting off access if you at least have physical.
Like Christopher Nolan says, Damiani. Christopher Nolan says, quote,
never know.
If you buy a 4K UHD, it's on your shelf. It's yours. No company is going to break into your house and take it from you. Christopher Nolan, end quote. All right. From Eric S. Thank you for your coverage during the chaos of all the summer gaming events. No problem. Thank you for watching and joining. It's made something I've usually not cared for feel festive and exciting. I've loved the guest appearances in particular. It makes me very glad to be a part of this community. My question, what are your thoughts on auteurs? What are the benefits and risks of having someone with a singular vision lead a development team? Ooh, I am a full-blown auteur lover. I am obsessed, and that is because of my love for movies primarily that has gone into video games as well, where it's like, I love directors. I love writer-directors, like a Nolan or a Cameron or a P.T. Anderson, someone writing and directing their singular vision. I think when it works, it makes for a better piece of art. Totally. I believe that. Because, Tarantino, it's like some of my favorite pieces of art are from creators like that write and direct their own thing.
But even those people aren't choosing necessarily there's
the
so
much
way
more.
that something looks.
Tarantino always talks about Sally Mank editing his stuff and how that
Production
created
design, art direction,
acting,
cinematography.
Of course, it is such a big thing. But I think when somebody writes and directs a thing, it's like the entire idea of the movie trickles down from that singular auteur vision, and I think that is a benefit usually.
I also think more people are making creative decisions on a video game than are making creative decisions in a movie.
Absolutely.
Like, there's 100 concept artists who are like, drawing little things that then Kojima or whoever is being like, oh, I like that one.
Yeah.
And in a movie, not so much.
Yeah. I think primarily too it carried over because I was born on Shinji Mikami, Resident Evil. This is a man who continually makes some of my favorite video games of all time. Same with Hideo Kojima. So having some of those directors, Kamiya as well. But I feel like in movies, I guess I like directors more, and then now in the year 2025, I like studios more. In video games, I mean.
Right.
Yeah. No, not movies.
Me.
Movies, I like to know exactly who's making it and the person behind it, or the actor or whatever.
I mean,
but in a video game, give me who Capcom's making it, in. Naughty Dog's making it, in.
It's definitely a very big difference between movies and games.
Yeah.
Right?
Totally.
Like a studio name means nothing.
Yeah.
In movies.
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Exactly. Unless it's like A24, then you're like, okay, now I know the vibe, but who's making it?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But I definitely feel like this sense sometimes that that name can be overshadowing, especially in Kojima's part, where like Metal Gear Solid 4, where his name was like everywhere in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think though that the part of this question that really stands out to me, though, is the benefits and risks of having someone with a singular vision.
Totally.
The auteur benefit and risk is, do you have a vision or not?
Yeah.
I think the pitfalls that we come into with an auteur in video games is when somebody doesn't have a vision and they keep changing direction and they just exhaust the
Bad
team
news.
because it's like, hey, I was playing this thing this weekend and why don't we do this? And it's like, no, it's too late for that,
But is
man.
that person an auteur?
That was 2 years. No, I mean, BioShock Infinite is a good example of that. Ken Levine is absolutely an auteur.
Yeah.
And, things kept changing and changing and changing, and it's like, get it nailed down and then let's go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Whereas I think...
Shout out to video game producers, unsung heroes when things work right. It's like we like to call out the shareholders and the money men, but honestly, when you get a good producer in there,
Shout out to producers. Shout out to assistants.
that are making the hard calls. Like, no, we're not doing that. We're doing this. It's done. You're the creative force behind this, but I am a pair of fresh eyes, and I say no. We're doing it this way. That stuff matters.
So, but I think, the difference right now, especially Kojima right now, because I think he's firing on all cylinders, is, I think it's not just that, like, oh, he's got a great vision or whatever. He's also got a great freaking team. And like you're saying, he's got some producers in there that's like got that team on lock.
He always talks, one of my favorite stories is him talking about Metal Gear Solid 3 and him wanting to have a week-long, in real life time boss fight with the end, the sniper. He was like, I wanted it to be a real-time, like, weeks-long thing, and my producers were like, absolutely not, no. But he would have tried to do it if it weren't for the producers being like, no, this will not work, dude. Like, no.
Auteurs, like autistic auteurs, if they have a a person who's not as artistic, who's like on their side, you know, that can be like, no, that is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Like someone who's not scared of them. I feel like that is important.
Essential.
Yeah,
For sure.
because like we always see, especially with movies, we see like a movie come out by someone who has no checks and balances on them, and it is just pure hubris. What's the Megalopolis?
Oh,
Megalopolis.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
Hubris.
Yeah, that's a great example. Recent
Hubris.
example.
Yeah.
Great recent example. For sure. Damiani, thoughts?
You guys pretty much said it.
Nailed it. Sweet. All right. Patreon pitch time. Check us out on Patreon. Get in there. Seriously, get in there. For $5, you can get this podcast early and ad-free. You get into the official Discord where it is like the jolliest bonds of all time. And you can vote on the patron top 10, well, top lists. They do countdowns. We did water levels last.
Mini games is next.
Mini games is next. That is going to be so exciting.
It's gonna be contentious.
It is going to be intense.
I bet you there's gonna be like 200 entries.
King's Blood, bro.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Gwent, bro. Let's go. So hyped for that. Is Gwent even? I guess it is a mini game.
It's interesting. 'Cause like,
Yeah,
like
it's a
when
mini
you
game.
started saying about Queen's Blood, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
It's like
how much
integral to
it
the
is.
game. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like a game within a game. But if also if you put it out on its own, it probably like with Gwent, like they had to like fully like
Yeah.
that was a whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So please help us stay alive and keep going. We really need your support, and we really, really appreciate it. We love you. And if you really want to help us out, you can join one of our producer tiers. Our platinum producers get a shout out on this podcast each and every freaking week. This month's shout outs go to a couple of legends, Jabawabs and Elthanis. Shout out. Legends. Legend of Legends. Right, Damiani?
Triple legend.
Yes. Now come join us on Patreon for those bonus questions. Patreon.com/easyallies. Okay. It's time for bets. This week's bet, we have been talking about so many classic games this episode. So many coming back in some form or another. Guess what? System Shock 2, another landmark masterpiece of the genre, dude. Immersive sim. System Shock 2 Remastered comes out on consoles. It already came out on PC last month. Coming out on consoles Thursday, July 10th. How many times will we see the term immersive sim? Just that, immersive sim together.
In the top 10 reviews
In the
on
top 10
OpenCritic. Yep.
English reviews on OpenCritic. Damiani, the arrogant child,
17.
17 times. The wicked worm, Daniel Bloodworth,
17.
17. The whimsical scum, Isla, is not here. Punish Castellanos, Dawn,
I'm gonna go with 2.
2. Just 2. Excellent. Strange Valentine, Gabby,
1.
1. Wow.
$1.
$1, Bob. And the Fancy Stars member, me, I say hard 8. 8 times. Truly the, a landmark of the genre. System Shock 2, Deus Ex, I mean, that's it, right? Thief, those 3, I'd put those in the top 3, right? Immersive Sims, Origins, boom, boom, boom. Oh, don't skip it. Last week's bet, what? Fuck!
Yeah, I saw the headlines. I was like, well, lost
Dawn,
that one.
what will the worldwide box office be for Jurassic World Rebirth be when we shoot next Tuesday? It was at 30.5 million last week. Damiani said 140 million. Bloodworth said 99.9 million. Isla said 222 million. Don said 420 million. Gabby said 85 million. I said 135 million. Actual retail price,
Congrats, Dawn.
322.6 million, making Scarlett Johansson the #1 box office earner of all time, I do believe.
Oh.
Yep. Straight up. #1 box office leader of all time. I think she passed Samuel L. Jackson if I...
People are saying once next Avatar drops, it's gonna go back. It's gonna go to Zoe Saldana though.
Avatar 3 billion incoming. What's up? Actual retail price 322.6 million. Once again, Don Casanova wins.
Yep.
It's at 334 right now, actually.
Did it update since we
it's
started?
at
In the
334.
4 hours since we started this
334
podcast?
right now.
Bringing our totals
Don't
to
get it.
Punish Castellanos, Don with 9.
Don't forget you have a sketchy
Dispatch.
token there.
Booyah!
Punish Castellanos 9, and tied for second with 4, the Wicked Worm and Arrogant Child, Bloodworth and Damiani. More than double the second place Don. It's gonna be real hard to catch him.
I didn't know that.
It's gonna be real
Oh
hard.
yeah, because you had to leave early last week. You won one of the bets.
That means
Oh, it
Bloodworth.
was so close, Damiani. You should have been there. This was insane, actually. Damiani needs to know about this. Damiani, I bet 77. You bet 64. Apparently, the number was 70 unverified.
Yeah.
So you won by 1,
Yeah.
dude. How can that even happen in the world of
Unverified.
gambling? It's
Yeah,
so
there were some like
wonderful.
ads and weird
Dawn is like
yeah,
just
images.
wants more. Dawn,
Yeah.
like Dawn's the
I tip
example
my
of,
cap to
like,
you on
Don
that
wants to
one.
lock the win in.
the wealthy keep getting wealthier.
Yeah.
Dawn, he's
It's
like,
gonna be
"Oh,
really
tickle your
hard.
crumbs."
It's gonna be really hard for Blood and Damiani to catch him because they would need to win 5 more weeks of bets each just to catch up to tie Don without Don winning any or anyone else winning any as well. So a hell of a lead in the beginning of July. Reminder,
20-something weeks left. Yeah.
I don't know, me and you are in dead last though, so we gotta get it together.
What do we have to do if we lose?
Something shitty. Remember that next week's live recording will be early as well. We got a lot of travel coming up. So you can catch that live on Twitch on Tuesday, the 15th. Then we'll get back to our usual Thursday scheduling. Also, Blood and I are going to Gamescom. Gamescom. So hyped. Hopefully I can catch another Cologne football game because that was the greatest top 10 memory of all time. Holy moly. We're going to be doing a meetup in some way or another. Last year we just met at the cathedral there, the world famous Cologne Cathedral, and then walked to an open spot from there. So we may just do that again, or we may do something else. But stay tuned and let us know which nights you would be able to come if you are in Germany. Mm-hmm. Dawn, you get to shout out to anything or anyone that's on your mind this week. You get the final word, and you get to sign off with your trademark sign off. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, first off, I want to give a shout out to all of my competitors here in this field. Okay,
Wow.
Just don't
This is
let the
disrespectful.
score. No,
This is this
what
is-
the hell, Huber?
I'm gonna
trying to.
smash your knees
condescending.
in with a
trying to
lead
get-
pipe.
No,
Well,
this
I'm
is
trying to be
condescending.
I'm trying to be a good
I'm
sport
gonna break
here.
your shins.
Yeah, wow.
All right. Well, look. In that case, I'm gonna give a shout out to Ruffy and the Riverside. That's a sick little game. People should check out this Ruffy and the Riverside. You can swap out textures. Okay, it's a fully like 3D world that you can explore and stuff like that. Super cool. Last word. Final word. Huber.
Yo,
I love you as a competitor. You're not out of this thing. No one's
know,
out of
there's
this
hope.
thing. No one's out of this thing yet.
it's never
It's
over.
only 5 weeks. Are you kidding me? We got several months left. Okay.
It's never over.
This thing's gonna come down to the wire. Just you watch. Just you watch.
Yeah, there's over 20 bets left.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everyone
Yeah.
is still in this thing.
It's never over till it's over. I'm a baseball fan, so, it's truly never over. You never leave.
100%. Yeah.
Never leave the stadium.
Oh yes. So, anyways, sayonara essays.
Nintendo, you're gonna fucking forsake an entire franchise forever